Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, it's all good.
Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Study joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life.
got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. Know that you want me back. Know that you want me. Know that you want me.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, yeah, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, yeah, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. me. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली, जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
But Baja का grenade, Ash को knock करेगा, Trigger को गेम से बाहर करेगा. And the champions, they paying the price with their blood.
As the new year dawns upon us, it brings with it a fresh new start. Hopes being reignited once again, but the same old fierce action of BGMI continues in the Snapdragon Pro Series. First of all, a happy new year to everybody joining us on this broadcast. I am Fixes, joined along with Shadow as week number 2 continues off the challenge stage. And well, before we get into all the details and everything, how did you spend your new year, Shadow? How was it?
I spent my new year playing BGMI, to be very honest. I am trying to rank push again. I was playing every single map and so many new features have come into the game that I was really enjoying the entire BGMI new year.
We all were. I think somewhere down the line, we're all weebs, we're all gamers. Anime gaming is what our life circles around. But yes, week 1 done and dusted already, getting on to week 2. So a lot of the teams get a fresh new start once again, but the overall standings still do remain solid. Versatile having the lead, but Aiko reckoning out of nowhere, they've come in and closed in the gap. I think just a point separates these two teams. But This week, Shadow is going to be all about the teams that are fighting in the middle or in the bottom order. And we've got quite some interesting names over there. I think one of which medal esports, even for the likes of Godstrain, Cincinnati Kids, and then you've got Aiko 8-bit. We'll touch upon them. We'll talk a lot more about them. But for now, we've got the format in front of us for all our new viewers. So we began this journey with Open Qualifiers 1 and 2, out of which 12 teams from each qualifiers did come in, participated in the Open Finals, out of which top 24 teams head on, and we had the top 16 teams, in fact, qualified, which are now partaking against the top 16 invited teams also. And they will be duking on against each other till the very end to find out who the grand finalists are, and then we'll have our eventual champion.
And the champion is going to be rewarded with 50 lakh rupees. The second placing team will get 20 lakh rupees. Third placing team will get 8 lakh rupees. Fourth will get 5 lakh rupees. All the teams who will make it to the challenge finals are going to get something. Even the team who is going to place on 16th spot is going to get 40,000 rupees. So lots of money and moolah is on the line. But more than that is going to be the bragging rights. The champions trophy is something that every single team is eyeing for. Obviously, there is going to be, sorry to cut you off, going to be a lot of individual prize money also fixes, like the MVP is going to get 50,000 rupees.
Oh, for sure. And that's going to be so exciting, right? It's just not about the MVP. We're also giving away certain accolades even to the teams performing to their very best. So highest finishes for every team, individual fraggers are also there. So everything is sorted. But how do you get there? You have to earn those points. And like we said, we've got new viewers tuning in every single day. So for every chicken dinner you get 10 points, and it keeps on descending. But what really sets this point system apart is that for every finish that you get, or for every elimination, you get rewarded with 1 finish point.
Obviously, that is going to be super important because finish points. Sometimes a team who came on the second spot is on the top of the leaderboard just because they have a lot more finishes. So finish points is going to be important. But at the same time, I think teams need to find, I keep repeating this every day, that you need to find the perfect balance between the placement points and the finish points. Because you saw in the overall ranking, there are a few teams who are on the later half of the leaderboard. They've got good amount of finishes, but placement points are a big concern for them, just like the players of Bot Army Esports.
Yeah, for Bot Army Esports, I think how many did they have? Around single-digit numbers,
Yeah.
if my memory stands corrected, around 3 or 4, not more than that. But yes, Bot Army Esports brings with it a lot of that aggression, a lot of that firepower. They are smart, they're cunning, but this time, I hope they've done their homework. They've come up with new ways to somehow secure those position points, and along with the continuous flow of those finish points. If they somehow tend to do that, then they're good to go. But now let's take a look at the overall rankings and see Versatile, Reckoning right at the very top. But Gujarat Tigers, they have been impressive, Shadow, coming in from the Open Finals, staying at the 3rd position. I think for Clutch God, this certainly is one of those years where he has to double down.
I think for Gujarat Tigers, it was only Sanhok where they struggled a little bit. Otherwise, weekendy, they performed really good. So Gujarat Tigers are doing fantastic. Already they are in the top 5, sitting at the 3rd spot. But Red Ross is also one of those names that pop off really well. They have got 67 points. But Revenant X-Park is also one of those teams that is struggling in terms of the placement points. Because if you look at it, they have got 13 placement points and 55 finishes. They are relying heavily on the finishes. As far as week 1 is concerned, I think Revenant X-Park did fairly well, but they need to start prioritizing the placement points as well.
They certainly have to, but then also we have a couple more outliers who have exceeded our expectations. Wingod, Red Ross being the names out of many. So these are some teams that we have to watch out for. Even Wildfangs, listen, we've been so critical about them. But when you look at the overall rankings, they found a perfect balance. They're getting enough finish points along with a lot of placement points. Yeah, they might have missed out on a couple of chicken dinners, but still everything good in the hood. However, slightly disappointed with how Orangutan have really come out to play. Would expect to see this team at least in the top 5, top 6, especially with the way they had started things off. But on 19th and 20, you see some big names over there, Medal and Godstrain. This has to be their week where they sort of redeem themselves back.
Speaking about God's Train, I think they had only one good day. That was day number 2, where they got a chicken dinner in the map of Erangel. Otherwise, God's Train were really struggling fixes, to be honest. If they had not got that chicken dinner, I think God's Train would be somewhere literally at the bottom of the leaderboard. Even now, they are not in the best of the spot where we expect a team like this to be. RGC is also one of those teams relying heavily on the finish points, sitting at the 24th spot. This team was popping off really well in the Open Finals. They were Team Bunny in the Open Finals, and they were super aggressive. But this time in the Challenge Finals, Challenge season, seems like even RGC is struggling. Hidden Ones with 45 points, sitting on the 22nd spot. Vashishta is also one of those big names with only 37 points to their name. Gen X FM, they also had their fair share of ups and downs, sitting on the 24th spot with only 35 points. So all these teams, I think this week is going to be super important for all of them.
Yeah, it definitely will be. But now, once we kind of go down the pecking order, this is where our real concern arises, especially for 8-bit, for Cincinnati Kids, two of the biggest names in the scene currently, and they are struggling massively. Now, don't get me wrong. One good game and they might propel themselves maybe inside the top 18 or 19. But as things stands now, they definitely have to perform some sort of a miracle tonight. Even for the likes of Do or Die, there was a moment in that final day where we thought that, yes, Do or Die, they're starting to stage a comeback, especially with all those clutches, especially Reaper from Do or Die, who had been very impressive nonetheless. I think he was one of those players in that Sanhok game. It was an absolute delight to watch. So I think eyes will be on Do or Die. But for legit esports, we have seen them in the thick and thins of things. We have seen them trying to be opportunistic, trying to sneak in from the backlines, try to get those third party done. But the hunters have always been hunted, has been the case with legit esports so far.
Yeah, only 9 points on day number 1, 3 points on day number 2. Legit Esports this week is going to be important for this team because they were literally struggling in week number 1. But there was one team which impressed me in their 4v4 fights, and that was Phoenix Esports. Because if you notice the performance Phoenix brought on day number 1 as compared to day number 3, I think there was a stark difference. Day number 3, they were looking more comfortable in those fights, in those rotations. So Phoenix Esports is also one of those names which I'm looking forward to because I've got high expectations from this roster because they're looking super, I'll say, refined for week number 2.
For Phoenix Esports, we had our complaints, especially when we all were under the impression that they are starting to feel a lot more complacent, take things for granted. Phoenix Esports did bounce back in day number 3, and I hope that continues today as well. But when you talk about the big hitters, I want to talk about Carnival Gaming a little bit. Of course, just recently they won another third-party tournament, a big one at that. And for Carnival Gaming, honestly, Shadow, it feels like day number 1 was amazing. Now, heading forth into day 2 and day 3, they have lost a lot of ground. A team that was looking untouchable suddenly felt a lot more mortal.
Fixes, it was not the entire day. It was only one Miramar game where Carnival Gaming popped off. Otherwise, they were struggling. But we also have an interview lined up on our Hindi desk, so we'll directly head over to the interview. And
ग्रेविटी आप कैसे?
मेरा भी बस बढ़िया गया. क्या ही
गेमिंग करी, बहुत सारी गेमिंग करी.
जी
बट
जी.
there's a buzz in town कि भाई सब यही पूछ रहे थे हंटर कहाँ है? हंटर का कल कुछ देखा, अभी तक क्यों नहीं यूज हुआ? क्या हुआ था ये? क्या हुआ, कुछ बताओगे?
इस बारे में हंटर बताए तो ज्यादा अच्छा है क्योंकि
फिर भी
हम
कुछ भी हिंट दे दें, लाइक कैसे पूरा सिनारियो बना, ये प्लेइंग फॉर कैसे डिसाइड हुआ, और उसमें हंटर ऐसे प्लेयर जो कि सारे लाइनअप्स में उस खिलाड़ी का डिमांड रहता है, उसको आपने जाने कैसे दे? बस थोड़ा सा हिंट दे दे.
कुछ ऐसा था कि मतलब हम लोग बीच में परफॉर्मेंस डाउन हुई थी तो कुछ नई चीज़ें ट्राई कर रहे थे क्योंकि पहले बहुत सारे इवेंट्स में ऐसा हुआ कि हम लोग के पास ट्रॉफी नहीं आ पा रही थी, मतलब हैश 1 नहीं आ पा रहे थे. तो उसके चक्कर में हम लोग देख रहे थे कि क्या गलतियां हो रही है, कैसे सही कर सकते हैं. तो बस उन्हीं सब चीज़ों के चक्कर में थोड़ा सा.
चलिए कोई बात नहीं. बट परफॉर्मेंस डाउन से याद है, सीखे क्या चल रहा है लाइनअप में, मतलब ये तो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहे भाई आपसे हम.
ये रेकनिंग के 85 पॉइंट है सेकंड पे और यू आर इनवाइटेड टीम और नीचे पे हो भाई. क्या हो रहा है जूसी?
अरे थोड़ा हमको मतलब स्टार्ट अच्छा नहीं मिला, बट अभी तो बहुत मैचेस है, बहुत लंबी लीग है, सो हम इतना स्ट्रेस नहीं ले रहे हैं. अभी इस वीक से हम पूरा वापस ट्रैक पे आ गया. नया साल है, नई शुरुआत सबकी हुई आई गेस, और हम लोग भी एक नई शुरुआत से खेलेंगे आज के मैचेस।
लवली
जी, लवली तो काफी ज्यादा था। अभी तो हम लोग मतलब लास्ट वीक हमको मोर्चा निकालना पड़ रहा था कि जूसी भाई कुछ तो करो। बट अभी जैसा आप कंपटीशन को देख रहे हो, सीन अ लॉट ऑफ न्यू टीम्स कमिंग इन एज वेल, और इस बारे में हम लोगों ने भी काफी डिस्कस किया था। आपका रिकॉर्ड जो है फाइनल्स तक पहुंचने का काफी ज्यादा अच्छा रहा है। यूजुअली हर मेजर टूर्नामेंट में यू आर ऑलवेज देयर प्लेइंग ऑन द स्टेज. So a player like you, and in fact both of you right now, because Reckoning Gravity, you guys have made a lot of name for yourself पिछले साल के अंदर. कंसिस्टेंटली टॉप परफॉर्मेंस आपकी तरफ से देखने को मिली है. आप लोगों की क्या एडवाइस रहेगी नए टीम्स के लिए? बिकॉज वी सी अ लॉट ऑफ क्वालिफाइड टीम्स स्ट्रगलिंग, जो ओपन क्वालिफायर्स तो अच्छे खेले थे लेकिन यहाँ पे आके समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं कि कैसे कंपटीशन को टैकल करना है. आई थिंक दोनों पर्सपेक्टिव्स मिल सकते हैं हमें. बिकॉज सीके यू आर होपिंग फॉर अ कमबैक एंड Reckoning ट्राइंग टू होल्ड ऑन टू देयर पोजीशन इनसाइड ऑफ द टॉप 4 राइट नाउ. सो जूसी, कैन यू गो फर्स्ट?
सो लाइक मतलब डिफिकल्ट तो बहुत होता है. देखो जब लंबी लीग होती है तो बहुत ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट होता है मतलब आपको टॉप 16 रहने का, क्योंकि आपको कंसिस्टेंट रहना पड़ता है. सो मेरे ख्याल से तो सबके लिए ये एडवाइस है कि भाई बस कंसिस्टेंट रहो, एक एवरेज पॉइंट्स हर मैच से निकालो, ताकि अगर आगे जाके एक दो मैच गंदे जाते भी हैं तो आप उसको कवर अप इजीली कर सको. जैसे हम अभी बहुत पीछे हैं बट एक गेम का डिफरेंस है, कोई बात नहीं, आ जाएंगे हम.
लेट्स गो जूसी भाई, कुछ तो करो.
ग्रेविटी भाई, आपका क्या टेक है इस पे? नई टीम्स को क्या बोलना चाहते हो जो स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं?
मेरे हिसाब से तो उन्हें खुद पे भरोसा करना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब ये लोग ऐसे स्टेज पे खेलते हैं ना तो उनके अंदर एक डर रहता है कि अगर हम मतलब अब ये डिसीजन सही नहीं हुआ तो मर जाएंगे या फिर पॉइंट्स नहीं आएंगे. तो जो वो डिसीजन सोचते हैं वही करें, वो ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा, क्योंकि जितना ज़्यादा वो सोचेंगे उतना ज़्यादा फिर वो उन पे बैकफायर करेगी.
तो जो भी गट फीलिंग है, जो भी पहले प्रैक्टिस किया, थैंक यू सो मच, यू नो, मच अप्रिशिएटेड.
या थैंक यू सो मच. और अभी ज्यादा हम लोग आपको परेशान नहीं करेंगे बिकॉज मैचेस स्टार्ट होने वाले. दोनों को नए साल को एक बैंगर नोट पे स्टार्ट करने की जरूरत है. सो बेस्ट ऑफ लक गाइस. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द लवली इनसाइट्स एंड गुड लक फॉर योर मैचेस.
थैंक यू.
थैंक यू. थैंक यू.
And I think the entire team is doing very well. If you look at the leaderboard, Reckoning, they're sitting on the second spot. Every day they're getting good performance. On day number 1 also they had good points, 23 points. Day number 2 also 18 points. So every day I think Reckoning is performing fantastic. As far as this roster is concerned, I think they have adapted to the synergy according to the play style of each other. But looking at the schedule for now, we have got Group A and D coming first, and they'll be starting things on Erangel, Miramar, and after that one more Erangel. Definitely, I would expect all the bottom teams who were struggling in week number 1 to go a little aggressive, because if you notice, Team Versatile, the reason they were able to go aggressive or do some sort of experiment was only because they had got enough cushion on the first match where they got 51 or 53 points. So if the team starts on a very good note, I think the rest of the week is going to be very good for them. They can try experimenting. They won't be under the pressure. So they can take those 4v4 fights freely without any sort of pressure in their mind. So I hope all the bottom teams, they perform good in this first match. Yeah. Of course, it's going to be really exciting. But as you pointed out, few drop clashes, few fights which you want to witness. There was one specific fight I want to witness because if you remember the interview where AKOP came and asked about the drop location of K9 Esports, I would love to see them going for that sort of a banter because healthy banter, healthy rivalry. Who doesn't love? I love it. 3 teams dropping in the same drop location and going for those 4v4 fights. These sort of things, these sort of plays make BGMI so more interesting. And as of speaking now, I think the leaderboard is very volatile. 1 or 2 good games, even Juicy also pointed out 1 good game, and they'll be in the top 16. And for now, we have got the map of Erangel, where Group A and D will be going up against each other. And as we look, the flight path is looking pretty interesting, as it is going to my favorite part of the map, which I love. And I love dropping in there, but as of now we have Gordel Punk as a flight captain, and the flight path is going all the way from the side of Sivoni to Military Base Island.
You know, for Hero Extreme Godlike, things have been quite good in the hood, to be honest, with how they performed in week 1, still in contention, one of the favorite teams, and all their fans are hoping that this year should be theirs, especially with how beautifully they have come back from the dead, just reigniting that passion, that fire in their hearts, and they have been ever so good. Couple of more stable games where they get the chicken dinner. One of the early ongoing problems with Hero Extreme Godlike has been losing out on a few of their players right at the very start. So if they can avoid that, get all their 4 players inside the circle, I think these players have it in them to secure the chicken dinner in the back. But Hero Extreme Godlike and Reckoning in very close proximity to each other. It is going to be quite exciting to see what they do from here on. And Hero Extreme Godlike, like discussed, they love experimenting. They love being dynamic in terms of where they decide to drop down. And this time, they've taken over school and apartments.
But Punk is towards the side of Water City. So I love that kind of a split which is coming from this at Godlike, because they are very much aware that Water City is going to be pretty much unoccupied. He can go and grab that vehicle and head over to the school apartments. Reckoning, like you said, is one of those teams that always goes for the aggressive side. They always go for the finish points, and maybe we can see a fight brewing up between Godlike and Reckoning Esports. But even the players of Wild Fangs and Metal Esports are also in a very close proximity. And speaking of Wild Fangs, yes, in the overall ranking, they are at a decent spot, but they were on the struggling side. They were not taking that 4v4 fights in a very convincing manner, especially that map of Sanhok where Wild Fangs didn't get that winner chicken dinner, which should have been there. So a lot of questions were raised. I think this week, Wild Fangs will be looking forward to answer all those questions by delivering a good performance.
I think the only thing missing from Wild Fangs is to get the chicken dinner. We have seen them in those early fights. They have been quite good. However, need to work a little bit on their 4v4 micromanagement, to be honest. That has been a little off the charts. And yes, heavily reliant on Trey Scott. So that man needs to watch out for himself. He needs to be alive because he brings in, I think, majority of the firepower. And I really hope that this week, Seth also starts delivering. And a little bit of cohesiveness, and maybe Wild Fangs are good to go. So, Metal Esports, Wild Fangs initially, it felt like it could have been a drop collation where Wild Fangs could have taken over Metal Esports, but wasn't really the case. It was all about the battle for getting those vehicles secured. And once that happened, Wild Fangs went their own merry ways towards Milta.
Yeah, they can certainly do so. because Bilta is one of those areas which Sensei is very much aware about every nook and cranny of it. But there is a team towards the southern side of the map. We have Genix FM towards military base. And speaking of Genix FM's performance, day number 1 was quite decent for them. They got 24 points. But day number 2, there was a drastic dip in the performance. Only 5 points to the name. They were literally struggling. Yes, I do agree that they started on an off map with Sanhok and Weekend D where they got 0 points. But even Erangel went downhill. They got only 4 points in the last Erangel. So Genix FM day number 2 was not that good. So even Genix FM also needs to buckle up at this point.
You know, I feel like for Genix FM, Wingod, they've been their kryptonite. There have been so many multiple occasions where we saw Genix FM resort to those early battles against Wingod, and they've always been on the receiving end of things. And Wingod, they know how to tackle them, and one of which the many reasons would be these two teams colliding against each other even in the open final. So I think, again, for Genix FM, considering the stats you did point out, really are backed up with their torrid performance in the map of Erangel. And of course, we would want to see them make a comeback, and I think few adjustments here and there, few tweaks, maybe with their timings of rotation, because this time, nobody there to trouble them around the military base. But whilst crossing over the bridge, we know that the players of 8-bit have been a menace. And 8-bit love to hold on for quite some time. And if Genix FM are unaware of 8-bit's position, they might find themselves in a little bit of a pickle there.
I think Genix FM should have a vague idea that 8-bit might be there, because 8-bit always, like you pointed out, they always love to go for that bridge camp. So maybe Genix FM can opt for that Novoy bridge where we have the players of Wild Fangs, which we have seen rarely go for the bridge camp. So maybe they can opt for a different route. But also in the city of Pochinki, we have the players of Team Vashishta, Gamla Boy, Puka, Fierce, all the known names of the community, all the experienced players, but the performance was not there, which was expected from their side. Day number 1, only 10 points. Day number 2, only 9 points. Even Vashishta is on the struggling side of the thing. So even Vashishta this week might be looking for some sort of redemption and some sort of improvement in the performance. As far as this game is concerned, I think they are placed perfectly in the city of Pochinki. They just need to be a bit careful from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike or the players of Team RGC, as RGC is towards the side of Gatka.
Imagine somebody just comes in and fires a bullet over there. 4 gas cans. I'm pretty sure 2 players done and dusted right in the blink of an eye. But yes, when we talk about Vasista Esports, now even Necro has seen it all. He knows that for Vasista Esports, they really thrive under chaos. This is one of those teams that loves taking fights. But lately, we have seen them have a rather defensive approach. Haven't really been the ones starting the firefight. Haven't really been the ones, chasing after teams. Maybe they've decided that maybe a controlled aggression is the right way to go. But they have really been struggling with their hunting ways, because if you talk about Vasista Esports, a couple of months ago, when they were Carpe Diem, we used to witness them just hunting around, going all over the lobby, try to find any prey possible, get a lot of those finishes. But that is something that has been missing from their side. And even for Team Tamilas, if we talk about them, this is again one of those teams that we expect a lot from, especially all their fans, carrying one of the biggest fandoms from the southern region of our country. And so far, Team Tamilas have been there, couple of good games, but nowhere same to what Team Tamilas were once maybe couple of months ago.
Yeah, Team Tamilas, I think they had their decent share of good games, because if you remember the last game of Erangel of Team Tamilas, they got a chicken dinner, 21 points. So I think they ended week number 1 on a very good note. And maybe, if you remember the interview also of Fox, he was pointing out there were a few changes, there were a few mistakes which was being done by the team. But as they have discussed everything, so this week I think Team Tamilas will be looking much stronger. Gujarat Tigers, I have no complaints from this team, because Clutch God, every single day they have been getting a chicken dinner. Week number 1, they were on a rampage. Everything Gujarat Tigers which is doing, they're dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's. Everything is perfectly working for this team.
I'm loving Gujarat Tigers. Everybody has to. How can you not like them? they have been such a breath of fresh air to witness, honestly, because for Gujarat Tigers and how their story goes, they have been dominating week one. They have been doing all those right plays and having secured the highest amount of chicken dinners. Out of 9, they've gotten 3 in the bag. And there have been moments where they also missed out. But still, having their mark set in the inside of the top 3, this is a team to be feared with. As we hear a couple of gunshots, Medley Spots and 8-Bit right next to each other. Sarvit, few pot shots in the direction of the players of 8-Bit, eventually having to readjust, reposition himself, because at this point, information is the key. And since they do not know about the whereabouts of the remainder of the players, they decided to find some better grounds, better cover. Maybe could be in contention for this one big compound, which could be quite instrumental in either of these teams shaping their game into a chicken dinner in this one. For Miracle Esports Shadow, find themselves around the center. And even for Miracle Esports, I think they found their hook, right? They've realized that, yes, tactical plays aren't working out for them, hence just go all out. And that has been paying off.
100% agreed. 4 Miracle as compared to day number 1, day number 2 and day number 3 was much better for this team. As long as the graph is going up linear, I have no complaints. 4 Miracles every single day, there is an improvement in their performance. So speaking of the rotation also, at this point they are towards the side of Quarry, a good area to hold on to, because the circle might go a little south, and I think 4 Miracle can benefit heavily from that in that situation. But they need to be a little aware and careful, because we have got the players of Medal, Team 8-Bit, RGC also in the close proximity, so they need to defend that area. Speaking about 8-Bit, the performance which they delivered in the last Erangel, where they came so close to getting a chicken dinner, they need to replicate the same performance, because other than the last Erangel, the entire week, 8-Bit was struggling. A lot of questions were there, especially from the side of Neeraj, that what is happening wrong from the side of 8-Bit, why they're not able to deliver a performance. So this week, 8-Bit might want to go for a good start. That could be the reason for the slow approach. But wait a second, we have Gamla Boy in close proximity to the players of Team Medal Esports. DBS right in the face of Sarvit takes him down.
Did not see this coming, did they, for Medley Esports, but they do respond back in kind. One of the players of Vasista Esports having been picked off, Cyrix, still in the midst of things, Fears right in front of him, and as he tries to rattle him down with bullets, but eventually is prone to fire from the backlines. Vasista Esports have had enough. It was a rather slow start to Erangel, and suddenly things erupt in a very wild fashion as bodies are starting to drop down. Elsewhere, we could also see the players of Gujarat Tigers taking on the likes of Reckoning, as Medley Spots are with one man already done and dusted. Oh my goodness, they're trying to save him somehow, trying to put him out of harm's way before they start triggering the revive over there. As now Cyrix, all right, Sarvit is going to live another day. But can the same be said for the likes of Vasista Esports, as Prince is yet on the hunt?
Yes, certainly he's on the hunt, but I think Vashishta needs to be careful from the side of Genix FM, because if you look at the mini-map, one of the player of Genix FM is such a close proximity to the players of Team Vasista at this point. Medal, yes, they are on the hunt. Sarvit is again back in the game. He's fit as a fiddle, legit. Prince, along with his teammate, might be looking forward to some sort of a revenge onto the players of Vasista, but for now, it was Vishu who was trying to pep a few bullets to the side of Vasista, but Prince strikes and strikes hard, takes down Pukar. Instant confirmation is also there, and Vasista seems like they're falling down like a pack of dominoes with only 2 players remaining.
Yeah, for Vasista Esports, things aren't really looking good in the hood, especially considering the fact that they did try to run from one place and almost landed in to a rat trap being set up by Genix FM, and Medal Esports being the ones who really doubled down on it, went hunting out for them and got 2 finishes secured. Now for Vasista Esports, they really thought that they could be the one to trickle things down a little bit. Maybe because honestly speaking, they were the ones who got that first knock. But for Medal Esports, and what really worked out for Medal Esports, I believe, is them having their players intact. All the players guarding their fortress, and I think Vasista Esports were having a lack of information. It was just a direct slam in. that went wrong in massive proportions for them.
At this point, Vashishtha can't afford these sort of mistakes because they are already in the danger area. They're not in top 16. So this week is important for Team Vashishtha with the Erangel starting off on such a note where they have lost 2 of the players at the very early start of the game. So Vashishtha then needs to buckle up. But 8-bit, speaking about this team, they're just holding on to the southern side of the map. And Genix FM could be that ugly thorn who can ruin the game for the players of Team 8-bit if they're not aware, because Genix FM is also towards the side of Ferry Pier. The entire team is sticking together like a pack of wolves, and Genix FM is known for their aggression, so 8-bit needs to be a bit careful, because if they've engaged in a fight, even the players of Team 4 Miracle might do a third party in that scenario. But in all this chaos, I like the position of Team Hero Extreme Godlike, as they have the entire northern control towards them. Even the players of Legit Esports Fixes are in a good spot towards the western side.
You know, for Legit Esports, it's always been to try to keep their ways off from fights happening. And suddenly, when 2 teams fight, they decide to third party. But you know, to make matters worse for them, it always has been the case as to they also get backstabbed from behind. But a couple of moments earlier, we had Gujarat Tigers taking on Reckoning, and seems like gods. He secured one finish for himself, as all these teams quite stable, quite concrete, as Wildfangs go after DOD, as Avnish trying to take arms against the players of Wildfangs, as Stray Scott from another angle suddenly gets the job done. It is going to be a team effort where Wildfangs survive the onslaught and wipe out the entirety of Do or Die with 2 of their players down on their knees. Of course, those smokes are going to get triggered as Wildfangs, they start their new year with some new hope, with a squad almost being eliminated. And yeah, they did, of course, eliminate them. My apologies there. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, look at this. Applying severe pressure on the players of Versatile. 2 of their players already down on their knees. As Simp, deciding to take charge, eventually decides to back off. Admino constantly popping off with those grenades, constantly applying that heavy pressure. Whilst Hero Extreme Godlike, they're forming a flank.
Oh yes, one of the players from the set of VXT is in a very good spot, but a grenade from the set of Godlike also takes 1 player down. S-Power has been eliminated, 2 finish points already towards the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, and seems like Team VXT is in shambles at this point. The flank, I think, is very much read by the players of Team Hero Extreme Godlike. So the last player of Team VXT needs to be a bit careful, as Jonathan might be looking for the confirmation point with a pan. Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Come on, Jonathan. Once back, on his back, right there with the pan. Yeah. Love myself that one. Have been missing this Jonathan. And yeah, I think it was quite a methodical fight from Hero Extreme Godlike. They get those 2 knocks initially. Jonathan, quite quick on his feet. Of course, the shot calling from Punk was exceptional. Pumped that flank angle, and before Versatile could even respond, 3 of their players were down on their knees.
With only 1 player remaining from the side of VXT, it's quite an opposite start as compared to week number 1, where they already had a set record of 51 points. But wait a second, we have the players of Team Tamilas also locking horns with the players of Team RGC. As Team Tamilas, they are pretty much pinned down in that compound. 1 good grenade from the side of RGC might take 1 or 2 players of Team Tamilas down, as Sanchit is trying to do the same thing. But for now, there is a certain distance between both these teams. So grenades are not a problem for Team Tamilas as long as they can keep the enemy at bay. But the next circle shift is also going to be important. But because both these teams, they are towards the center of the circle. So Team Tamilas, they need to defend the area with all the tooth and nail.
Oh, they have to. For Team Tamilas especially, them having such a good position, surely have to keep their numbers tight. And also their vehicles in good condition, out of which 2 have almost been blown over. For RGC Esports, this is also one of those games where they could also redeem themselves. And we did talk about New Year, bringing in new hopes for all these teams as they decide or are looking forward for a bounce back. And both these teams certainly do. Circle still placed around that Katka region, and this is also so difficult to say where the next shift shall be. for Miracle Esports. They also have a good position as Rico from the far off fray seems like alongs the visitor has spotted out a couple of players of Legit, just trying to fire some warning shots over there as Gujarat Tigers decide to take down Sensei. It's been brought down to real low HP. Even for Wildfangs, have to see if they have incurred any sorts of casualty. Because Sensei, he's got his players alive, but nowhere near to where they can really save him if he gets knocked.
Oh yes. If Sensei gets knocked out, there is no chance of a revival or a rescue mission coming in at this point. But the circle takes a northern shift, and Wildfangs, as they are on the edge of the circle, can benefit heavily if they decides to regroup. Even the plus of Hero Extreme Godlike, they do have a good spot in the circle. But look at the traffic that is coming from the southern western side. So many teams, they need to migrate inside the circle, and this is not going to be easy. Lot of rotational clashes might be there between the plus of team -40, team Tamilas, RGC, 4 Medical. They might go for a late rotation at this point, but Metal Esports is also on the southern periphery of the circle. They can try gatekeep all those teams and try accumulating those finish points. But the split that is coming from the side of Metal Esports, they need to be very careful, because even if a knock comes in, the revival is not going to be easy. But wait a second, we have the last player of EXT engaging in a fight with the plus of Team Tamilas, but he also gets dealt with, and VXT, they have been eliminated on the 15th spot.
Yeah, not really a great start for Somraj and Co, especially considering they were sitting on the TBD top. If Reckoning get one more point extra, their first place is up for grabs now. For Team Tamilas, securing that one finish will certainly instill a little bit of confidence. As you mentioned, Shadow, an influx is on its way from a lot of these teams around the southern side. Everybody trying to migrate, everybody trying to search for some concrete covers so that they can start playing with. Because now, when we take a look, still 14 teams in the mix. Reckoning having lost on one of their players, still searching for at least one finish point. If they manage to do that, they're going to come even with Versatile pretty out of this picture. I do not know how this story unfolds, but for now, as things stand, Hero Extreme Godlike have a really good position to themselves. Playing across the V trenches over here. Got Legit right on their left-hand side. They've got Reckoning breathing down under the neck. So Hero Extreme Godlike, I presume they're aware of Reckoning, because Simp is for sure keeping a watch on them. But even for Wildfangs, I like where they are. Around those eastern sides, have gotten themselves some nice cover as Reckoning and Legit exchange a couple of shots, but no casualties whatsoever.
It's not only Reckoning which Legit needs to worry about, it's also the plus of Team Hero Extreme Godlike. But if you look at the map feed, we also have got the plus of Hidden Ones. I love the rotation that came from the side of Hidden Ones. They were super silent, and now they're in the northern periphery of the circle. A good position to hold on to, and Praise God from the rooftop takes down Rishi of RGC. The confirmation point should not be a problem, but Wildfangs, they also need to be careful of the grenades which are coming in their direction. Trace Gods goes aggressive and deals with the last player of Team RGC. And RGC, they have been eliminated on the 14th spot. Seems like Wildfangs have rectified all the mistake, and it is Team Genix FM also knocking on their doors.
They are such a continuing menace, Wildfangs, I tell you. Trace God on absolute fire, spitting out any opposition in front of him as Genix FM decided to double down, maybe salvage a couple of finishes, but Wildfangs, they look so strong, they look so concrete. Their players, yes, they are taking a lot of damage over there as those Molotovs have flung in through Sensei on his knees, but Trace God, look at him. 6 finishes secure, 10 finishes for Wildfangs. What a wild start for this team, honestly speaking. As now for Miracle Esports, they're also on the run, taking a fight against the likes of -40 as the vehicle circling around. It feels like we're in the ocean, and they are a pack of piranhas right now. As Reaper, he goes down on his knees as Poco steps out of his vehicles, takes a fight against Vodka, both of them out of ammunition. But Vodka will be the one who takes it down on the ground and gets the better of the players of Miracle Esports, as they have been successfully exterminated. But -40, that has come at a cost, and Reckoning will come hunting in for them. as they decide to pick off on whatever remains, get that last finish to their name. But the action does not stop here, Shadow, as now Medal Esports also partake in this particular fight.
Of course they want to. They want those finish points as Kyo has been eliminated and now remaining players of Reckoning trying to scuttle back to the safety, make a safe escape from the situation. Medal Esports with 4 finishes already looking very strong. Cyrex, yes, he was knocked out, but easy resumation should be coming in. But on the other side of the map, we have the plus of Hero Extreme Godlike and Hidden Ones also locking horns with each other, as Hero Extreme Godlike has managed to take one player down from the side of Hidden Ones. But look at that. Minus 40 coming under heavy fire from the side of Medal Esports, but they have a good compound to hold on to, so nothing to worry about. Actually, it was Team 8, but this is the battle of grenades. Lot of utility, lot of grenades coming in. Legit Esports and Hidden Ones, they are pretty much stuck in that trenches area.
Yeah, stuck certainly is the right word. One side we've got Legit, on the other side it is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike, shrouded in that murky smoke over there. But Hidden Ones, they are being ambushed. They are just being bamboozled over there with no sorts of response coming in from their side. As Choco, he's managed to sneak himself a good spot, but Curse caught out in the open, gets taken down. It is going to be the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, as Daniel still somehow trying to keep things afloat for his team, as Zeus just dives in on him, gets another knock. Alien's position also compromised as Zeus goes charging in, but no, Hidden One still strong. But now will be the wrath of Hero Extreme Godlike waiting for them, as the numbers are quite limited for Hidden Ones. Just Alien and Executor. Alien certainly being the MVP in that particular fight. But for how long can they survive this? Because Hero Extreme Godlike, they have snuffed them out. They know exactly where they are positioned. And now Hero Extreme Godlike out of their hiding. They want to somehow get in a lot of those damage, inflict them with all that hurt. Executor, the first man on the front lines over here, as Alien and Daniel somehow trying to stay alive, just trying to buy some time. As Alien, he spotted out Jonathan, but response from both these sides as the trades do happen. But for now, Hero Extreme Godlike look quite exposed.
But they certainly are. Sim needs to go for the rescue mission onto Jonathan, and Jonathan needs to patch himself up. But look at the amount of utility being exchanged, as Executor survived on a sliver of HP. One more grenade and Executor can be taken down, but Punks comes from off angle and deals with him. Hidden Ones not looking so good at this point, as Hero Extreme Godlike taking charge towards their side, as Punk is going a little aggressive. Yes, lot of smoke is being invested, which is denying all the vision to Punk at this point. But Executor, the revival should be coming in for him as well. But Daniel, Alien, Executor, the way all these guys are joined at the hip, one single grenade can mark an in for the entire team of Hidden Ones, as the blue is also coming in. The wall of death will also be dishing out a lot of damage, and Punk is still in the blue, bearing the brunt of the blue, as Hidden Ones are trying to take a hasty charge towards the circle, and Punk wants to strike, but seems like the smoke is still helping the players of Team Hidden Ones at this point.
I have no idea on how many smokes Hidden Ones do have, but Punk from the backlines does take down one, but eventually it has all come down to Admino and Simp. 2 players alive for Hero Extreme Godlike, have got different positions to play. So many of those smokes have already been invested, but for Simp, he needs to survive. As Medal Esports, they strike in from the backlines. Hidden One still alive. I do not know how, but they have pulled off a miracle, as Admino connects another grenade and gets Executor out of the server. As Alien and Daniel, 2 players still alive for Hidden Ones, as they refuse to bow down, completely unfazed by the competition. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, that revival on Simp looks impossible at this point, as Admino, the final player surviving as Vasista Esports, they were the ones who took quite a lot of those early casualties. But look at them, still breathing, still fighting, as Medal Esports, they're on a rampage with 12 finishes of their own.
Oh, they certainly are. First, they dealt with the players of Team Reckoning, did a perfect third party onto the side of Team Hero Extreme Godlike and Medal Esports. Now they have a challenge. They need to migrate inside the circle, and the entire circle control is with the players of Team Vasista. And like you pointed out, Vasista, they lost onto 2+ at the very early stage start of the game. But They did a perfect third party towards the side of Gujarat Tigers. But now their eyes are on the players of Team Metal Esports, and this is going to be a super important battle. DBS shots being landed, but with a vehicle, Metal is trying to distract the players of Team Vasista as Rage Gods gets dealt with, leaving Fierce all by himself, and Cyrex with the vehicle is still trying to hunt Fierce. And Daniel and Edwino, amidst all this, is just trying to slowly crawl their way inside the circle.
What? Cyrex just drove over Fierce. It was a murder in broad daylight. An absolute robbery there, but Vasista Esports, quite a valiant effort. And now we are down to the final 3. Metal Esports still having 2 players alive. But Hero Extreme, Godlike and Hidden Ones well aware of their positioning. As the circle favoring Metal Esports, Daniel being dealt with as Hero Extreme, Godlike's Admino still fighting till the very end. But this is where his real test really lies. Is completely out of any semblance of cover. Out of any sorts of meds and utility as Metal Esports keep bombarding in their department till the point they secure this chicken dinner. What a way for Metal Esports to bounce back in the Snapdragon Pro Series with around 14 or 15 finishes to their belt and starting this week off with a chicken dinner. This is a dream start for them, and I really hope this train goes on.
Metal Esports, they started off by getting 2 elimination points onto the players of Team Vasista Esports, and later on they meet again when the only 4 teams remain. And Metal Esports, they did finish off that fight in a style with the Cyrex going for the vehicle run over onto Fierce. So Metal Esports, they dealt with the players of Team Reckoning. They did a perfect third party onto the players of Team Hero Extreme Godlike, who were fighting with the players of Team Hidden Ones. So Metal Esports, lot of finishes being accumulated. The chicken dinner, the placement points are also there. So a very good start of week number 2 for the players of Metal Esports. I think now Metal, they have got that safety cushion that again they can go for that extra risk in the upcoming games.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for Metal Esports, this is something that we all wanted to witness. And this is something that Metal Esports also did a little different. In contrast to how they played in the open finals, just holding on to the center. This time we saw them engaging in those early fights, properly defending their territory, somehow injecting themselves inside the circle, still keeping their men alive, and get a lot of finishes and come swinging through with a chicken dinner where they had all that advantage. It got a little close when they went off against Vasista Esports once more, but this time they had the perfect answer. Just circling around with vehicles, trying to find out, trying to bait out Rage God and Fierce, and they also succeeded at that. But so many of those teams, we saw majority of them being on the southern side, a couple of teams around the eastern side. We have no clue as to what happened to Wild Fangs, because they were also dominating. Suddenly, even Gujarat Tigers, they also vanished, whilst majority of those fights that we witnessed was around those trenches. It was around Hidden Ones. And boy, oh boy, I think the boys for Hidden Ones need to take a bow. I mean, quite commendable considering how many smokes they really invested to keep themselves alive towards the very end. Of course, they fell down to Hero Extreme Godlike, but then again, you need to gauge in the factor that they had to deal with so many of the multiple foes. One team from this side, the other team from the other side, and still bringing it down to only each individual player surviving from these teams. Hidden Ones certainly eyeing out on them for this week.
Oh, they are certainly, because if you look at the rotations which Hidden Ones brought in, the rotation was so crisp and it was just like a hot knife on the butter, sorry. And Hidden Ones were definitely that fight against the players of Legit Esports was also fantastic. But you also pointed out about the players of Gujarat Tigers. I think they were engaging in a fight with the players of Team Tamilas. That is when the players of Team Vasista also did a third party where Clutch God dealt with the players of Team Tamilas, but Vasista rained on their parade. But looking at the match, MVP is going to be Sarvit from the side of Metal Esports with 7 finishes, 47% finish contribution, and the map impact is going to be 11%.
You know, this young lad, I think this new year we've seen so many of these younger bloods really step up. I think for Sarvit goes on to show how far he's come and how much he's evolved as a player, to be honest. Being an anchor, being the one who does it all for his team. 7 finishes, earns himself the match MVP in this one. Also, very close to, I believe, Sarvit had to be Trace God from Wild Fangs, because last we saw out of that man, he had 6 finishes in his back. But Daniel, have to give him the best companion. Somebody from Hidden Ones had to step up, right? It was such an intense game of Erangel. We had no idea on what was happening and how on earth had Hidden Ones kept themselves alive. It felt like it was an artillery barrage on them, and they just refused to give up in that moment. And for Middle Esports, they did majority of the heavy lifting, whilst a lot of those teams were coming in from the southern side, eliminating a lot of them, as a result of which they had some really good frags to their names. But for Medal, I think this is a team that is certainly on the lookout for a bounce back in this week and earn their right spot in the top 8.
I think the thing that worked for the Plus of Hidden Ones was the rotation because they were coming from the northern side. Initially, they had taken the western highway. After that, they were coming from the northern side, where all the majority of the teams were coming from the southern side. So Hidden Ones, they didn't have to deal with too many teams. Where else? Speaking about the Plus of Gujarat Tigers, Wild Fangs, they were on the eastern periphery of the circle, and so many teams were in the close proximity that survival for Wild Fangs became impossible because they were not prepared for that fight which happened in that compound, because they dealt with one team, which was, I think, RGC. Then they dealt with the Plus of Genix FM. But the third party of Gujarat Tigers marked an end for the Plus of Wild Fangs.
Yeah, but nonetheless, really impressed with how Wild Fangs have begun their journey in 2025, especially considering this is a team that when you are playing under Sensei, you would be hoping to get a couple of position points. But no. Today, they refused. The only intent was to go in, get into the thick and thin of all those fights and come out victorious. And I think really impressed with how Wild Fangs are now playing as a cohesive unit. I do not know if it was just a New Year buff for them, but Trace got 6 finishes to this lad, and this is something really special of what he has started to conjure. You could see that confidence, and you could see why he's such a vital asset to this team, and finally delivering. I think Wild Fangs are on the right track at this very moment. But again, when you come back to that one fight happening, right? It was Hero Extreme Godlike and Hidden Ones. Do you feel like Hero Extreme Godlike could have gotten away from that situation with rather fewer casualties?
Yeah, maybe, because if the right connection or the grenade were there, I think Hero Extreme Godlike could have easily eliminated the Plus of Hidden Ones. But a lot of smoke was being invested, a lot of util was also being invested. But we'll discuss this fight after a short little break.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर।
वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
Waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Beg it for one more chance, yeah. Know you got carried away, ooh, you made me to say. Even mess with greatness, space, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So never do the Broncos thing.
You know what, Necro? This new year has been fantastic. And I can't really wait for what more unfolds us because the drama is already there. We started off day one of week 2 and what an explosive start. Medal Esports getting their groove back. But we also did witness a lot of BMing and all of that happening. But Hidden Ones, boy oh boy, weren't they amazing?
Exactly. I mean, Hidden Ones, they always are surprising us. Every single time we see Hidden Ones on the screen, you will see something out of the box, something out of the picture. And Hidden Ones is one of those teams that you do not really expect to pull these type of shenanigans off, but they still somehow pull it off in quite a successful manner. Moving back towards Medal Esports' conversation, I mean, come on, Fixes. It's Medal Esports. We all knew somewhere down the line they're going to pull off a comeback. They're going to be there in the top 5 with no problem.
But you know, again, for Medal Esports, it's one of those conversations I was having with Shadow where we both concurred on the fact that Medal Esports, they've changed their style. You know, this time, however, engaging in those early fights, not really going in for the center right from the get-go and emerging victorious. Look at the amount of finishes they've gotten for themselves. 15, 25 points. I think Medal Esports, they are soaring high. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, getting 12 points is, I think, still quite remarkable, especially when they are in the contention for the top 3.
And Fixes, we can't really forget about Wildfangs too. Slowly and steadily slipping under that radar. Getting 10 finished points for themselves. That's a solid game. Even Wildfangs in the overall standings isn't doing too bad. If you remember on the last day of the week 1 itself, Wildfangs was doing pretty okay for themselves. So yes, these 11 points will add on to the tally even more. To the latter half of the board, you also see Hidden Ones with 10 points. Not that bad of a performance. Quite decent points on the board, but still major concerns for 8-Bit, DOD, even RGC, and VXT slowly and steadily dipping down.
I'm pretty sure the overall standings would have a couple of changes. I'm pretty sure the first spot might have been also snatched away, but given the fact that Reckoning did not make the most out of this situation, must be tied along with Versatile. But we have to talk about that little BMing done. Versatile Esports, one of, in fact, the best team of week 1, had no response to Hero Extreme Godlike. It felt like they were caught with their pants down, did not anticipate Jonathan's flank, and we all witnessed the plan. It's there.
In the past, listen, in the past it was Carpadium, now it's Hero Extreme Godlike. For some reason it feels like Somraj and the boys, they've always got a heat on their back. Every single time you will see this team in a rivalry with someone else. And this time around with Hero Extreme Godlike, let me tell you, this is going to be one of the fan favorite rivalries to witness in the future. But once again, moving back towards VXT's conversation, you look at the overall standings at the start of the day, VXT was looking pretty comfortable at the top. And still you've got a lot of games to go in the future. So I don't think so these type of little downfalls for the side of VXT is really going to be affecting the overall standings. It's completely fine. You've still got a lot more games to go in the future. You can easily make that comeback happen. The real concern though, Fixes, is 8-Bit. Once again, even inside the week 2, at least the start, it seems pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, 8-Bit really haven't found a proper footing. But you know why I was really bringing up this conversation about Versatile? Because when you look at day 1, they were literally on top and they were looking nigh unstoppable. Day number 2 comes in, the difference was kind of reduced. And day number 3, we ended with Reckoning just being 1 point shy. And that too was covered up in this particular game. So it's all about Versatile. Their momentum train has suddenly fizzled out. So this is where I think Versatile will have to look forward into swinging back, because if that goes on, that top spot will be up for grabs. And I'm pretty sure a lot of those teams are eyeing out on them. Like you said, right? They've got a bounty on their heads. As we move on, it is going to be Miramar, Groups A and D once again into the mix. And this is where we need to start speculating. Medal Esports are off to such a great start, along with Hidden Ones, Hero Extreme Godlike, and even for Wildfangs. Now, you've been such a critique for Wildfangs. This time, not a lot of position points, but surely did have a lot of finishes.
Exactly, and this is what you love to see from a team like Wildfangs, right? You can't really take away the fact that this team is packed up with a lot of veterans. You expect that dominating side from them. Finally, we're seeing that confidence back from the side of Wildfangs. I would love to see how far this confidence is going to take them. But still, once again, Fixes, I'm going to bring up that 8-bit conversation. This is another one of those teams packed up with a lot of veterans. Still, the performance is all the way down in the slumber. I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with the boys.
I feel like they are missing out on their confidence. Their firepower hasn't really been delivered as it should have been, because Mafia and Omega, when have we seen them on the finished feed? Because they were the tip of the spear for this lineup, and they have pretty much been absent. And of course, going through a drastic slump, somebody needs to pull them out of that, because otherwise they will keep on spiraling down, and it would be such a shame to have a team of 8-bits caliber miss out on the grand finals. Still early days of speculation. But if 8-bit Necro, I feel like they want to be in the race, they want to make it to the LAN arena, they have to bounce back. And still a lot more games to go, 8 more in fact for them. And I hope 8-bit redeems themselves in this one.
In the past, we've seen a lot of teams sort of take these stretchy marks of the tournament in quite an experimental manner. Maybe 8-bit's doing the same thing. Maybe even a few more names like Vasista Esports, even a few more names like Metal Esports are doing the same thing, because we clearly did see that change in the pace from the side of Metal Esports. Or even VXT is probably doing the same thing, because VXT on day one, they were dominating all the other sides. But then that transition we saw, a slow and steady dip in the performance. Maybe VXT is trying to put up that experimental face, just trying to know what exactly they can pull off in the grand finals, just getting ready for the future. The next map boots up on the screen as the plane flight path begins all the way from Oasis towards down south on the southern side of Los Leones.
Interesting. Nothing really in terms of the flight path trajectory, almost dissecting the map into 2 halves. But another discussion has to be about in the community. A lot of these players had this opinion on Hero Extreme Godlike and their dynamic drops. We have seen them time and again experiment with that, and it feels like the experimentation still continues. There have been moments where we have seen them go as far as Campo Militar, this time dropping down to their old drop, Hacienda del Patron it is. They've got RGC spots right beside them. How do you feel about Godlike constantly changing, trying out new drops? Don't you think it's high time they secure one for themselves?
No names in that experimental phase. This is what we're seeing. And Hero Extreme Godlike is still one of those that haven't really found themselves a drop location. Hacienda del Patron, as you mentioned, one of the OG drop spots for Godlike, and once again returning to that spot. I do understand having a designated drop location is of course a good thing, but I'm not exactly sure what's going on in the head of Punk, man. I mean, since Punk is being back in the playing field, he's really making Godlike sort of push to the limits, and that's a great thing.
Interesting circle, because did touch upon it previous week. We had a lot of those circles shifting down south. This time a little more around the center. Seems like Metal Esports, they've also got another game in which they can really go on have some better outing, get another chicken dinner in the bag. But hold on, Necro, seems like Los Leones, this is a fight that we have seen numerous times, especially when Sensei was back in his Exo days, continued with Revenant, and now alongside Wildfangs. They've got a rather wounded Team Tamilas to deal with, especially given the fact that Wildfangs, they've started this year with a bang. It's going to be really exciting to see how they can isolate their opponents, because both these teams, when you look at their position, they look quite scattered.
They indeed do. But it also does feel like Wildfangs, they've got the opponents in a big grip. They've got them surrounded. If every single card is executed right, this fight can't be in the favor of Wildfangs as well. Anything can happen. But once again, moving back towards that Godlike's conversation that we're having, right? So far, it does feel like on the map of Miramar, Godlike loves to go towards Cruisedale Valley. That's been their drop location for a long time. At least since we saw them in the challenge season. They've been going there from the start. Right now, they've got a big split going on. Cruisedale Valley and Hacienda del Patron. I'm not exactly sure why this split came through, but one thing is for sure, they have been dropping on top of Cruisedale Valley since the start.
I think the only reason that I can give is to have an abundance of loot over there. But seems like Team Tamilas are grouping their forces. And Scout way aloof from his squad as the bombings begin. As Fox constantly being a menace, being a threat. And all Team Tamilas are hoping for is one of those grenades to connect. And they know that this fight could be pretty much there. Scout has to make some movements, and I'm watching out for Sensei. Nowhere to be found.
I'm not exactly sure why Scout is not activating himself. While the entirety of Team Tumulus, they do tend to activate themselves in quite a great manner.
Wow.
But Trey Scott is still shutting 2 players down. With just a UMP-45, still this man is slapping players left, right, and center. And Team Tumulus, they crumbled down in big fashion. What a big blunder this was. Maxi OP, the only player standing. And he wants to get an elimination on his Scout. He found a free footing. He does take the shots, but unfortunately, he misses the knockout. And that's going to be quite a big blunder for Maxi, because that gives his position away too. And Wildfangs, they would want to chase down this last remaining player of Team Tumulus. It will be a tough affair, but not impossible. They've got the man advantage. They can put every single thing on the card. Maxi OP, it does not even have a shotgun. Up close and personal, that UMP-45, it cannot be that valuable. Unless you're Trey Scott, then it definitely can be.
I think Wildfangs, they want to go in for an entire frontal assault. Maxi having no other choices over here. Quite limited, of course, decides to get a knock over there, but how long can he push? Stop
my God!
Barrage from coming in, but seems like he's already dealt with 2 of those players, and suddenly he decides to flip on the tables over here. As Maxi out of ammunition almost there, not a lot going in his bags. As now Wildfang suddenly on the back foot. Scout has to come into aid of his teammates, because otherwise Maxi could prove in quite fatal for the likes of Wildfangs. They had all 4 of their players alive, and now just suddenly 2 are there. Scout still somehow trying to keep things tight over here, as there you go. Trey Scott being the one annihilating. And there you have it. Wildfangs, this time without any hiccups, without any casualty, have dealt with Team Tamila's 4 finishes. And what a run for Trey Scott. 3 finishes in his bag. Definitely, he's on fire tonight.
Wildfangs almost broke a sweat on that last elimination. Almost. 2 players were knocked out. Luckily enough, they instantly backed away to safety. So the confirmation wasn't exactly there. But still, at the end of the day, what matters is who came out on top, and it was Wildfangs. 4 elimination points instantly gathered, and all thanks to Trey Scott. He took down 3 players single-handedly. Even when they were getting pushed, Trey Scott taking down those 2 players. What an instrumental play that was. They need to thank this boy. Metal Esports, still in the playing field as Prince got taken down way too early in the game. IGL not in the game anymore. And that's going to give the rest 3 guys a free hand. Still getting chased down by the opponents. And Metal Esports, they're taking a lot of shots upon themselves. It's Genix FM this time around. Genix FM does not want to let the players of Metal Esports get away harms free. Constant shots taken against the Maverick as well. Wants some blood on his hands. Not exactly able to do so, so it's better to just back away from this spot. And that's what Genix FM's doing. Play for the safety. Wishing from the top is giving so much information to his teammates. Power grid contested by the opponents. And Genix FM, realizing that same fact, they back away.
Genix FM did not have a great start in Game 1, and this time they look forward in changing their fortune. Still takes you back the previous fight that we witnessed at Los Leones, of course, Vishu. He will get himself back up. But you know what I'm loving about Wildfangs this time around is how they're playing together as a unit. They aren't going for those hasty moves. You finally see them having a methodical approach towards those fights. Something which was lacking in week 1. Seems like they've got their heads back together, and if they keep on performing like this, maybe could enter inside the top 6 as the week ends. But still, early phases as now Genix FM having their forces put. But look at this threat coming in. We've got Gujarat Tigers right on their left-hand side, along with Metal Esports on their northwest. Even them being surrounded by multiple foes, I'm starting to wonder if them just giving away that high ground of advantage that they had would come biting back later on.
Maybe. But I mean, looking at the zone for now, it does not feel like it's going to be that problematic. Quad is standard zone. Next circle is going to be popping up soon, revealing its own pace and intentions. Hidden ones as well on that northern side. As long as this team is alive in the game, there's always that constant threat. There's always this annoying factor in the game that can bite you in the back. And hidden ones, they've done it a lot of times. Daniel, the main playmaker in the squad, is always there to step things up instantly by a margin. The previous game as well, what a game that was. Hidden ones too, doing pretty okay in the overall standings. GT right now towards Montenevo. They've got a nice split going on for themselves. 2 players in Montenevo and 2 players a little bit in the outskirts, Klutchkot and Zaref. Not exactly next to each other, but still playing for the intel. The next zone's going to shift towards down south. A lot of teams can be caught off guard up north, reckoning esports hidden once. They need to make it. They need to make the rotation as soon as possible.
They will have to. No other choices, but seems like they're gonna float around a little bit, get enough information because Hero Extreme Godlike, they're still around Hacienda del Patron, whilst Admino and Punk, Hero Extreme Godlike playing in pairs right now. For hidden ones, we know their way of approach has always been ones coming in from the edges, make it last inside the circle, try to inflict a devastating blow on towards the opposition, get a lot of those finishes. Hidden ones surely have been one of those wild cards inside of these tournaments, so difficult to predict what their next set of moves shall be, as a lot of these teams are starting to now huddle up around the central positions. Aspokar, he gets his hands on Mafia as 8-Bit's misery still continues, but for Vasista Esports, they have been quite good in the previous game. Genix FM's Dhruv right in front of the players of -40. Seems like he's heard all that commotion, and slowly but surely he's trying to sneak up on them.
Indeed it is. M40. All the players next to each other. Genix FM's one man. He's way too up close and personal to a big threat. Madvrek 2 taking shots. Almost a man from M40 got knocked out. Spatter still there in the backlines, and Madvrek, that's an overextension. But still somehow it pays off. Madvrek puts that nail in the coffin. There's still 3 more players to go. M40 in a big wall of trouble. And Genix FM is constantly punishing the players as even Spider gets knocked out. What a spray that was from Wishu. So far away, but still pretty precise. Accurate spray. And now M40 just does not know what exactly hit them. The players trying to crawl back to safety, begging for mercy, but Genix FM is not a team that's going to let through.
Genix FM and the beautiful spread really paying off in dividends, as they will get the last man, Vodka, and that being said, -40 getting obliterated out of the server once more. Genix FM, they did still hold on to that little bit of a high ground they had, and so much of the spatial awareness for these players, especially Dhruv over here, as a madman just jumped through, risking his body. Grim Reaper from above. As Legit Esports did get in some nicks over there. Clutcher down on his knees as Bhalu comes in for aid. Cover fire from the backlines coming in from DOD, but Clutcher exterminated already. And now Bhalu finds himself in such a precarious situation. And now, if Legit Esports decide to wrap around DOD, seems like there will be no means of escape, as there you go, Bhalu just being wrecked with so much bullets unleashed on him. As even Reaper or DOD is somehow scrambling to survive.
Yeah, to make it out alive. Good for now. Still team legit, making things super tough for the opponents. Elimination feed, Metal Esports taking a fight against the players of Vasista. VXT as well, chiming in against GT. A lot of fights now starting to break out, as a lot of these teams do move in that close proximity. Even Legit, they take a dig against the players of Godlike. As we move on towards this fight between VXT and GT, Zaref is being the casualty, but still the man's knocked out. He can be retrievable. A few nades tossed out from Gots, one more nade on that same mark, and maybe that's going to find the confirmation. Somraj gets knocked out, and that's going to be a big breaking factor for VXT. They need to get the flow back in their hands. Somraj getting knocked out is not a great news. But here comes the run over too to get that confirmation. Gujarat Tigers, a team that is not feared. But still, they're here to inflict that terror in the opponent's heart. VXT, now they need to fear the name of GT and back away.
Necro, I'm out of words in this one. For a moment, I really felt like S-Power did have an angle to provide cover fire, at least when the run over was incoming. And no answers from Versatile side. And seems like they've lost their footing. Losing out on Somraj in these early phases of the games, as now Hero Extreme Godlike in close proximity to where legit are. Even for Hero Extreme Godlike, one of their players down on their knees, need to buy enough time. And there you have it, Admino patching himself up. And now Hero Extreme Godlike need to readjust their position. Choco a little aloof from his squad. Zeus in real close proximity to Jonathan. Kurscott having a rooftop advantage over there, as this is what I was talking about. Admino threads the needle and finds a beautiful knock.
On the off angle, once again, the man strikes. Admino, beautiful stuff. It felt like Kurscott had no clue that Admino's position on the left side. And now look at Team Legit. They've got another team to worry about, but Admino is constantly hammering them down. Even Punk falls down. But that's going to be a complete different team stepping in the playing field. Team Legit, they've got so many problems approaching them at the same time as Jonathan makes the push with the S12K and cleans up the floor.
Still not out of the woods yet. Team Hero Extreme Godlike now being surrounded with another threat coming in. Possibly from the players of RGC. Punk down on his knees. Needs to quickly recuperate. Need to somehow make way for Admino. Find himself some stable grounds. Hence, so much of those util being committed as Admino. He's aware RGC Esports having a little bit of that high ground advantage, and Admino just bobbing and weaving squeezes himself through safety. As the circle shifting away from Hero Extreme Godlike. Beautiful start nonetheless. But look at them being surrounded over here. One little mistake and RGC Esports might punish Hero Extreme Godlike.
Admino got 3 knocks from that same position. The man's just insane. He's on a different level.
Just too good.
Yeah, just better. That's all he can say. Now he's also got a nice little high ground to play with. RGC. I mean, Hero Extreme Godlike is a name to be feared, and they need to respect that. They were here for the third party, wanting to claim a few points. Just snatch him away, but they get denied heavily. As now RGC, they've learned their lesson, and they look to back away. Hero Extreme Godlike still looking to establish that dominance as Punk gets spotted. A lot of shots taken against Punk, but he instantly backs away to safety. Sanchit had the off angle. RGC too, realizing the fact that the next zone's popped up. RGC, they prioritize the next circle as they look to pull off a rotation. This one's going to be tough. Reckoning Esports in the Smack Center. Wildfangs, they've got a great positioning. DOD2 in the Smack Center. Even 4M's right there around the corner. So many teams have already got that good positioning. All the other teams who do want to make it to the centric part, they will have to adjust.
But look at 8-bit. Seems like they've got their forces put. All of the players still alive and everybody having a finish to themselves. Rather better start considering how abysmal week 1 went for them. Still have to somehow find a way inside the circle. Still need to play across the territory. Seems like they are in already. A decent spot, but Versatile on the chase. Having lost out on Somraj in the early phases of the game, it's not really helping their endeavors of staying atop. Because Hero Extreme Godlike have already toppled over the lead, and now they're sitting as the king of the hills. The tippity top and Versatile have to redeem themselves as the circle still placed around the northern areas of Los Leones. Do or Die have a good position to play around, but let's not forget Reckoning. They're still alive. They still have all their numbers up and have got some decent cover to play around with. If they can somehow deal with the threat coming in from the northern side, maybe against Hero Extreme Godlike, this chicken dinner, Necro, could be theirs.
It can be. But still, we're just making speculations. We don't exactly know what's going to be the course of action. Looking at the circle so far, I mean, Wildfangs, they've got such a good position. You just can't deny it. GT out in the open, a lot of shots taken against the boys. Luckily enough, the man instantly squeezes himself back in the cover. It's going to be safe for now. VXT in the front lines and GT. Now they've got a lot to worry about. Backline's not safe, front lines as well, not looking too safe. And Gujarat Tigers, they need to engage somewhere. Either it has to be backlines or the front lines. But look at that split that's going on between the GT players. Clutch God's all by himself up north. And luckily enough, Clutch God, he sort of gets the zone as well in his favor. So GT now, they can be safe. But look at Wildfangs in the smack center. All the stars, they seem aligned.
They have been blessed, certainly. New Year's blessings, as a lot might call, but for now, Clutch God needs to watch himself. All alone, with Versatile hovering around him. Of course, he's gone unchecked. Needs to get his players back together, as Wildfangs and Versatile might collide against each other pretty soon, and this has begun. His power starting to lead the charge over here. As Sensei, he gets taken down, courtesy to his power. As now Wildfangs looking for a little bit of a retribution or a redemption. As now Versatile, they have been limited to that one compound. Equinox having spotted, but Trace God did not have his weapons up. Instead, with the grenades, as Scout falls down, things are looking quite shaky for Wildfangs.
Oh no, the player's taken down pretty low as well. VXT on the verge of getting taken out. Even Wildfangs, you can say the same thing as Scout OP gets knocked out. Even Wildfangs in quite a bad spot. And you know what, Fixes? This is reminding me of the same scenario that happened in the past. The map of Sanhok. Wildfangs lost out against WinGod Esports when they had all the advantage stacked with them. And right now, too, it seems like the same outcome. But it's just not the final few moments yet. Versatile, they've done such a great job in making sure that the opponents, they leave their own comfort zone and sort of get a nice spot for themselves to play with. Team VXT, off the rip, it felt like they lost all the hopes, but now with this spot, they once again reignite. Hero Extreme Godlike, still dominating the outskirts. Just playing like the Guardian Angels, do not want to let anyone breach in the safety lines. Constant shots taken against the boys of RGC. In RGC, they've got nowhere to go. That constant chip damage from Simp is now starting to irritate the players. They need to go for this fight somewhere down line.
But look at Reckoning. They're somehow holding on to the doors. For Hero Extreme Godlike, it's going to be so difficult to get that breach in with Reckoning keeping guard. But for now, for Miracle Esports, they've got a force right in front of them, hidden ones, and even surrounded by the players of RGC. It's going to be an exciting fight to witness, as Hidden Ones do have that high ground advantage. But all these three teams are still outside the circle. They'll have to march in, given the fact that DOD is keeping such a close watch on them. And now Vishu getting a knock on towards Equinox. This is where maybe Wildfangs decide to also charge in. Because now Versatile have very much limited options to play with. As Hidden Ones, they look for that entry inside the zone. Still scouring around for any information possible, as Seth just bombards Equinox. Gets him out of his misery. Frees him over there, as Raiden and S-Power working in tandem with each other as the power comes in. Trace Scott being dealt with. Leaves Seth alive along with one of his teammates. But Wildfangs at this point are so much wounded. How do they respond back? It's still a 2-on-2 situation. Still both these teams inside the circle, and Seth, he's had enough. He wants to charge in. He wants to dive in, but eventually has been dealt with. His power being the harbinger of death over here. As Versatile, they hold the fort, and Scout being the last surviving member for Wildfangs.
Wildfangs from having it all in the court, now giving it all away to the players of VXT. How did they mess up big time? That's my question. And now even Scout OP's getting charged on. He's there in the balcony, gets spotted, and has power. He cleans up, he mops that floor with the bodies of Wildfangs. Such a big blunder from the side of Wildfangs. Yes, VXT was hurt, but it's still VXT. We can't really forget the immense firepower this team possesses. And now you move on towards RGC and Icho, as Mortis is going to be the only glimmer of hope, and RGC slowly and steadily, even they're crumbling down. DOD, they once again make a comeback in the fight, as Mortis is going to be there in the front lines. Paulo's catching a lot of hurt upon himself, and that's going to be GT taking shots against him. Mortis' position now compromised. He finds that knock, instantly goes for the finish as well, as he will find the confirmation. Also a bit of that piece of cover to play with, and Mortis, Does he want to make that push? If he wants, he can definitely do so. Nade catches that hurt. Mortis is taken down way too low. DOD, if they want, they can put the nail in the coffin. He's the only player standing from HO. And Mortis still is playing with that dip. And for some reason, it feels like DOD, they just can't do anything about the opponent.
Mortis has done enough. He's bitten off more than he can chew at this point. Already inflicting so much hurt to DOD. Now the big question arises, how much deeper can he go with this? Another grenade being flung over. A little bit of a chip damage there nonetheless. Avnish and Reaper, they have to work this out together, have to piece it out. Mortis still exposed, but still somehow keeping his guards up. Avnish, he's taking a lot of damage over there. Finally comes the push. Avnish with that UMP goes charging in. Mortis still somehow managing to defend. And now Reaper and Mortis in a 1v1 situation. Reaper has got that DBS. Mortis on real low HP. And still he shall clutch it out. A little bit of a health. And no! Mortis unwantedly just blows himself up over there as Hero Extreme godlike. They find themselves surrounded from multiple angles but still have all their players apart.
The vehicle explosion. Unfortunately, Mortis, he could have done so much more. But it just blows the fact that the vehicle in the front was not exactly strong enough to keep Mortis alive in the game. But still, what a solid outing from the side of HO. Hidden ones every single time. They don't fail to surprise us. Hero Extreme godlike on the screen. 5 elimination points gathered so far. They're looking pretty confident. Genix FM wanting to make that push up close and personal against the remaining 2 of VXT. But it's still Raiden and S-Power. And these 2 players, they do pack a lot of punch. Need to be careful. Even if that one single player from VXT, he finds that little bit of that wind in the sail, he can instantly start a punish. And that's what exactly happens. S-Power just spams in that smoke. He finds the knock on the Maverick. Solid stuff. Genix FM once again in a big panic shoes. I'm not exactly sure why Evil is making that push up close and personal, but if Evil gets caught, it's done for. Genix FM, they can't make a comeback anymore. S-Power 2 almost on the verge of being knocked out. But luckily enough, S-Power keeps himself alive. There's still Evil right next to him. What is going on? Eventually, it is Genix FM to come out on top, but that was one of the most confusing fights I've witnessed.
That certainly was, but look at how fluidic S-Power was in his dying moments. But Genix FM, having withstood this storm, still outside the circle though, they have to figure a way to get in. Madrek trying to find a different angle, needs his vehicle in order to enter as dope. He's been dealt with. Mafia still surviving for 8-bit, as Hero Extreme godlike still have all their pieces tight. 4 players still alive, 6 finishes in the bag already. Mafia quite exposed as he's being huddled down with so many of those bullets. How long can he survive? His position compromised over there as that Minnow, he's got his hands full against the players of Genix FM. Madrek already on his knees. Through on real low HP, gets taken down there. And Genix FM, just like that, they have been obliterated. It has been a massacre so far in those final phases of Miramar. And seems like Hero Extreme godlike, they will rejoice this chicken dinner.
They indeed will. I mean, all the 4 players alive in 8-bit. Just Mafia inside of the circle. Not a lot can be established. Omega's there in the back lines going for that Met strat. But look at this. Viper, he can't be the X-Factor now in the playing field. If Viper even finds 2 knockouts on the players of Hero Extreme godlike, that brings Mafia once again back in the race. But Viper needs to strike now. In order for that to happen, there's so many utilities tossed against Mafia. Luckily enough, those utils aren't really finding any sort of connection. Flames next to Mafia, but still, he's somehow avoiding those flames and keeping himself alive. Admino's taken down so low, they've got no clue. There's still one more man in the back lines, and he can be the snake, which is looking pretty venomous to me. But he's still not biting. He's still not going for any sort of hurt. Hero Extreme godlike slowly and steadily marching against that last remaining man of 8-bit who's still inside of the circle. There's Omega in the back lines, but Omega is constantly going for that Met strat. Eventually, Mafia will be dealt with. And even Omega in the back lines, he can't really establish a lot. His position's compromised, and the Wall of Death should do its deed as it will wipe out Omega 2 in the outskirts. But the second spot will be secured by Viper from Reckoning Esports. And Hero Extreme godlike, they've got no clue that Viper's waiting around the corner. Eventually he gets spotted. He's taken down pretty low as well. Just 1 single HP. Viper can't do a lot. He's hurt. pulls out the P90, and he's still constantly going for the shots. Eventually, Omega's still in the back lines, and he will secure that second spot, actually. I thought Viper will be the one to get that second spot, but Omega keeps his team alive till the end.
Oh my god, what an end to this matchup as Hero Extreme Godlike, a resounding gift for all their fans, for all their supporters with this chicken dinner. They might have missed that in the first game, but this time they secure it and further cement their lead atop the overall standings right now. What a start for Hero Extreme Godlike and for these four boys. And what a final circle did we get to witness, Necro. But I really feel like Viper had such a golden window of opportunity. All the players of Hero Extreme Godlike were so much exposed. Had he even taken down one, it felt like Omega could have responded from the backlines, and maybe Mafia could have done the deeds over there. But regardless, it is what it is. Hero Extreme Godlike, a dominant start to 2025 with a winner chicken dinner in their bags. But talking about so much happening in this game, I think one of which has to be that fight Wild Fangs against Versatile. That went wrong on such massive proportions. And I think one of the many reasons behind that, Necro, has to be the fact that Wild Fangs, when we saw on the map feed, once the circle sort of shifted, once it started closing in, we could see the players were split apart. And that is where Versatile decided to make their move on Sensei. He was isolated, took over that compound. Whilst the other players of Wild Fangs could get their forces up, they had lost such a crucial place inside the circle, as a result of which we all know what followed. But S Power, commends, kudos to this player. I mean, that fight against Gen X FM, it almost felt like he had turned the tables.
S Power is pulling off some nice parkour moves, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that he was able to dodge so many bullets, still was able to take down two opponents all by himself. Unfortunately, they could not really convert the fight because the opponents, there were a bit too many in that scenario, but still, Wild Fangs, you gotta give it to them as well. The start was incredible, especially Trey Scott, with the way he was able to face off against the players of Team Tumulus, single-handedly taking down 3 players, and Trey Scott was the only reason why Wild Fangs had a decent amount of elimination points in that previous game. But still, once again, we need to discuss this fact as well. When we think that this is going to be a Wild Fangs game, they always end up throwing it. Before, it was the map of Sanhok, and now it's the map of Miramar.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Look at them, just rampaging through their forces. And it felt like Wild Fangs weren't really prepared for this. The moment they were trying to get their units back together, that is where Versatile, incredible timing, incredible shot calling from their side, and his power, he continues on with his golden run, but have to feel for Mortis for a moment, right? Especially in this fight against DOD. A little bit of an unwanted assistance came in from Simp, where one of the players of DOD, in fact it was Avnish that got dealt with. Mortis did come out as the winner, but really I felt like Viper could have put in so much venom inside of Hero Extreme Godlike, even if the chicken dinner would not have come their way, that have really sabotaged their dreams, because I'm pretty sure all the players of Hero Extreme Godlike were so much out in the open, they had no cover to play around with. And knowing Viper, such a promising talent, we've seen one of the upcoming players still hold some records to his names of having highest amount of individual finishes in official events. This was something which could have been another day in the office for Viper, but a little bit of more trigger discipline really did not help in his endeavors. But that being said, quite a deserved MVP for S Power. 6 finishes, 86% finish contribution. Massive.
Solid stuff. VXT, with these type of performances, once again, they can bring themselves back in the race in the overall standings. Yes, they were on the first spot in the week 1 itself, but I'm pretty sure slowly and steadily that first spot was slipped away from their hands. But if they keep on putting up some consistent performances and some consistent elimination points on the board, they can easily be back on the race. While Hero Extreme Godlike 2, they're seeming pretty close in that first spot. Best Companion goes to Simp with 3 rescues and 1 assist, and you've also got Admina with 5 finishes and 3 assists. Admina was the main popper from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. He was getting the eliminations left, right, and center. And once again, moving back to that conversation, right? 8-Bit 2 doing pretty good from that previous game. A man going for the Met strat, securing the second spot. And 8-Bit, I think so they had 4 or 5 eliminations at the end of the day too. So that's a decent amount of points secured from that previous game.
And to be honest, I think this is what we want to witness from 8-Bit's side. That comeback story finally being put together. You could still see that the players are lacking a lot of confidence. Mafia and Omega especially, they really need to get their head straight. But have to talk about Hero Extreme Godlike and Admino as to how crucial he was. Because in that one fight early on in that engagement, I think they were surrounded. And Admino, he was doing everything. It felt like for a moment. He was soaking in so much of that attention. He was drawing all the foes whilst Hero Extreme Godlike, they were doing their work. I think now Hero Extreme Godlike, they're starting to play like a team. And they've been doing that for a long time. And now it just keeps on getting better, where they're finally finding some success in forms of getting their troops tight, having all their players alive in the final circles, and now also getting a chicken dinner. I think Hero Extreme Godlike, they have gotten back to their old ways, and I think this couldn't be a better start to this team and their fans.
As a unit, they definitely seem much more stronger and much more confident in all the fights they approach, especially that fight they took against Team Legit, right? Legit was in the advantageous spot, but still somehow Godlike, especially Admino, was able to break through with 2 eliminations. He took down 2 players from the side of Legit, and right then and there, the entire defense, it just crumbled down for Team Legit. They could not really do a lot, and that's how Hero Extreme Godlike sort of gained a really good spot inside of the circle for themselves. But you know what? The major stuff is still yet to come in the future. Right now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सब सही स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
After a dominating game from Hero Extreme Godlike, even 8-Bit, they gain a decent footing for themselves. Reckoning Esports could have done much more better in that final scenario, but Viper did not go for that strike, and sort of could have also played the spoiler against Hero Extreme Godlike if he wanted to.
Well, certainly he could have. So much could have happened in that situation, but we all know how much pressure is there when the final circle is there. You're so close to getting that winner chicken dinner. Godlike, Hero Extreme Godlike, I think it's not the first time that they came so close to the chicken dinner. This time they definitely got the victory as well. So Godlike, they're doing everything good. Along with that, Gujarat Tigers is also one of those teams which every day make sure they get one chicken dinner. Godlike from day one, if you remember, Neeraj, on day number 1, the first Erangel also, they came on the second spot. So I think Godlike, they are looking forward to the challenge finals already.
They hands down are. I mean, somewhere down the line, we pretty much know all these known names that are doing pretty good. Metal Esports, they've got VXT in the mix as well. Vasista Esports too, Hero Extreme, Godlike, even Just Jelly. All these T1 teams, you already know, they're pretty much going to qualify to the Challenge Finals. That's not even a question. We're going to see them in the LAN Finals without any problem, because so far, their performance even on the board has been incredible. But still, a few T1 names are on a big radar, and that's going to be 8-Bit. But still, that previous game from the side of 8-Bit was pretty nice, as they got 9 finish points secured and also 6 placement points. That's going to give them 15 points in total. And slow and steady rise in the 8-Bit's performance. That's a great thing.
I think that's the highest point which 8-Bit have got up till now, total of 15 points. So yeah, do agree that they are on the right track. Genix FM, they have got 12 points. Even VXT, this time they fared off really well by getting those 9 points. But few names are still at the bottom. Metal Esports, they came victorious in the match number 1. Match number 2 with 0 points. Consistency is something that Metal Esports also need to think about. Minus 40, another bad game in their backpack with 0 points. Team Tamilas with 0 points. So consistency is a big problem for few of the teams, including Wildfang's, Neeraj, because this time they got only 5 finishes.
Indeed. I mean, Wildfangs, yeah, consistency is a big problem. And once again, for Wildfangs, it feels like all the major lifting is being done by Trey Scott. He's the only one putting up those elimination numbers, as Trey Scott was the one who got 3 eliminations against Team Tamilas. And then later on, Wildfangs, they just crumbled down. So that's a big problem that Wildfangs needs to try and overcome. Overall standings on the screen, Hero Extreme Godlike, they've already overtook the players of VXT, but it's completely fine for VXT too, because they still have 95 points on the board. Reckoning Esports with 91, GT with 87, Wildfangs in the top 5. They're doing so good. 78 points in total. Wildfangs, we never saw this coming from them.
Look at the placement points of Team Reckoning, Neeraj. They have got the highest placement points because of the 2 chicken dinners as well. So the consistency is there from their side. But there are a few teams like Team Iku Soul on the 16th spot with 56 points. And we have Phoenix Esports as compared to day number 1 of week 1. Day 3 was looking much better for Phoenix Esports. So maybe this week Phoenix Esports will be looking very strong. 57 points on the board. Team Just Jelly doing fantastic. 59 points. Iku Team Tamilas. Again, I'll repeat, consistency is something which Team Tamilas needs to work on. Yes, they are in the safe spot, but one good game from the bottom teams and they can be in the danger area.
And this is where the real concern rises. Vasista Esports, they're still playing in these groups, and for some reason we're not seeing that performance. Genix FM too, we're seeing them in these groups, but still, where is the performance? 48 points, 51 points on the latter half of the board. This is not what you expect from teams like Genix FM and even Vasista Esports. You move on and flip the page, and 8-Bit is still just on 45 points, all the way on the last page, and 8-Bit is one of the T1 teams. This is what I'm exactly talking about. If T1 teams are still on the latter half of the board, it's going to be a big sign of concern. Even Team Legit, a team that was doing so okay in the Open Finals, now the performance is completely not there.
Including Legit Esports, I think Cincinnati kids as well. Cincinnati Esports is also towards the later half of the leaderboard. Not a place where we want. Yes, the banner is new, but the players are very experienced, veteran players. So good things are expected from the side of Cincinnati Esports as well. Legit Esports, the major problem is whenever they engage in a fight, Neeraj, there is always a third party. Because if you remember in the map of Erangel as well, they were engaging in a fight with the players of Team Hidden Ones. Godlike also striked in. Hidden Ones, kudos to them. But Legit Esports, I believe, they could have done much better in that situation. They were on the receiving end of the grenades where they could have eliminated the entirety of Hidden Ones, because Hidden Ones was pretty much, Neeraj, stuck in that situation.
I mean, look, speaking of Team Legit, it feels like they just do not really have that confidence anymore, and they've just been struggling a bit too much. And talking about Hidden Ones, yeah, it is understandable they did not really have a lot of that breathing space to play with, but still Hidden Ones, they had a little bit of that cover fire from the foes in the back lines. So if the team, even if they wanted to make that push against Mortis, they could not really make that, because there was still a team right on top of the players of Hidden Ones too, that was sort of providing that cover fire unintentionally.
Oh, they were. But this is going to be the last game for Group A and T, which is going to be Erangel. The previous Erangel was completely owned by the players of Team Medal Esports. So maybe Medal will try to replicate the same performance, but there were few disappointments as well, like Team 8-Bit Legend Esports. They had to face an early elimination. So maybe this time they would be looking forward to a good Erangel.
Maybe they will be. 8-Bit can once again go for that med strat the same way they did in the map of Miramar, right? They can once again try to pull off those shenanigans and try and go for that safety play, because it's been working out for 8-Bit, and slow and steady moves is something that can also get you across the finishing line. At the end of the day, the main goal is to be in the top 16 and move on towards the LAN finale, and 8-Bit is one of those teams that can easily make that happen. Now, moving on the conversation towards Team Legit, a newer team on the block, and clearly, as I mentioned, it does seem like they do not really have a lot of confidence currently, but they need to gain that confidence as soon as possible. Step in the firefights as many times as you can and gain that confidence in those duels. That's the only way you can sort of bring yourself back in the race. If you're going to be struggling with confidence still the last week, you will be eliminated from the tournament.
I think this was a perfect day for Legit Esports to go a little aggressive, because even if things don't go in your favor, you have got day number 2, you have got day number 3 to try correct things. But if you leave things for the week number 3 for the 11th hours, Legit Esports might not be in the top 16. So this week is very important. This Erangel is very important. So Legit Esports, they need to take that aggressive stance and go for a head-on 4v4 fight.
Exactly, but without wasting any more time, we straight up jump in the map of Erangel as the plane flat pad starts all the way from the Georgia Pool City and ends all the way towards the Sanhok military base, or you can't say Novorupnoi. This plane flat path is heavily tilted on the left side of the map. If you want to move in towards Yasna Polyana, it will be a tough stretch, but still Hero Extreme Godlike with their dynamic drop location, they can drop on whoever they want.
Oh, they can. They certainly can. And considering they are in a very good spot in the overall ranking as well, in the leaderboard as well. So I think nothing to worry about for Hero Extreme Godlike at this point. But I want to see those drop clashes. But before that, we have our lovely Hindi discasters, Krat, Ravan and Johnny looking quite happy, in fact.
Yeah, they indeed are enjoying the day. Maybe Johnny not so. He seems a little bit tensed on that hosting chair. Is not really enjoying the time. That's what it seems like. But you know what? Shadow, once again, moving back to that conversation off the map of Erangel. Now, we did see the plane fly path. It started all the way from Hospital towards Novorupnoi. And it does seem like it's also going to be a rehost. So, let's just hope that in the upcoming moments, we might just see a better plane fly path for the players. But I would love to see, once again, an extreme plane fly path all the way down south, just catching every single team off guard. I would love to see an aggressive start.
You just read my mind. I was just about to say that I'm done with those flight paths which bisect the map in a 50-50 half or a 40-60 half. I want an extreme flight path because it's week number 2, Neeraj. Let's be honest. This is a time when teams needs to be tested. So I think BGMI Gods also needs to give that extreme flight path and extreme circles to all these teams, because in the challenge finals, we'll have the best of the teams. And I think if they are tested at this point, they'll be looking comfortable in challenge finals if something like that happens there.
Exactly. I mean, look, in challenge finals, teams cannot really afford to put out any sort of mistakes. So right now is going to be the right time to experiment. Right now is going to be the right time to sort of oil things up when it comes to the strategical side of things and just get better in general in the playing field. A lot of these T1 teams are pretty much doing the same thing as well, right? Medal Esports, they flipped the strategy, they flipped the script, and instantly the first game they got the chicken dinner. They were looking much more aggressive. The same thing can be said for Hero Extreme Godlike as well. Hero Extreme Godlike is playing so aggressive. They've completely turned on the pace, and now it's working pretty fine. So you can go for experimental plays like these.
Oh yes, Hero Extreme Godlike, they can experiment. Maybe they won't. They want to fight for the top spot in the overall leaderboard. But there are a few teams like Do or Die. Let's talk about Do or Die as well, Neeraj, because Do or Die is also one of those teams which engage in a lot of fight. In first Erangel also, we saw them going up against the players of team Hero Extreme Godlike, if I'm not wrong. And the way Do or Die, they are losing on those 4v4 fights is something very concerning for me.
Indeed, it is concerning, and it's not just them. Even Wildfangs are losing a lot of those fights. But you know what? We got to toss to a short break right now. We'll be right back after this.
किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आए कलेक्टर?
हम आए कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में।
M416 की है,
M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
Ignore the hate, and now we big time status and it's us for the take and we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. Make it move, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance, yeah. Know you got carried away, ooh, you made me to say. Even this with greatness, face to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made, got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take you with the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Ding ding. Why you just have that look up on your face with the underestimation? So we're just gonna do our thing, ain't never do the bell thing. We're gonna bring you down if you think you'll stop.
to make sure everyone's going to be on the same page, we toss to a short break. And yes, that rehost. Now we finally do expect the game to be starting in a few seconds. But Shadow, still speculations, they keep on going on. In the upcoming game, you do expect 8-Bit to do even better. And I really do want Wild Fangs to once again bring on that consistent manner and keep themselves pushing a bit more higher on that board. They're in the top 5, doing really good. But that top 5 spot is not enough. We've got veterans in that team and would love to see that team in the top 3.
Oh, certainly, because Team Ico 8-Bit, yes, definitely is one of those team experienced lineup, experienced names are there. But I do see an improvement in the performance, Neeraj, as compared to week number 1. In entire week number 1, in entire 3 days, there was only one good game from the side of Team 8-Bit. That was also the last game on day number 3. But this week on day number 1 is already, I think on Miramar, they came so close to getting a chicken dinner. I think 8-Bit, whatever the mistakes were happening, I believe they have rectified it.
They indeed have. I mean, let's just hope that they have done so. It's not like 8-Bit's looking pretty confident in their approach. No, absolutely not. They're still going for that Met strat. So I wouldn't exactly say they have rectified all the mistakes. Instead, they're just taking a safer route inside of the game and just hoping that they're going to qualify to the grand finals. We've got the plain fly path pop up on the screen, starting all the way from Yasna Poliana towards down south Sanhok military base. And once again, this plain fly path is heavily tilted towards the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards Georgia Pool, it will be a tough stretch, but it's still possible if you go for the pit stops.
Oh, it's possible. VXT, even the players of Team Versatile have certainly changed their approach inside the game. Week 1, they were super aggressive, but this time they are going for a late rotation, going for a slow approach, just grabbing those average points in every single game. But nothing to complain about, because VXT is one of those teams which can afford to experiment at this stage. But seems like we are having a drop clash towards the side of Lipovka, as the players of Legit Esports are being chased with the players of Team Hidden Ones, as Mort is trying to find a knock onto Choco.
That's what you love from the side of Hidden Ones. It's one of those underdog teams that's doing pretty good in the overall standings as well, while Legit Esports struggling with the confidence, struggling to find any sort of points. And Legit, they back away from that spot. Playing towards Lipovka, Team Legit, they're going to find themselves a safer start, a safe approach. While Heroic Team Godlike, they move in towards school and the school apartments. GT's right next to him towards Rozhok. And I would love to see these two teams lock horns against next to each other. It will be sight to witness. Sister Esports dropping it towards Pachitki, as you've got 4 a.m. down south towards Fairapir. And looking at the circle too, it's going to shift down south. Probably a military base shift, huh?
Yep, certainly your favorite circle, Neeraj, pops off. You love those southern circles, which I'm tired of. But seems like BGMI gods are always listening to your prayers. So we have a southern circle. You're their favorite. You know that.
I guess. if that's the case, then I need some free skins in the game. Hey, I'm just messing around. All right, guys. But you know what? Looking at the game so far and looking at how the circle's popping up as well, it does seem like the zone's going to pop a little bit on the left side of the Sosnoka military base. That means teams like 8-Bit, who are already positioning themselves on the proactive manner, that can definitely get a big advantage inside of the circle too. 8-Bit, they're already moving down south, and what do you see? Ash gets caught off guard by Genix FM. It's not a great start. I just cast a curse them.
No, that was not your curse. I think Genix FM was very much aware that 8-Bit is a proactive team. They would want to go for the early rotation towards the southern island. And Genix FM was just ready to make the players of Team 8-Bit taste their own medicine. This time Genix FM was holding onto the bridge, camping the bridge onto the other side. And Team 8-Bit, well, they lost onto one of their players. So left with only 3 players remaining. I don't know how 8-Bit is going to play this game. But Genix FM, this time they might be looking forward to some aggressive approach. If you go toward the side of Noi Bridge, you may find the players of Team Wild Fangs also having a similar approach. They want to have that southern island under their control as soon as possible.
They probably will. I mean, for Wild Fangs, the way seems pretty clear. Novoropnoi, it's going to be there. No one's going to stop the players of Wild Fangs moving in towards Novoropnoi. They can easily cross on forward and get their hands on a lot of that loot and also a lot of that compound, which can help them bridge camp. And that's what Wild Fang is doing. Moving back the conversation towards 8-Bit, after getting picked off by the players of Genix FM like that, 8-Bit's now taken down to a 3-man squad towards Fair Pier. And there's so many teams still around that Fair Pier area. Here Extreme Godlike 2, they leave that school area and instantly move down south. As Vasista Esports' Fierce is taken down pretty low. And here Extreme Godlike, it does not seem like they want to let the man escape. Instead, Fierce gets chased down and instantly eliminated from the game.
Oh, certainly, Vashishta this time again finding an early casualty, left with only 3 plus remaining. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they also have got the plus up team RGC as Bunny has been knocked down by a vehicle run over. Hero Extreme Godlike, this team always look for the aggression, and this time finding in the plus of team RGC as one more vehicle run over. What is really happening? Sanchez also gets taken down.
RGC, 3 players down and dusted. One more man to the back. Lights is still bobbing and weaving. Eventually, the shots connect, and RGC, they've been eliminated from the game. Vasista Esports, 1 man was taken down pretty early. Fierce not in the game anymore. Still, they've got 2 more players in that compound. And for Vasista Esports, the visor option is going to be to just back away from this. And that's what they exactly do. Here, Extreme Godlike, at this point in time, it's a name to be feared. And already, they've secured 5 eliminations in the game. It seems like Hero Extreme Godlike, they're not going to be scared of anyone. They're already at the top in the overall standings. And they're taking it super aggressive against no matter who stands against them. And you gotta love to see it. This is what you like to see from the teams in the top 5. They've got nothing to lose anyway, so you might as well go super aggressive in the lobbies and play for the elimination points and play to spoil someone's game.
Oh, look at that. Legit Curse got pretty much stuck in that situation inside the water. He was trying to go for the waterways, but seems like Reckoning is already aware about the position of Curse God. But Legit Esports, look at this amount, look at the split which is coming from all the 4 players. It's not going to be easy for Curse God to move to the main land at this point. Both the teams towards the side of Milta Power. But Neeraj, if you look at the map feed, you will find so many teams onto the edge of the circle, onto the shorelines of the island. Sorry, Medal Esports is also one of those teams who is just waiting onto the shorelines of the military base island. While Fangs towards the bridge of Novoripnoy, then Genix FM towards military base bridge. So this is not going to be an easy rotation for all these teams if it in case it goes towards south. But Curse God seems like gravity found him and easily deals with him.
Curse God getting it out alive from this one will be tough. As Curse God gets dealt with, still 2 more players of Team Legit in the pack lines. And as I mentioned, getting Curse God back up on his feet is now going to be impossible. They can't do it. While IQ Reckoning, exactly what they were looking for. Found those eliminations. They've already had 1 elimination a while ago. But that too at the cost of Kyoya. A little bit of a tough pill to swallow, but still for Reckoning, it is fine. 3 more players standing on the feet, and they can make everything happen. We've seen that happen in the past as well. Viper, he wants to hand out the death blow, but he does not know how to. Has no line of sight against the opponent because he knows there's still 2 more players of Team Legit in the back lines looking to provide that cover fire. And Reckoning is also using that player as a bait, waiting for someone from the side of Team Legit to step in the waterways and then punish him.
Seems like that's not going to happen because the remaining plus of Legit Esports has already moved onto the shorelines of Milta Power. Maybe they'll be looking for a waterways rotation, but wait a second. Joker is also stuck towards Yasnia, sharing the same apartment as a plus of Team Hidden Ones, and seems like Hidden Ones, they are on a hunt. They just want to find Joker and just eliminate him and get 1 more elimination point in their backpack. All the 4 players charging towards Joker. Instantly Daniel shuts him down with an S12K. The confirmation is already there. And Legit Esports losing on to 1 more player. This is not how Legit Esports wanted to start the last game of day number 1 of week 2. 1 more bad game and Legit, I don't see them in the challenge finals if this continues tomorrow as well.
M40 having a tough time in the playing field. Already losing out on Joker. A bit separated from each other, and that's going to be a big problem. Hidden once. Vodka is well spotted. M40, they seem like they're in a world of trouble. That Nate's going to find some sort of connection, but Vodka backs away from this compound. Gets away harms free. The Wall of Death is doing that constant chip damage as Daniel, even he wants to make something happen. Slowly and steadily making that push, waiting for someone from the side of M40 to make that rookie mistake. And now this nade from Daniel, it should catch Wodka off guard. But still Wodka, he jumps back at the nick of time. And M40 is still looking safe. 3 players, they can make it out alive from this scenario. But Hidden Ones, they're quite the stubborn ones. They're not going to let the players of M40 just escape away like this. Spider from the top, he can definitely find a few strikes. But the next zone's going to pop up. And it does shift down south even more. Fairapir is still in contention, but I highly doubt the zone's going to shift up north. But looking at the circle too, there's not a lot of playing field involved. Only 20% of the land area, especially towards military base, while the rest, it gets occupied by the main island and the waterways.
This is going to be so difficult for all the teams to find a piece of real estate for themselves. Maybe few of the teams or few of the players might go and hide in the water. As you mentioned, few percent of the circle is still inside the water. Hidden Ones and -40 is still locking horns inside the blue. Also dealing with the brunt of the blue. Hidden Ones, they are moving like a pack of unit. And -40, yes, the split is there from all the 3 players. But if a knock comes in, it's not going to be easy for them to go for the rescue mission onto the player. As Mortis with a grenade is looking for some sort of connection. But all these teams, they also need to think that they're close to 3,000 meters away from the circle. And I don't see first aid towards the side of Mortis. 3 finish points. I think Hidden Ones are just being greedy at this point.
I mean, looking at the circle is such a tricky one. Technically, if you think about it, only 30% of the circle is playable. And that's insane. A lot of that circle is in the waterways. A little bit of that zone is also on the northern side. But hold on to that thought. M40, they finally execute the fight. It breaks out. The nade's going to break the silence as one of the players from the side of Hidden Ones gets knocked out. And M40, now it's down to even Steven. Nishu, he wants to push up a bit more, get those elimination points racked up. But M40, for them, it's not going to be too easy. Shots were taken against the player as Nishu was taken down solo. And Hidden Ones is still keeping the opponents on bay. Alien once again denying the possibility as Nishu pushes up. And he gets the confirmation onto Daniel. The main playmaker not in the game anymore. And still there's Alien on the opposite side with the MP45 constantly dishing out that damage. Alien gets spotted. Nishu is waiting for Alien to peek once more. But this nade from Nishu, we're hoping for it to pull out a lot of damage as it gets tossed in the front. No damage acquired so far. But M40, they've brought situation down to a 3-on-3. Vodka, Nishu, and Spider. They clearly don't want to back away from this fight. They do seem pretty stubborn, but Hidden Ones, they got a taste of their own medicine.
Oh, certainly. They have a 3v3 situation, like you said. -40, seems like the tables have turned. Hidden Ones, they were looking so strong in this fight, but seems like -40. Now they are the one who is looking strong as Vodka goes down. Wait a second, Alien takes him down. Mortis also goes down. The Tracer coming back and forth, leaving Spider all by himself. And right in front of him is going to be Alien, and Alien lands the final blow. And Hidden Ones, 4 finish points to their name, but at the cost of 2 of their own. They also need to move inside the circle, 3,000 meters away from them. In the blue, we also have the players of Gujarat Tigers also locking horns with the players of EXT. And Gujarat Tigers, yes, they have got 3 finishes, but they also lost 2 of their own. And I don't see a vehicle. Yes, there is a buggy. Thank God there is a buggy. And Gujarat Tigers, Arman needs to move inside the circle as soon as possible because the journey inside circle is not going to be an easy one. We also have got the players of team Vashishta and Godlike Esports somewhere around the school apartments, Neeraj.
Indeed. Hero Extreme Godlike was planted so aggressive towards down south. But now they once again backed away towards school. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was for Hero Extreme Godlike. Off the rip, they were so proactive. Moved down south, got a squad wipe, got 5 eliminations, and once again backed away towards school. A little bit of a confusing affair, but hey, it worked out. They secured so many elimination points. Metal Esports on the screen, and Metal Esports unfortunately losing out on Sarvit, a man who popped off in the previous Erangel, not there in this game anymore. Legit Prince and Cyrex. That means Prince now needs to take matters in his own hands and make a lot happen. A few shots connected, but that also gives Metal Esports his position away. And speaking of Metal Esports and Team Tamilas, they've got such a good position to play with in the smack center of the next circle. Even if they do not decide to engage in the fight, they're still going to stay alive for such a long time in the game. And at this point in time, every single team is just waiting for the next zone to pop up. But how can they move down south? That's my real question. It will be a super tough affair. You've got Gen X FM camping the bridge right next to 4M. You've also got Wildfangs camping the Nova Upnoy bridge and waiting for someone to cross on forward. Bridgeways blocked. Waterways, they're going to be tough to execute considering all the boats will be taken already. Where do you go from? How do you take a rotation?
I don't know, man. It's going to be super difficult as Gamla Boy has also been knocked down by the plus of EXT. Raider, last man of EXT, finds one more finish point, but in the blue, do or die. And Gujarat Tigers also locking horns with each other as Avnish has been knocked out and Bhalu finds Gods as well. Gujarat Tigers, they need to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrades. But Bhalu's position is so pivotal as Arman out in the open trying to make a safe escape. But seems like the safe escape is not going to be allowed as Do or Die finds 2 finish points. But look at that, 2500 meters away from the circle, Neeraj, Do or Die, they need to make those rotations as soon as possible because on the other end of the bridge, like you pointed out, we have the plus of Fine Fangs just waiting for them.
God.
Look at the circle. This is crazy. This is going to be a complete bloodbath.
It's 50-50. There's only 50% of land mass available to play on, while the 50% is in water. And the circle's way too small. You already know what's about to happen. Hell's gonna break loose soon. Metal Esports, once again, they book it to the centric part. And Team Tamilas, they want to take it up close and personal as they once again barrage through the compound. Straight up ramming their vehicles on towards it. And for some reason, Metal Esports is falling prey. It's all down to legit. One last man surviving, pulls out the pump shotgun. First connection was there, but the entirety of Team Tamilas, they collapse. As the last man of Metal Esports, he can't do anything. One man and all the players, they just fall right on top of him. And unfortunately for Metal Esports, it's a big blow in this game.
Certainly, because it was Team Metal Esports who found the first knock onto Fox. They had the numbers advantage, but suddenly the tables turned. The way the plus of Team Tamilas started knocking down the plus of Metal Esports one after other. They came for the hunt and they were rewarded with 4 finish points. Now the prime spot inside the circle is with the plus of Team Tamilas. Definitely they can go huge in this one. They can go for that winner chicken dinner. But seems like they also need to have to deal with the plus of Team 8-Bit and Gen X FM. Because seems like 8-Bit and Gen X FM might also be eyeing for the same spot which the plus of Team Tamilas are having at this point.
I love the proactivity from Team Tamilas. Instantly realizing the fact that Metal Esports, they're going to be unsettled in the new compound. Moved up right behind the players of Metal Esports and took him down. That was a crazy fight executed from Team Tamilas, but still the timing was spot on. Unfortunately for Metal Esports, the 2 players were taken down instantly and not a lot could have been done just by that one last man legit. He tried his best, but when all the 4 players, they just collapsed right on top of you, you can't do anything. And now you've got Gen X FM still holding the bridge. Their plan is so defensive, they do not want to let anyone through. At this point in time, even 4 miracles, they need to start pulling off some sort of miracles to try and get themselves in the circle. Hidden once. What just happened, Executor? It fell down to his own death. Will be ran over. Elimination point secured by Do or Die. That's going to be a freebie acquired. And for Do or Die, somewhere down line, they themselves know. Now crossing on forward to the opposite side seems even tougher. But they're still wasting so much time on the main island. They do not have any other option anyways. They can slowly and steadily decide to move down south from that bridge. But Do or Die still taking a fight, busy taking a fight against the foes up north.
Oh. 4 medical, one of the player has been spotted on by a Vishu of Gen X FM. Few shots were being peppered, but no connection whatsoever. But the play zone will play its part as Poco gets knocked out. The revival is very important at this point for 4 Miracle. But out of 11, it's only 3 teams, Neeraj, who are inside the circle. Everyone is in the blue. Wildfangs 2+, still on the bridge. Genix FM 2+, still on the bridge. Godlike opting for the waterways to move inside the circle. Legit also taking the brunt of the blue. Seems like so many casualties are going to be there because of the play zone in this one. As the circle goes concentric shift. Team Tamila still in the center of the circle. 8-bit on the periphery of the circle. So good position even for the players of Team 8-bit. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they lost out to Jonathan at the very early stage of the game with 5 finishes. They do have good amount of finishes in this one. But the waterways is the path which they have opted. But 8-bit, they have got their eyes onto the players of Genix FM. But Genix FM is not even aware as Dhruv gets taken down from the moving vehicle. Instant confirmation secured.
3 players still standing. 8-bit. They've got so much to worry about in the name of Genix FM. And Genix FM, they want to get their grip in the circle. The only team standing in the way is 8-bit. Termy. Even he's finding a lot of the connections, keeping the players at Genix FM humbled. It's a 3-on-3 fight. Even 8-bit is handicapped. Genix FM, they need to find a different way. Vicious found himself in the safer lines as Hero Extreme Godlike. They're going to move as well. Still taking the waterways. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they want to pull off some parkour moves. They park their boats. And now they start to make a move. But unfortunately, they also get spotted by the fisherman named 8-bit. Simp gets knocked out. There's still Admino moving underneath the water lines. But for how long can he keep himself safe? That's my question. Admino is still moving. He's slowly and steadily going to start to suffocate. As soon as he peeks back out, he takes a lot of damage upon himself. And Admino eventually will be knocked out as well as he drowns. It's quite unfortunate for Hero Extreme Godlike. Not a lot of terms can be made with the water. And that's why Hero Extreme Godlike is now slowly and steadily panicking as they meet their makers one after one. Punk is the only player who seems a bit safer for now. But for how long can he keep himself pinned in that same spot? Genix FM, they've got 8-bit. Omega in the front, a little bit of that pixel spotted. This nade from Evil. I just find the knock that's needed. And what a nade that was. Perfect. Falls right on top of Omega. And that's going to give the opener the players that Genix FM needed. Evil wants to make that push, stop the revival coming through. Even the wall of death is moving up now, and that's going to do a lot of damage. Termy falls down. Evil is putting in so much work. This one single man from Genix FM, he's lighting up the opponents. And 8-bit, now it's time to close on up. But they can't do anything. They just have one man standing. And I don't think so a lot can be done by Mafia. Just that one last glimmer of hope as Genix FM, they once again make the push and they clean the floor up.
And the next could be the players of Team BXT. Raiden last man standing has been spotted on with the players of Genix FM out inside the water. Raiden, it's not going to be easy for him to survive at this point. And somewhere else on the map, we have the players of 4 Miracle also locking horns with the players of Reckoning. And in the meanwhile, even the players of Legit Esports have also been eliminated. Genix FM, they are accumulating those finish points. 4 finishes already in their favor. But look at Reckoning. They have got 7 finishes and Viper has got a job to do. The smoke cover is there. But one single grenade can mark an end for the entire team of Reckoning. That grenade could come from the side of Wildfangs. But seems like easy rescue mission has been done. But Sensei trying to go up close personal to the players of Reckoning, and finally the grenade is there, but the main question is, will the perfect connection will be there? And seems like the answer is going to be no connection, as Reckoning is trying to make a safe escape from the situation. Even the players of Wildfangs were looking pretty solid, but they also need to move inside the circle. Punk, the last man of Hero Extreme Godlike, even he has been eliminated by Genix FM.
Wildfangs on the move. For him, they found themselves quite a lot of space to play with. And for him up north, They're looking pretty isolated too. It's a great thing for them. Not a lot of foes around that same vicinity. They can keep on moving towards that same area. Team Tumulus once again in the prime spot. The only compound inside of the circle acquired by Team Tumulus. And looking pretty dominant doing so as well. Wild Fangs. Utilities being tossed right on top of them. For a moment, we thought that even Wild Fangs can be a solid contender to win this game, but then everything messes up. Wild Fangs had no intel on what exactly the placement looks like from the opposition, but look at what's happening on the screen. Reckoning Esports, they fall right on top of the place of 4M, and now 4M crumbling down. Beard Baba inside of the vehicle, but for how long can he keep himself alive? That's my question. Reckoning Esports, they've got the entirety of 4M surrounded. It's just one last man standing, and even Dionysus gets knocked out and dealt with. Reckoning Esports outside of the game, and that's going to give a lifeline to the players of 4M. The fallen players, they can be back up on their feet. As Dragon OP, there's a revival coming through.
Well, certainly the revival is important, but you also have the plus of Team Tamilas charging right to the face of 4 Miracle. As one player goes down, Beard Baba still fighting, even he has been knocked down, and with that, Team Tamilas eliminates the entirety of Team 4 Miracles. But Fox OP has been knocked out. Team Tamilas, they need to go for the rescue mission. Gen X FM is still there. They want to strike at the right opportunity. 6 finishes already in the favor of Team Tamilas. This revival is not going to be easy at all. Seems like Maxi has to make the mature decision and leave the fallen comrade bleed to death. Even if you look at the mini-map, Alien of Hidden Ones is still hiding inside the water. We have the plus of Wild Fangs onto the shorelines. Even Wild Fangs has to move inside the circle, and it's not going to be easy at all. As we have Raiden also of VXT just waiting for them.
What happened to Team Tumulus? They were in such a dominant spot. They had the prime spot to play with. And look at what's happening. Alien got the line of sight against the entirety of Wild Fangs. All the 3 players spotted. Alien wants, he can go for the strike. He fights the first strike as well. Trace goes out in the open. Even he gets knocked out. What is going on? This man is racking up eliminations. This man's going to wrap up the entirety of Wild Fangs, and that's what happens.
Single man eliminates the entirety of Wild Fangs. Alien was inside the water since a very long time, and Wild Fangs went for the similar rotation, and seems like Alien struck at the right moment. But Team Tamilas, Maxi OP also needs to deal with the players of Gen X FM, but seems like Gen X FM will mark an end for Team Tamilas as well. 10 finishes, Neeraj. Gen X FM is looking super strong, and only one other player remaining. It's a 1v4 situation for Raiden of VXT.
A game that will ignite the fire in Gen X FM's heart, and also ignites the chances that Gen X FM will establish a comeback in the overall standings. They were there, but on the latter half of the board. Gen X FM with this game, they can easily make that bounce back in the top 16. And once again, you got to give it to the zone as well. The zone played his big games. Maverick knows the last man is right underneath. That's why it's tossing out the utilities. He's got 6 nades, by the way. If he wants, he can toss every single one of them. But he's still not going for it. Maybe he's not sure. And eventually the play zone will do its deed as it eats Raiden alive. And it will be Gen X FM securing the chicken dinner. And this is the chicken dinner we all were waiting for. Gen X FM's comeback has now been marked.
Oh, certainly. Gen X FM, a lot of finish points also accumulated in this game. It was not at all a safe approach of Gen X FM. They were annihilating. They were literally dominating the entire lobby. And 10 placement points is definitely going to boost the confidence of the entire team. It was 8-bit. It all started with 8-bit. And after that, it was Team Tamilas. So many teams were eliminated by the plus of Gen X FM. In fact, it was Gen X FM, one of the player, I forgot his name, who was literally at a very prime spot in a fight against the plus of Team Tamilas, and this guy was doing so much. We'll see his name in the MVP list also.
Evil. I think
yes, Evil. Yeah, Evil was the guy.
Evil was the one who was racking up so many finish points, right? And even that player from Hidden Ones who was out there, Alien, he was able to strike down the entirety of Wildfangs. And for Wildfangs, things just cannot be even worse. All the three players, for a moment, we thought, okay, Wildfangs still in the race. There's a big chance if they make the climb, they can definitely pull off a big comeback. But once again, for Wildfangs, it was quite a tough pill to swallow that there's no way you can make it up top from that ridge that they were playing with. So for Wildfangs, anyways, they were going to meet the Makers no matter what happens. So it was definitely quite a brutal ending. Eventually, they got swallowed up by Alien from Hidden Ones. And once again, for Aliens, those 3 points are going to be quite nice. Those consolation 3 points that he got. Hero Extreme Godlike off the rip. They went to our school, but then moved down south. Quite a proactive approach. And they secured 5 elimination points with that one single move.
Even this fight, where Hidden Ones were fighting with a plus of -40 out in their blue, it was a fight which was entirely in the favor of Hidden Ones, but they lost onto one player. And suddenly, for a second, it looked like this might go in the favor of -40, but Hidden Ones held on to the calm and composure and took that entire fight in their favor. I think Team Tamilas, the majority of the work was done against the plus of Metal Esports. The moment Team Tamilas took that compound from the hands of Metal Esports, 50% of the job was already done.
Team Tamilas could have done much better, honestly, because they had such a good compound to play with. Only if they would have showcased a bit more of those patience, maybe Team Tamilas could have been alive in the game. But then they pushed out of their comfort zone, got knocked out, got taken down, and then later on it was just one last man standing, and you cannot really expect one last player to do a lot, especially against the entire firing squad of Genix FM. And of course, Evil was the man who was on fire, who was racking up so many elimination points. A lot of the teams got eliminated up north itself, considering there was not a lot of that playing area, and the circle moved down south. Hero Extreme Godlike too, they could not really do a lot considering they went for the botation, and they got caught off guard too in Waterways itself. So Hero Extreme Godlike, they had no fighting chance at the end of the day. The match MVP of the previous game will be Alien, securing those 3 finishes from Wildfangs. It's going to bring him a total of 6 finishes.
6 finishes, 75% finish contribution, map impact is going to be 10%. I'm sure the entire team of Wildfangs is going to be pretty angry about Alien hiding inside the water, because yes, I do agree Wildfangs would have eventually hit the bucket, but maybe they would have secured few more placement points, but that also didn't happen, all thanks to Alien getting placed at the perfect spot at that point. But the best companion is going to be Seth of Wildfangs with 2 rescues coming in. So even Wildfangs, the inconsistency is still there from their side.
I mean, getting 1v3 in the end is not exactly going to be that happy moment, right? So, of course, Wildfangs, they're not going to be happy with themselves. They will be super pissed as Alien, 6 finishes racked up. And in general, I think so Hidden Ones, they should at least have 10 elimination points in total. That's going to give them so many points. Hidden Ones, that was a decent game once again. For some reason, Hidden Ones, they just don't drop down with their consistency. Genix FM, a solid chicken dinner. We expected a lot of the points, even from the side of 8-Bit, but unfortunately, even 8-Bit got denied. So, yeah, I mean, expectations not exactly there, but still some new teams popped off, so that's a great thing.
I think we can't blame a particular team at this point, because the circle itself was so crazy. No one expected such a circle. The rotations became such a big challenge for everyone. Everyone was going for the late rotation, but seems like the Novo Rupnoy bridge was held by the plus of Wildfangs for a very long time. The challenge was there on the military base bridge. Also, we had the plus of Genix FM. So it became a big challenge for all the teams who were trying to migrate from the main island toward the southern island. Godlike, they ultimately opted for the waterways. Even the plus of 8-Bit were there. So it was a circle in this particular Erangel, which kind of rained on the parade of so many teams, because even the late rotation didn't work for so many of them.
Indeed, it did not, right? I mean, even GT was one of those names that got eliminated up north, right? So we had a lot of expectations from GT, but unfortunately, those expectations, they could not really deliver on top of them. But let's move on towards the match rankings of the previous game. As Genix FM, they get 20 points, and VXT getting 12 points. Hidden Ones as well, getting 12 points in total. Solid outing from Hidden Ones.
Certainly, solid outing, 8 finishes, total 12 points. Team Tamilas also having 11 points. Yes, I agree, Team Tamilas could have done much better, but 11 points is, I think, it's okay. Reckoning also, they were engaging in too many fights, but a third party which came from the side of Genix FM marked an end for Reckoning also. But there were few disappointments, like Metal Esports getting a very early elimination. In fact, it was Team Tamilas who eliminated them. Otherwise, Metal was in the prime spot. RGC also out in the open. with 0 points this time, sitting on the 15th spot. Legit Esports, the misery is still continuing for Legit Esports, Neeraj.
It indeed is. Overall rankings on the screen. Hero Extreme Godlike still at the top. VXT with 107 points. You've got Reckoning Esports with 99 points. The top 5 looking unmovable. But then there's an entrance from Hidden Ones with 74 points in total. Metal Esports with 73. WindGod is still there. We haven't really seen them in the playing field so far, so they're going to be there in the upcoming groups. But 72 points from the side of WindGod too. You flip the page and you will see a few more known names in the top 16. As long as you're there in the top 16, that's all that matters.
Of course, Team Just Jelly, yes, they haven't played their games of this week yet, but sitting at the 16th spot with total of 59 points. I think by the end of the day, they are still going to be in the top 16. 4 Miracle on the 15th spot with 60 points. Yes, they are in the safe zone, but one good game from the bottom teams and 4 Miracle. They can be out of the top 16. OG with 62 points, sitting on the 14th spot. Even Gen FM, I think their position has been solidified in the top 16 after this winner chicken dinner.
Indeed it has been. It was a big catapult from Gen XFM. Towards the latter half of the board, still a few concerning names. Vasista Esports, RGC. You've also got Team Diesel Esports, GDR. We haven't really seen Diesel Esports and GDR yet in the stepping field, but still, Vasista Esports is definitely a bit of that concerning side, and even RGC, which was Team Bunny in the past. So for RGC, definitely they were struggling throughout this entire day, but tomorrow maybe things can be a bit different.
Maybe that's a possibility which is always going to be there, but my concerns are for Team 8-Bit, Do or Die, minus 40 Legit Esports. They are right at the bottom of the leaderboard, Neeraj, and with all the 12 games being played, their games for today are already over. With only 2 days remaining for this week, I don't know how they're going to pull themselves in the top 16, especially 8-Bit. A big name is there. We have been talking about 8-Bit quite a lot. The major problem for 8-Bit, I think, is the inconsistency at this point, because one good game, they pop off really well, and then cut to next game, they get an early elimination.
That's the main problem with 8-Bit, right? One good game, as you mentioned, they do get a decent amount of points, but then the second game, 8-Bit just nowhere to be seen. And it's not even that they pop off. They just get enough amount of points to keep themselves in that race. 15 points, or maybe you can't say 10 points, but still that's not enough for a team like 8-Bit to keep themselves in the race. Now the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Sanhok. Group B and C will be the one to step in the playing field. That means teams like K9 Esports and a few more known names will be there. But my eyes are going to be locked on K9 Esports because even they need to establish a comeback.
100% agree. Day number 1 in week 1, they got only 2 points. Then day 2 got the 32 points. Day 3, they just got decent average points of total 18. So yes, team K9 is one of those teams we need to look out for. But Cincinnati Kids, a major disappointment, I'll say, Neeraj, because Cincinnati, even their misery continued the entire week 1. So week number 2, they need to have a good start at any cost. Otherwise, maybe they'll have the same fate just like the players of Team 8-Bit.
Yeah, Cincinnati Kids nowhere to be seen, right? I mean, it's one of those banners that we know is capable of a lot. They've once again got veterans in their lineup, but for some reason, this time around, we're just not seeing Cincinnati Kids at all. They haven't even gotten one single good game in their hands, and that's honestly a big sign of concern. We all think that 8-Bit's not able to perform, but then Cincinnati Kids comes in, and they have been doing even worse compared to the players of 8-Bit. And considering it's not even a rookie team, then you really do expect rookie teams to struggle, but Cincinnati Kids is quite the veterans, and still they're on the struggling side of the face. I don't understand what's going to be ending their misery here.
I think the best day they had was the last day of week number 1, where they got 15 points. Day number 2, only 2 points. Day number 1, only 8 points. And from such an experienced lineup, we don't expect 2 points in the entire day. So definitely Cincinnati Kids is one of those teams which needs to step up big time in this particular week. Along with Cincinnati Kids, there are a few other names as well, like Bot Army Esports with just single-digit placement points. I saw 3 placement points. They have got finished points, but placement points, only 3 placement points. Bot Army is also one of those teams which was popping off in the open finals. But let's hope they pop off in challenge season as well. Maybe it was the pressure of the challenge season which they were not able to adapt to. But I think Neeraj is going to take a little bit of the breather in this one. And we have got Fixes joining me. So Fixes, Sanhok is there. What are your predictions for this one?
Listen, Shadow. 3 things are consistent in life. Death, taxes, and K9 and Aiku Soul going up against each other. I think rings a bell around Shrine. With bated breaths, we wait for these two titans to collide against each other. And yes, they are not going to shy away from it. Revenant X Park also in the nearby vicinity, dropping down around Camp Alpha maybe. Or could take over Hatin. Whatever the case is. But seems like a different approach comes in from K9. They have denied themselves that luxury, the pleasure to engage in that fight. As the circle draws, it is going to be an Eastern one. And all these teams, to my shock, are so separated from each other. And for a moment, it feels like Ico Soul and Revenant X Park could be locking horns instantly.
I think that's such a mature decision coming from the side of K9 Omega, because if you look at the position where K9 is in the overall standings, I think they need those points, and engaging in a drop clash at this point, it can go either ways. Maybe you will get 4 finishes, or maybe you will be the one to be eliminated. Anything can happen. So I think it's a mature decision coming from the side of Omega at this point. Maybe they can just wait for the players of Ico Soul inside the circle and try gatekeep them. Then we also have the players of Godstrain towards the side of Paradise Resort. We also have got the players of Orangutan having that linear split around Bhan. And I think in this particular circle, OG can do very well considering the position.
Feels like everybody is looking at the bigger picture at this point. Because when you take a look at the map, you do find Ninja Boy still atop the Shrine area. However, the same can't be said for Ico Soul. And understandably why. The final day of week 1, we saw them struggling massively, getting eliminated right from the get-go, and they realized that they need to establish their footing. As a result of which, they've backed off towards Camp Alpha, which is certainly fair. But we also do know, along with that shadow, that all these 3 teams, these 3 big names, they will have to cross over the bridge. So it's going to be really interesting as Diesel and Team Empire lock horns against each other. Predator already down on his knees. It's been wiped out already. Fight erupting out in the southern sides of the map at Camp Charlie. As Revenant X Park still look forward to cementing their lead. Even maybe challenge the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike for the first position. Especially with how exceptional they've played tonight. Revenant X Park, the defending champions of recently held official events, have been stellar throughout this entire year. But it is 2025 now. The big question is, can they keep their winning run alive?
I don't know if you remember the performance of Revenant X Park, the first Sanhok which they played in the previous week. They got only 1 total point. That Sanhok didn't go entirely in their favor. So maybe this time Revenant X Park would have rectified the mistake. But for now, we have the players of Bot Army Esports up on our screens, as they are also trying to move a little deeper inside the circle. But all the 4 players in the same vehicle, we saw what happened in the previous Sanhok fixes. I'm not jinxing anything. I'm just stating the fact that a similar thing happened in the previous Sanhok in week 1.
Yeah, and that could be more often than not quite devastating. But of course, eyes will also be on this team in front of us, Carnival Gaming. Having recently won another third-party tournament, and they're also soaring high. If not in the standings of the Snapdragon Pro Series, this is where they might look at redeeming themselves back. Got a perfect lineup, all 4 young guns, and with a lot of hunger in them. This time, having spotted out Zyrix. It's going to be interesting as to how he gels up with the squad. The first day that he came to play, I think he was quite phenomenal. But look at Orangutan. Feels like they've got their eyes set on the players of Myth Official, Oxen, Aiden. Beautiful new young guns we've seen lately. Oh my god, this does not look good. This could go nasty. Veyron has got them locked on. He's just waiting for these 2 players to come out from a really tricky place. There you have it. This is his perfect time to strike, and he does. Takes down 1. Looking forward towards Aiden also. Oxen down on his knees, and Myth Official. Their misery has begun.
Of course, there is no way that Oxen can be revived in this situation, but Veyron also needs to be a bit cautious because he's so far away from his teammates. He's all by himself. Yes, it's not the entire team of Myth officials right in front of him. It was only 2 players, out of which he has managed to take down 1 player. But we also have the players of K9 gatekeeping the players of Team Ico Soul, as Omega has been knocked out. Even Slug also needs to go for the rescue mission. One of the player from the side of Aiku is also knocked down. But look at the flank which is coming from the side of Manya. This is going to be so deadly for the plus of K9.
No. Slug, he's relayed that information. He knows. Of course, it comes at a cost. Omega, done and dusted, and which could have been one of those fights which we would have witnessed once the bell rung. Now seems like it could come to its conclusion. Both these sides. In fact, Aiku Soul, they've managed to keep Manya alive there. Barely had a sliver of HP though as Somme charges in. Slug, position finally revealed, and there you go. He does that smacking as Aiku Soul right on their faces fall flat. Manya does not have a lot of HP to work around with, as now K9, they're hungry, they want more. Somme's got a little bit of a nice angle to play around, and all that Slug needs to do is just buy enough time. Manya really not in the position to provide cover fire as Slug pops that Molotov right at its way. Manya does not have any meds, just those couple of bandages, and eventually he gets shut down. The final player surviving for Aiku Soul Somme, wanting to change things around, but K9, they're looking fierce, they're looking aggressive. This time they want Aiku Soul, and they will take it in full. No respects paid over here. K9 have outdone themselves. They have eliminated Aiku Soul.
Kudos to Slug, the way this guy has managed to find those knocks onto the plus of Team Aiku Soul. He found the first connection. After that, he took down 2 plus, after which 1, Manya, was revived back and again in the game, and Beast finally took him down. So Slug having 3 finishes in that situation. K9, definitely they are looking forward to more aggressive approach in this particular Sanhok. With 4 finishes, the confidence is going to be there. But we also have got the plus of Carnival Gaming at this point in a close proximity to the plus of Cincinnati Kids. So even Carnival needs to be a bit careful. But there are few teams fixes which are still in the blue and going for the late rotation. Like we have the plus of Revenant X Park still toward the side of Camp Alpha. Then we also have the plus of Team Red Ross toward the side of Tat Mock.
Look at that cluster forming around the eastern sides of the map, Shadow. So many teams in the mix. You've got Wingod, you've got couple of players of Myth Officials. Yes, we do also have Team Empire and Carnival Gaming. They've got the best position right now, the smack center, and still have all their players alive. This is, of course, Carnival's games to lose, considering the fact that they have outdone themselves recently. They have been playing so well, especially having such a central position. This is a team that has a lot of depth. They know how to defend. They know how to push. Just have to keep their numbers tight. Have to be aware of their surroundings, and if all those factors do come into place, this chicken dinner should be theirs. As Cincinnati Kids, this is one of those teams that we will be eyeing out for. Did not have a great week 1, but towards the end, I think in those final few games, they did somehow manage to redeem a couple of points back. The fresh new start and a fresh new year. Cincinnati Kids, we know we've been so much, we have always seen them get into the grand finals, but this time they have taken a different road, somewhere languishing down in the bottom. This is the week where they have to get themselves back in the pecking order.
I agree. Even in the interview, Juicy was pointing out that from this week onwards, they'll be correcting all the mistakes and will be trying to stage a comeback, because this is not a position where we want to see Cincinnati Kids at this point. But we also have got the plus of Wingod Esports up on our screens. And Wingod, I think week number 1 was fantastic for this team. Whatever they were doing, it was working in their favor. Starting from the very first Erangel, Wingod, they went for the aggressive side, and that worked for them. Even in this Sanhok also, they have got the Southern Control, Southern Compound to their name. The only problem is the plus of Team Orangutan, who are in the close proximity. And if you remember, week number 1 Sanhok, I think OG did very well in that Sanhok. They got a total of 15 points. So I can say that Sanhok is not such a weak map for OG. They can do really well in this particular one, as well as Phoenix Esports. All too has been spotted down by Vizgod, and immediately Vizgod strikes and takes him out of the lobby.
Oh, interesting stuff coming in. Orangutan really finding an awkwardly positioned, or rather, Phoenix Esports, who were trying to find a good spot for themselves. Phoenix Esports, this is a team that we have talked about a lot, especially in that first week. Quite a disappointing performance still that final day 3. They just decided to go all out. Did manage to somehow stage a comeback, but today we need to see more out of them. As Orangutan, also one of those teams, I feel like Shadow, they've always been one of the contenders. Always have given up so much hope. But right in the next moment, they somehow managed to kind of fluster a few things. Still fighting with their demons, but another fresh new week. A good start. Nonetheless, takes you back to that first game, like you said. Did get a lot of finishes, but would love to see some chickens coming out from OG's side. As it seems like AKOP, he spotted out players of Vanguard and instantly finds cover. Good decision.
Yep, Sanhok is not one of those maps where you can afford to be out in the open for a very long time, especially when you're aware that there is a foe in the nearby vicinity. Let's see where the next circle shift is going to come in, and it goes a little south. So even the players of Cincinnati can do really well in this one, because the circle is definitely favoring them a lot. Along with Cincinnati, I think it is favoring the players of Team Jelly also quite a lot. As we look at the finish feed, even the players of K9 are locking horns with the players of Genesis at this point, and they've found the first knock. So already a good connection, a good opening for K9, as Ninja Boy goes for the confirmation onto Fragger, leaving Genesis with only 3 players remaining.
Interesting stuff coming out of K9. Especially feels like the old K9 is back. They've got their fangs sharpened up already. On their foes have already eliminated the entirety of Aiku Soul, and next up on their hit list could be the players of Genesis. As now Orangutan spread their arms on the players of Vanguard at 1 knock secured, and look at them making some aggressive maneuvers over here. And Veron has to be very cautious. You've got Yash on the back lines. Certainly could provide that cover fire. OG needs to cover some ground as LeBron, oh my god, gets spotted out right in the open. And look at OG. They're playing so good at this time. Giving those perfect cover fires. All as a well-knit unit. Being quite proactive all over the place. And they're controlling so much of that map space. And Vanguard, their options have been limited. The wins from their cells have been lifted.
OG, they are doing everything good. I agree with that. But what is happening with the players of Team Vanguard Esports? Because look at the position where Infinity is. There is no way for a rescue mission coming in for him at this point. We also have got the players of Phoenix Esports in the close proximity. So even they need to be careful. Actually, it is Vanguard Esports, Sahil. And seems like he might want to gatekeep the players of OG at this point. We also have Phoenix Esports in the close proximity. There is a possibility of a third party happening in this situation. In all this scenario, there is a team which is present in a very good spot to strike at the right moment. That is going to be the players of Team Empire, right on the side of Quarry.
Interesting stuff. Love to see what happens to Vanguard. How do they free themselves from that situation? Like you said, a lot of these teams need to migrate from the northern side. As Phoenix Esports did have a couple of those early casualties, but seems like the misery do continue. Of course, did get 1 knock, but instantly losing out on one of their players. But now, look at this. Fury finally gets his hands hot, and now he is getting that revenge story online. Just dismantling 2 players of Orangutan as they are caught astray. Off guard, pans down. And Phoenix Esports do them dirty over there. As Bot Army Esports also circling from the backlines. Seems like Phoenix Esports now, they've got a lot of information to act with. But now, what they need to focus on is getting inside the circle. It still stays 3 though. The moment the 4th circle starts hitting in, that's where the damage really starts hurting you. And now, Orangutan, they are playing with fire. Oh, nice cover fire comes in. That has to be somebody from OG. Beautifully well-timed as Venom, barely even surviving, needs to administer that first aid, and he does get it.
He does, but he doesn't have the numbers. It's only Venom remaining and the entire team of OG right in front of him on one side and the players of Team Empire on the other side. He's pretty much stuck in that situation because I think even the players of Team Empire are aware about the position of Venom at this point. As Bot Army Esports, they get a confirmation point onto Fury of Phoenix Esports. Well, a knock was there, and Bot Army Esports just reaped the benefits out of it. But Team Empire, looking at the position on the mini-map also, I think they are placed perfectly to try and gatekeep all the teams who are trying to migrate from the eastern side, including the players of Team Myth officials, even the players of Team God's Reign are also there. Then we have OG, the last player of Phoenix Esports. So many teams trying to migrate from the eastern side, as Veron has locked his eyes onto Venom of Phoenix Esports and
Oh,
just missed it.
now he's just waiting for Venom to be out in the open. Venom has no idea. He was spotted out, but seems like Veron a little quick on the triggers. Has timed it. Of course, I think OG, they are eyeing on getting inside the circle. I think Veron wanted to take one last dig. Maybe get that final elimination, but alright, interesting rotation. Comes in from OG as this vehicle almost on the verge of a flip, but somehow stays intact. As now Team Empire, they know what's coming their way. Team Empire considering a good spot they have to themselves. They will be drawing in so much attention as Spear, Dospa down, AK, does take him down also. Quick retaliation comes in from Orangutan's side, but now OG, they're in such a tough spot. They are surrounded by the players of Team Empire, and they're gonna take their sweet time and constantly letting OG just keep on wondering as to where the players of Team Empire are positioned. As OG still live to fight another day, Maxioso could also be one of the potential threats, but for Team Empire, they also need to check their position, Shadow, because if they are a little bit careless also, could be the players of God's Reign striking from the backlines.
Oh, that could be a possibility. And God's Reign, they are striking onto the players of Team Myth at this point as they get one finish point. Even Red Ross is also could be the next victim for the players of God's Reign. God's Reign, if they play their cards right, I think they can accumulate a lot of finish point from this situation. We also have got the plus of K9 and Revenant X-Spark locking horns with each other. The trades are coming back and forth as Ninja Boy gets taken down by Shadow, leaving Beast all by himself. A grenade being popped off and 2+ right in front of him marks an end for K9 Esports. Revenant X-Spark, 3 finishes accumulated and a good spot inside the circle as well.
Finally, K9 bend the knee, at least in front of Revenant X-Spark. A little too much oomph for them to deal with. As they survive that onslaught, they will march on inside the circle. Cincinnati Kids still have all their players alive. As Orangutan going through such a tough situation right now. Ninja Jot being dealt with. Veron with a beautiful cover fire. AQOP keeps on bleeding down to his death. Veron at the last nick. Just somehow managed to get that revive in though. But for how long is the big question as Shiro from the back lines comes striking in, and now Orangutan, they've got no answers. Out in the open, Aru helpless, begging for mercy as Shiro gets that wipe, but Veron, he is a man to be messed with. Nobody really standing supreme. He's been such a good player right now for Orangutan, providing that perfect cover fire. And now OG somehow get away with murder, but hold on. Team Empire were waiting for them, embracing their enclosure. As this close in and instantly wiping out the remaining 2 players of OG. As God's Reign Destro gets his hands on Sketch. So much happening inside of Sanhok. So difficult to really process what's going on. So many teams from different angles. What is going on, Shadow?
All these teams are fighting in the blue. Genesis, then Red Ross and Destro. They were all out in the blue fighting against each other, where Red Ross has managed to eliminate the players of God's Reign, and in fact we have the players of Cincinnati Esports trying to breach into the compounds of Carnival Gaming at this point. They also need to be careful because out in the open we have the players of Diesel Esports. Scary Jot has been knocked out. Bot Army Esports also eliminated. Juicy down on his knees, and Flock, Aditya Mighty trying to find some sort of connection with those grenades. A lot of utils being exchanged, but Juicy is just begging for the help, and seems like no help, no revival is coming as Aditya also gets taken down.
Look at this, Carnival Gaming, they are fighting back. Suddenly, it's going all astray for Cincinnati Kids. Flock seems to be the final man alive and barely surviving with a smudge. Needs to patch himself up, as now look at this, the notorious gang does arrive. It is going to be Revenant X-Spark, and now with Cincinnati Kids out of the picture, they've got the fields open against Carnival Gaming to have that little bit of a high ground to play with. But now that also leaves them exposed. Hector out in the open, gets taken down from Empire. As Zirix, he has to keep the numbers afloat, spots out Joker, and there you go. Carnival Gaming done and dusted. as Revenant X Spark march inside of top 5 in style, and now they've got such a nice control of the circle. But they need to find some concrete covers because now the open fields are going to be proving so much fatal as Josh Jelly, they strike from behind against a rather wounded Wingard as one of the players already being taken down. And there you go. There goes the entirety of Wingard and Josh Jelly, having lost two of their players. Ninze still down on the knees as Revenant X Spark, they come for the cleanup.
They always do. They always do. In the fight against the players of Cincinnati and Carnival Gaming, all the players were knocked down by Carnival Gaming. It was Revenant X Spark who confirmed those finish points. But now, Joker, I think he's aware about the players of Team Empire at this point. As Spray God with the grenade finds a connection onto the players of Team Just Jelly as Jelly gets taken down by Empire. So much stuff happening as Revenant X Spark is just trying to clean things up, accumulating those finishes, 9 finishes already in their pockets and looking for more as Shadow takes down Hunter of Team Empire, but a grenade from the side of Ace also takes down Shadow. Revenant X Spark, they need to go for the revival at this point, but also needs to be aware about the position of Ace, the last man standing from Team Empire.
Look at these hungry wolves hunting in packs with each other and almost on the verge of getting the chicken dinner. Shadow having been taken down, the real test against Team Empire, it begins. But when you look at that mini map, one of the players has a beautiful angle, but look at Ace, one with the nature, just wanting to readjust himself as Hunter gets picked off and Revenant X Spark en route, starting off 2025 campaign in style as Ace being just surrounded from every possible direction as Revenant X Spark sweep the floor with bodies flying around, everybody dropping down. The Kings are here, and look at them making an entry inside this new year.
Revenant X Spark, definitely a very good start of the new year. 11 finishes already in their pockets, and hands down a chicken dinner also coming their way as Q Lamau, the last man of Team Just Jelly, trying to go for the heal battle as he pops the last first aid after this one. And I think he might try to get one finish point onto the plus of Revenant X Spark, but seems like that won't happen as he's down to a sliver of HP. And Revenant X Spark coming as the victorious one in the map of Sanhok.
Wow, just wow. Just when we were thinking that maybe the ushering of New Year brings in some new names, some new teams, and then comes Revenant X Spark. They just don't care, do they? Have won 2 back-to-back official events and seems like a strong footing. They come off and this is as glorious as it gets. Winning a chicken dinner in a map like Sanhok in a circle which completely is against him, and winning that with a lot of finishes, going up against such tough foes. They went against an heated K9, took them down, then had to fight against Carnival Gaming, wiped them out also. Got engaged in so many of those scenarios, and having all 4 of their players alive is an added bonus. Another reassurance to the fans that yes, Revenant X Spark haven't lost any of that spark, and this year is also going to be quite delightful for them. Regardless, but what a game of Sanhok it was. For a moment, it seemed like, you know, when things began, we could see K9 up against Aiku Soul and K9 dismantling Aiku Soul. We felt like, yes, finally K9 is back. Yes, they're on their good ways. They're starting to get aggressive right on the faces of their enemies. But then they were hit by that thunder. They were hit by the lightning. It was Revenant X Spark.
Oh yes, it was Revenant X Spark just waiting for the plus of K9. But yes, K9, as we look into the highlights as well, started off by eliminating the players of Team Aiku Soul. Yes, they were eliminated pretty early fixes in the game, but they have decent finish points to back them up. But Revenant X Spark, that fight against the players of Carnival Gaming and Cincinnati Esports, that was so important because the moment Revenant X Spark took the control in that situation, they had the entire northwestern control of the circle.
Of course they had, and they were so opportunistic also. And in those final few circles, we could see them spread their wings out. The moment they knew they had the things under control, for a moment, the remainder of the circle was so much exposed for them. And what they did is they did not go head on. Rather, they took a little bit of a turn, just circled around and went in for the hunt. And you know, dealing with Cincinnati kids from the backlines and then Carnival Gaming, this is where things started opening up. And then they realized that they were against a rather underconfident Team Empire. Let's just rampage through, just blitzing their way, even from the sides. I think giving no room of space, even for the players of Team Empires to breathe over there. But nonetheless, I think still a good outing for Team Empires, considering where they stand in terms of the overall standings. And even for Orangutan, for a moment, it felt like everything was looking good. Everything was looking sunny. Till Phoenix Esports from the backlines really hurt them bad.
It was not just only Phoenix Esports. I think so many teams were trying to migrate from the eastern side. If it was not Phoenix Esports, it would have been someone else, because so many fights were happening. Even the Plus of God's Reign were also stuck. Destro fighting against the Plus of Red Ross out in the blue. So many third parties were also happening in that situation. So I think that rotation itself from eastern side became a big challenge for not just OGs, for so many teams also.
It certainly was. And we talked about circles changing after that 1 week, of course, that algorithm really taking place. So we're getting to see something different. And one thing isn't different, right? The Pookie in front of us, Mr. Joker. I do not know what has really happened to his photographs. Looks quite inflated. Have to talk to the production regarding the same. I think they have him enlarged or something. I'm pretty sure he's in a better shape than what production has made him look like. 4 finishes for this young lad. I mean, what a beauty this man has been. I mean, ever since BMPS, so much around this one player. He's sort of drawn in so much of that spotlight on him, and such an impactful player. When you've got the likes of Spray God, Sarang in your roster, even Shadow who can watch his own back, and then Joker just comes out, he goes all out, gets the MVP. He was on fire, on an absolute rampage.
Oh, certainly he was. Then we also have the best companion from the side of OG as Veron with 3 rescues and 1 assist. I think Veron was the one who was trying to hit the Plus of Myth officials, as he was all by himself, and he did manage to get 1 finish point in that situation. But after that, OG did go up against the Plus of Phoenix Esports, went against the Plus of God's Reign as well. A lot of things were happening where Veron did become the best companion, but OG, I think that entire cluster became a big problem for them.
And considering that OG, they've got a few extra men outside, and Veron filling in Atanki's shoes. I think he's been doing his job so well. One of those players you can constantly rely on, and he's been delivering not just in terms of being a support for his team, but also in providing that firepower constantly in the mix. He was doing so much. He was getting knocks left, right, and center. Even when situations were really dire, that's where he comes up with those revives, his map presence. I think he's been evolving himself. And this little maturity coming in will certainly help OG as they keep marching ahead. But still, OG, nonetheless, I think they were quite aggressive right from the get-go. This is something that we have seen out of OG. Now, they have been quite a balanced roster, right? They've got a nice mix of how to tactically approach a game, and even if they have to fight their way in, they're also good at that. So I think OG, this really helps them. But what they did not anticipate was Bot Army Esports, a lot of the other teams also coming in from the backlines. Few thoughts on them really deciding to take down the lower side of Query, because that kind of pushes you in such a bad spot, and that is exactly what happened to them. Even God's Reign coming in from the sidelines did not make things easier for them.
Oh, certainly they didn't make things easy for them, but we'll go to the break, and we have one more map coming up next.
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं? टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
टीपीपी पे जा। एफपीपी। टीपीपी। एफपीपी।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
काम कर, टीपीपी पे जा।
कौन ढूंढ रही ना सर, विनर चिकन डिनर।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So ain't never do the Broncos thing.
Well, the pack of wolves are hunting and in some fierce fashion, folks, as we welcome you back. Once again, you are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. Next up, it's going to be Vikendi. Of course, I've got my man Necro along with me. But Necro, I mean, talk about Revenant and Revenant X Park having such a ludicrous start. This was a circle that really did not favor them. And a lot might think this was not their game to win. But somehow, they managed to pull the strings and pulled off what could have been an impossible game.
To be honest, for some reason it feels like Revenant X Park is unparalleled to this lobby. This lobby is not enough to take down a team like Revenant X Park. Every single time, somehow they pull off some of the most clinical moves and come out on top in some of the duels, or be it even the game itself. And that previous game was a prime example of that. Revenant X Park, so clinical, so clean in their approach, and somehow, for some reason, I thought, okay, Revenant X Park is not going to be the one to get this one, but they still do get it. K9 Esports wiping out a team like Aiku's Soul, but then later on getting taken down by Revenant X Park themselves. Now, Fixes, to be honest, I feel like K9 Esports is one of those teams that is hiding a lot underneath their sleeves, and they do not want to showcase it just yet.
And to be honest, considering how week one really started off for them, I think this is rather still a delightful start for K9, especially them having secured a lot of finishes. Finally, you want to see that aggression coming in from their side, because early on they were quite reluctant in engaging in those fights, and seems like that has changed in this particular week. And taking down Aiko Soul, and we have to talk about that, but we will do once we're done with the formalities. Of course, the match rankings will be on our screens, and Revenant X Park soaring high. 21 points right from the get-go. Talk about having a great start.
And even Team Empire doing the same thing, 11 points. And Fixes, speaking of Team Empire, a team that barely qualified from the Open Finals, now look at them in the overall standings. With this performance, they might just catapult themselves in the top 16 as well. Team Just Chilly, 9 points. Red Ross, consistent performances. The newer faces on the block, once again performing super well. Diesel Esports, 6 finish points and 1 placement points. Now, if you do remember, Diesel Esports was one of those teams that was going for the med strat constantly. But this time around, they've switched things up, and they're looking pretty aggressive, and I'm loving that.
We all are. And you know, at this point we have to talk about Aiko Soul and just that one point, and this has been happening quite often. Even if you look at the latter days of the first week, they have been under fire, under threat. They have been taken down by the likes of Team Empire, K9 also around that Sanhok areas. This time they came up with a different mindset. They decided to back off, but again had to lock horns. And that one fight looked so sketchy from Aiko Soul. Kind of looked sus, considering the fact that K9 had such good footing, and still Aiko Soul wanted to push it through.
I mean, look, for IQ Seoul, I do understand some of the risky moves that they're taking. It does not really make a lot of sense. But if you remember, Fixes, even in the past tournaments, especially in the long stretch tournaments, IQ Seoul is one of those teams that loves to experiment. And I genuinely think so. Once again, it's that experimental IQ Seoul. It's not the first time we've seen IQ Seoul choke it off, especially in the early phase of a tournament. They love to do so. And the only reason why this happens from the side of IQ Seoul, it's because they want to try new things out. I'm just hoping that it's pretty much the same thing happening here as well.
I don't know if they're really trying out new things because it's just two things going on. Either they go all out. This was a different approach. We've seen them back off towards Cam Bravo there. This is not Camp Alpha, in fact. My apologies. So we've seen this happen, but somewhere down the line, it felt like K9 outsmarted them. Because K9, instead of going further deep inside the circle, what they did was took over the exact same hills that IQ Seoul likes to take. And they had everything covered for themselves. Of course, Omega's loss was something that they did not anticipate. But with just one player's casualty, if you're getting down a team like IQ Seoul, I think that is something that they can live with. But for IQ Seoul, at that point, I have to raise this question as to why they had to force their fights. Could they have not waited it a little longer? Because they had the read. And yet we could see that they were still trying to force that fight constantly, which wasn't really working their way.
I think so. The only thing I can really make it out of this one is that IQ Seoul, knowing the fact that they're doing okay in the overall standings, they really do want to go for that extra bit of risk, maybe. And that's why they're going for some of these unwanted fights too. And it's really not going to be affecting them too much in the overall standings, but unless if this same thing keeps on moving on towards this entire day, then maybe we might just see those struggles pop up. But for now, IQ Seoul still doing pretty okay in the overall standings. You know what, Fixes? Without wasting any more time, we straight up jump in the map and we candy. As the plainest wall, it's going to hit the skies once again, starting all the way from the top right towards Dobro Mesto.
Oh my god, this is quite an unforgivable flight path trajectory. We get to see so much space on the southern side. So many of these teams might lock horns against each other. But for K9, all good in the hood, dropping down at Cosmodrome. Even for the likes of Orangutan, you have them dropping around Coal Mine, have a nice spread work around with. But look at these colors. Wind God, Just Jelly, even for the likes of God's Rain. Heading on over towards Cement Factory. We have seen them in the past drop down at Podvosto. Or that could be what they're really trying to do. Just circling around, covering the entirety of that city as Phoenix Esports right next to IQ Seoul. Now that could be one of those fights where things might get dirty. But even for the likes of Cincinnati Kids, this is one of their games. This is one of their stronger suits. McKendy, surely they will have to get some conversion going in.
On paper, IQ Seoul should struggle with this plain flat path, considering they like to go all the way down south. And right now, dropping right next to Phoenix Esports, it's definitely one of those moves for IQ Seoul that is quite out of the ordinary. Phoenix Esports, too, it's one of those teams that is a name to be feared. Phantom Al, too, quite the known players, veterans in the scene as well. And Revenant Spark, a team that's unmatched, supreme, if you'd like to call them. They've been pretty clean with their approach, but for some reason, Spray God's taken down off the rip. It's quite a bad start. I'm not exactly sure what happened to Revenant X-Spark, but they're already kicking things off for the handicap. It's fine. They need a bit of that nerf.
I mean, to be honest, from what it looks like, could have been somebody from Red Ross. They are the ones closest to them, and now they might just spread their fangs across. Of course, trying to just surround the players, engulf Revenant X-Spark and limit their options of entry inside the zone. But even Red Ross have to be very careful. They've got Orangutan to deal with right beside them. For Phoenix Esports, dropping down next to Team IQ Seoul. They want to march down their own ways. Of course, a little bit of a recovery from their side in the final day of week 1. But now, in this particular way, things have started out. 2025 hasn't been really great. They did get a couple of finishes. But yes, Phoenix Esports, we've got such high expectations from this squad.
They indeed do. Genesis on the screen. A team that's still struggling. Tommy gun and Iron Sight. Not a big fan of the Iron Sight on this gun. It will be tough to catch anyone off guard from Team Empire. They're a gone case at this point. Phoenix Esports A little bit of that glimmer against the opponents. No proper execution so far. Aiku Sol's going to make it out. Still a few players towards Movatra and Vihar. And 2 players making that rotation towards Dino Park. Interesting maneuver from Aiku Sol. I'm not exactly sure what's going on in their heads, but Aiku Sol usually like to drop down south towards Vinery. But considering the plane flat path was extremely on the northern side, Aiku Sol sort of got caught off guard with that. And maybe they just want to move back towards their main drop location.
I think they just switched things on the go at this very moment. Drop down at Bihar, felt a little comfortable. Let Ronnie and Manya go all the way down to their drop location and get some loot done. And maybe make some quick rotations this time. Or could also give them an option of entering from the southern side, considering the flight path was so much inclined towards the north. So you would not expect a lot of those teams coming in from the backlines. But look at this. Carnival Gaming taking down the players of Revenant X Park one after the other. As their misery does continue, Revenant X Park quite limited. 2 players just alive, Joker and Shadow. They have to piece this one out together. And they've got so many of those foes to deal with, Necro. Red Ross on one side, Carnival Gaming certainly want to get some revenge for what happened to them in the previous map.
OG on the screen, and speaking of OG, it's one of those teams that likes to move on their own pace. They do not care what's happening around them, but they always just want to make the right calls at the right time. And that's been working out for OG so far. But a team that's been on the struggling side of things is K9 Esports. Not a lot of points, but still doing okay in the overall standings. Not too bad. And K9 Esports, if they keep on moving with that same pace, I do see them easily breaching in that top 16 without any troubles. They just need 7 to 8 points per game, and easily they can do so. And knowing that it is Omega, Beast, Ninja Boy, and Slug, those points are a piece of cake for these guys.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, at this point for K9, it's all going to be about how quickly can they get their old form back. How quickly can Omega gel up with this squad? A rather ferocious one at that. We've seen the true potential still hasn't really erupted. They can do so much better than this. It's all about gelling up really quickly, because now, even with this tournament, the next officials are on the horizon, and you want to see K9 as good as new. Once again, back to their old ways. Runners-up of the BGIS while they were under the banner of Global Esports. But for Bot Army Esports, they've also got their work cut out. They know that this time, this week, they will have to focus a little bit more on the position points. Because in the finishes department, they have been ever so good. Just 3 points out of 9 matches is something that they really need to think about.
Indeed. Just Jelly, another one of those teams, and honestly speaking about this team, we pretty much know they can qualify to the LAN Finals. It's not even a question. I just want to see how many problems they create for the lobby at this point. Hold on to that thought, OG. As I mentioned a while ago, a team that loves to be on their own pace, but this time, the pace has been interrupted by CG. Carnival Gaming, considering New Year was just around the corner, definitely CG, they might just be feeling at the top of their game. Goblin in the back lines, and for Goblin, the only best thing he can do is just back away, and that's what he's doing. 3 players of CG playing in 10, while Goblin is the only player separated, and he drops down. The separated player was isolated so perfectly from OG. They played their cards right, and now CG's taken down to a 3-man squad. Hector, Neo, and Zyphrix. I'm not exactly sure how much can these 3 players pull off.
I mean, Carnival Gaming seems like they were caught off guard. Weren't really anticipating suddenly to OG close in like that, and for all the right reasons, right? These are the Mount Cresnich areas, and you know when circles are coming up, it is going to be one of the hot spots. And on the side, we also do have Revenant X Park going up against Red Ross as Neo under heavy fire as he comes out of his hiding, eventually just to be taken down gets into that beautiful grenade swinging in from AKOP's side as Zerix, one of the final few members alive for Carnival Gaming, as he looks to turn the fate, and he indeed has begun the journey, already taking down AKOP. One of the danger mans done and dusted. Hector also alive, has to get that revival in Neo ASAP, but from the backlines do come swinging in are the players of K9.
K9 just swinging blindly. At least getting that one elimination point secured, but K9, they need to play on the intel. If they had rushed blindly this time around, it will be a big problem. OG from the top, there's another team right underneath OG, and then there's K9 Esports. A layer of 3. And K9, they've sort of spread themselves out pretty well. Omega underneath. Beast and Ninja Boy moving in tandem. They love to take the fights up close and personal. And CG dropping down slowly and steadily. And it's always Omega, the first casualty of this squad. And once again, Omega hits the deck. The confirmation instantly follows up in K9 Esports. For some reason, it feels like these three players, they've got a good understanding of each other. And then there's Omega, who's all by himself. And K9 Esports, yes, they do secure those elimination points, but they do not get the top off, as they could have if they would have eliminated the players of OG.
Really difficult to make out of that situation, especially when K9 come closing in. They had that element of surprise, of course. Blew their cover out the moment they struck in on Carnival and Orangutan both, but still suffering those losses is something that should not have happened. Especially considering all these teams fighting for that central territory. King of the Hills position and seems like still intact. But look at this, Cincinnati kids. They've come in out of nowhere and they know OG, their numbers really not intact anymore. And if they can somehow sneak in on them, maybe find WizGod off guard, this could really pay off. Elsewhere we saw Revenant X-Park being pushed over by the players of Red Ross, and suddenly they answered back. 3 of the players of Red Ross, they were done and dusted, while Lucifer, he had no other options but to tuck his tails and run.
That's going to be the wiser option, of course. Especially when you do not really have the man force to deal with the opponents. It's better just back away. CK, Cincinnati kids, on Mount Kresnik, looking confident. But the next zone shift is going to be dictating the main pace. But considering it is the map of Vikendi, the first 4 stages, they barely do anything. The 5th stage is where the real action begins. Team Empire from the bottom right. They might just move up against the players of Myth. Bot Army Esports still waiting for them to turn on that aggressive side. Bot Army Esports has been playing it pretty passive, which makes a lot of sense. Vikendi, you got to switch the pace. Wingard Esports, just jelly right next to each other. You've also got GDR in that same compound of Potavosto. Too many teams right next to each other. If the zone moves away from this area, it's going to be hell breaking loose soon.
I think still a little bit of more time remains. I think 2 contending circles have to be around either Potavosto or it's going to be that good old Mount Kresnich. We've seen things drop down really nasty over there, especially atop the hill. So many teams contending for that spot, and none of them have the entire real estate to themselves. It could be either ways. You've got OG still there. They've lost out on a lot of numbers though. K9, constant menace. Even when we saw the map feed in front of us, we could see Aiko Soul delaying their entry inside the circle by a lot. Somehow aware that Phoenix Esports could come striking in from the backlines, haven't really entered inside the circle. But Veron has got all that intel to work around with. Information on Aditya's presence. He's got also, and now OG cannot really be on that aggressive stance. Have to be playing on the back foot, have to rely on their opposition, making all those mistakes whilst 2 players surviving. You've got that central position. I do not like the ring of it. Especially you might be susceptible to fire from so many other directions. As the circle takes another shift, slightly bending towards Potavosto and God's Reign, they have to make the most out of this situation. Surely they do.
They indeed have to. Cincinnati kids still in this area. Looking safe. A few eliminations now starting to fly across. Team Empire falling prey. Red Ross Lucifer, well, dealt with. Vanishes into thin air. Team Empire 2, Empire himself gets knocked out. Genix FM, or maybe you can't say Genesis. Right now, Team Empire out in the open. All the disadvantages stacked with the players. And for some reason, Team Empire just cannot get away harm's free this time around. Predator out in the open. Fragger's taking those shots, but the connection seems pretty tough. A few more teams around the fray is definitely going to make things even worse for Team Empire. And Empire right now has been one of the most consistent underdog teams. And they just need to keep on moving up with the same momentum.
Had a decent outing even in Sanhok as well. Not a lot of finishes though. Still some position points to work around with. Courtesy to such nice reads coming in from Empire himself. And even a couple of moments ago, we saw Revenant X-Spark taking down the final player of Red Ross, completing their redemption in this game. And Red Ross again found quite lost. They were hunted down. But Farbot Army Esports loving this change of pace. They know they've got the circle center to work around with. They've got a little bit of an edge also to play. It's all about having that information on their opponents. They know Team Empire right beside them. But all of these teams are actually waiting for that next circle shift. Not taking those shots. So careful. Just collecting information. No, Genesis is right in front of them now. Spotted the vehicles out in the far of fray. Now even Aiku Soul, they've made their way inside the circle, and now Scary Jord, let's go. He's had enough. Just thinks maybe he could take the vehicle down, burst it open, blow into smithereens. But seems like wasn't really the case. I think it's so much invested into this. Surely should have come up at least with a knock.
Still, though, it's going to be tough to find, right?
Should have just remained
Empire
silent, right?
That's a thing as well. Destro. The entirety of God's Reign. Playing it put. They've got the intel to work around, but once again, it's the map of Vikendi. Giving every single player the cold feet. Aiku Soul, they strike against Phoenix. One man already taken down and dusted. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but this time around, Fury's gonna find the gold spot. Ronnie gets knocked out. Sama is pretty low as well. Backs away to safety at the nick of time. But Altu's this nade, it might just catch Sama, and it will do so as well. Aiku Soul is getting systematically dismantled. Two more players, they are still alive. Manya and Knuckle, they need to flip the table, but the time is ticking. Sama is bleeding to his death. The mat's taken away, and he needs to be patched up right now. Even Altu is pushing up close and personal slowly and steadily. Ronnie's going to be the casualty in this fight. Aiku Soul down to a 3-man squad. Sama is being revived. As Knuckle, all he needs to do is just buy a bit more of that time to his teammates. Sama is already back upon his feet. The shotgun takes it up close and personal. Fury's got his hands on the S12K. All we're waiting for is the first of that connection, but as Altu, he's constantly striking down the players of Aiku 7. The main problem still remains, and that is Aiku Soul is not able to connect the shots that they're supposed to. Sama and Manya and Knuckle, all the three still standing. And Phoenix Esports, even though they were so up close and personal against Aiku Soul, still no measures were taken against them. And look at this nade once again from Fury. It finds the knock. Aiku Soul, too many struggles. They're trying their best to fight back, but it just seems even more difficult as Phoenix Esports, they're slowly and steadily eating the players of Aiku Soul alive. Another confirmation hits the deck, and now Phantom, he wants to take it up close and personal. He himself is chipped out a bit too low. Phantom, he needs to back away, patch himself up, but the time is not given to him.
Quite an expensive fight for Aiku Soul, and a lot of questions on my mind. Why on earth did Some have to really come in for that revive onto its Ronnie when he knew that there were players in front of him? This is a fight that Ico Soul could have won by miles. They still did though, but that came with a cost and it could have gone either way as Necro. That given situation felt like they were looking quite distraught. And now, with such limited numbers, they have been spotted out just to make matters worse over there. This situation, Phoenix Esports already were playing on a disadvantage. Did not have all their players, but still there was a moment where they kind of delayed it a little too much. And now Manya coming out in the open, almost about to get taken down. There you go. Sham does not miss his spray. Connects it. And now the only glimmering hope has to be Knuckle. Especially with the circle closing in. How many meds does he have to work around with? That's the big ask as the circle has shifted further west. Still around Pudvosto, you've got Godsrain at a very good spot. But for Ico Soul, the question still stands. A lot of mistakes being committed in that fight.
Yeah. Too many numbers dropped for no reason. And it felt like Ico Soul were really missing those crucial shots that they were not supposed to, especially initially. Only if they would have hit those shots, maybe things could have been different. And look at what happens here. With that, it's going to put an end to the story of Revenant Spark in this game. Good stuff from Genesis. That was desperately needed. Revenant Spark getting eliminated from this game was needed for a new team to come through victorious. If Revenant Spark is there alive in the top 10, you pretty much know they're going to be there in the podium finish as well.
Yeah, I mean, who has forgotten that magical game of Vikendi in the officials have we? But for now, K9. Right now, Myth officials. They do not battle against Orangutan as Wizguard just cleans them up, lining the players, and Myth officials converted into dust. As now, K9 Esports, they've also been getting a couple of finishes for themselves. 3 finishes already still there. With the loss of Omega quite early on. That little bit of a kerfuffle around the center of Mount Kresnich as Beast holding the line against Bodami Esports as he rampages through, gets all the 3 players and maybe could just clutch it out. This man is special. He is certainly built different. It's going to be Slug getting all that numbers, but Beast drawing all that attention. Bodami Esports left with nothing but tears.
Slug got the eliminations, but the main damage was dealt by Beast himself. Solid stuff from K9 Esports, but what a big choke from Bot Army Esports. Not having the info, still moving up with that same terrain, and they got shut down eventually. Even OG is doing really good in this game. Viscott is popping off. He's got 6 eliminations all by himself. OG with 10 finished points so far. They're indeed dominating the playing field. K9 Esports 7 finishes racked up. I'm telling you, even if this team is handicapped, even if they do not really have the IGL in the field, as long as these 3 players are alive, it's all good in the hood, my friend. They've got a good understanding of the game themselves.
But look at the circle shift. A really awkward position. Wingard, they've got everything working in their favor. And now Ico Soul left with nothing but just Knuckle. Their Batman Dark Knight needs to arise, and he has to, in this game, at least salvage a couple of more points for his team. As Cincinnati Kids, they take that plunge. I'm pretty sure they're aware of Knuckles' whereabouts, spotted that vehicle with a changed color. Surely, there must be somebody hiding in. Mighty, he's the one taking all the risk. Going in, circling around Knuckle. Needs some assistance though. Knuckle has taken quite some hefty amount of damage over there as Mighty decides to close in, but Juicy from the other angle wraps him up, and now Cincinnati Kids, they have suddenly gotten themselves down to such a precarious spot. A bottom ridge to play around with K9 keeping guard atop. It's looking so difficult for CK.
It indeed is. K9's taken down to a 2-man squad. Beast gets confirmed. Diesel Esports, a fight against Just Jelly pops up. And for Diesel Esports, down a man. Orla out in the open. He's trying his best to fight back, and Orla hasn't taken any sort of damage. Eventually gets knocked out. Sham is the only player standing in the front. He's just spamming away with the gun that he's got. Now pulls out the shotgun as well, but Sham, he's getting spammed himself. He cannot really do a lot in that scenario. A team was also there in the back lines named Wingard Esports who tried to take the advantage of that. But Diesel Esports, he tried his best.
And they failed. But of course, Diesel Esports did inflict a couple of damage here and there. Regardless to say, took down Manya. But for now, Cincinnati Kids, it's going to be such a tough and narrow escape. Still have a little bit of that circle to work around with. But Wingod, everything really favoring them. Slug being a constant threat from atop as Team Empire. They lay their hands on the players of God's Reign as Predator. He finds a finish on towards Destro. The numbers quite limited and God's Reign surely still caught napping.
That quick burst of action eliminated so many teams. Even OG got eliminated with just 7 points. That one placement points comes into picture. And WizGod, he had 6 eliminations all by himself. The only player who was able to get any sort of eliminations on OG. God's Reign in the front, Hunter and Predator in the back lines. Unfortunately, Predator gets snuffed out and struck down instantly. What a big blunder this is for Team Empire. Hunter's the only player standing. He's got Nade cooking in his hand, and if Nade's going to be tossed to perfection, it's at least going to find one knockout, but no, unfortunately, it doesn't. Delta PG goes for that move, but Justin, he's there to provide that backup.
Oh, that really came down very close. Justin just there to save the day. At least for God's Reign, as now Wingod, they know everything really blessing them. But now their true test awaits. Cincinnati Kids would be looking to inject themselves, somehow sneaking through. Wingod have all that information. They can hear all that hustling footsteps just next to them. And now Cincinnati Kids, I like this approach. Take the vehicle, maybe flush somebody out. A bait and switch strategy. But now Cincinnati Kids, they will have to make some proactive movements. They will have to poke Wingod. Otherwise, it's just going to be Wingod walking on them.
On paper, that's what it seems like. Ooh. Cincinnati Kids, Flock out in the open, but still Slug is not going for any shots. If he wants, he can eliminate Flock right now. And he does it. Presence of mind? Hello? Lacking. I'm not exactly sure what Cincinnati Kids were thinking there. Backline should have been taken care of, but still Cincinnati Kids, they were moving around this vicinity as if it was their own. Even Mighty gets struck down and everything now falls apart. The stars they seem aligned for Wingod Esports to take this chicken dinner home. Infinity, the man who's still dominating. Yash from the top is raining down terror in the lobby. As Wingod Esports, now they get approached by one of the teams right next to him, and that's going to be Just Jelly. Wingod not looking too comfy. K9 Esports, they get eliminated in this train. Yash, he needs to get rid of the opponents that are right underneath him.
At this point, now it's starting to look quite exciting. God's Reign, Josh Jelly, both beautiful pushing in tandem with each other. Mm-hmm.
Just Jelly, they tend to activate themselves. Kilamau and Ninze playing in tandem. That could have been a good mix, but unfortunately the player's out in the open, and look at what Sahil does. He tosses a flashbang, and he moves in tandem with that. Beautiful stuff. A perfect use of flash grenade. And now you've also got Kilamau pushing up against that one man who's still left alive, and eventually Kyo wraps him up as well. Solid stuff. God's Reign, they seem like even they're going to be eliminated from this game, but Delta PG still all the way in the back lines, going for that Met strat. And Kyo himself, he needs to be very off the back lines. Just Jelly, they've racked up a decent amount of elimination points in this scenario. And majority of the teams are still in the outskirts going for that Met strat.
It's going to be interesting.
Even Cincinnati Kids and GDR right next to each other.
Yeah, pretty much in the bag for the players of Wingod there. Having Delta with that constant threat. Dealing with Josh Shelley, of course, 2 players still alive. God's Reign resorting to healing battle goes on to show that, yeah, they're desperate. They want those points, but Wingod, they want to ensure got their backlines cleared, and they've got a lot of utility to work around with, picking up all those first aids, smoke grenades, whatever they can scrap this situation. Also did snuff out Juicy. Oh, that has to hurt. That finish taken down by the play zone there. Wingod Esports, not really a high fragging affair, but still a chicken dinner to kick things off with. Not too shabby.
more than enough. 14 points, 4 now. If they take down Ninja and kill them out, that's going to be 16. Those many points are more than enough to kick things off in a good manner. Just Jelly himself gets knocked out all the way in the back by the blue. Two of his teammates still cooking inside of the circle. Even Godsreen, they fall apart. And Just Jelly with this, they secure the second spot. At least on paper they do. But somehow if they clutch things out against WinGod Esports, then it will be a different thing. Just one man standing, and even that man will be taken care of. It is WinGod Esports who kick things off in a great manner in these two groups.
Finally, I mean, they go on with they could run WinGod Esports being one of the dark horses in this tournament. And the circle really favoring them a lot, and them really doubling down. Goes on to speak that yes, this team, they're just not here to contend, they are here to win. Especially their heroics continuing from the past week and getting around 14-15 points in this one. Will definitely find themselves in some good positions over at least in the top 5, top 6 with the way they played it out. But oh, so many fights happened, and a lot of fights were really not covered, courtesy to those prolonging fights. But yes, the highlight has to be that Haiku Soul taking on Phoenix, and that went really close. Even that one fight around Mount Kresnich, we had Carnival Gaming, Cincinnati Kids, WinGod, K9, and even OG, everybody playing a crucial role, and it was WinGod who the circle really favored, and them just getting the chicken dinner out of this one.
No team got a big game for themselves. Even WinGod Esports just getting 16 points out of that one single game. So it's not a lot of points secured from WinGod either. And not even the teams that were there on the second or the third spot. So not a big game for any of these teams, but still playing with that average of 67 points per game. Even OG had 7 points at the end of the entire game. So OG's doing pretty good for themselves. K9 Esports, okay amount of points secured. Once again, they're moving up with that consistency. Not a lot of points, but still touching that average. Just bare minimum. Let's move on towards the highlight and have a look on what exactly happened in the previous game. Relive the moments. Haiku Soul were in a quite uncomfortable spot considering the plane flap had sort of caught them off guard. And this is how the action really kicked off. CG stepped in the playing field against OG. OG came through, racked up a lot of eliminations, and cleaned up the playing field. K9 Esports, for some reason I'm not exactly sure what happened with Omega, but the man ejected out in the open and he had to face the brunt.
You know, this is what I was talking about. When we saw Ronnie was knocked out over there, I really felt like Somme is going to provide some cover fire. Maybe get a knock and then go in for that revive. Couple of mistakes really hurting Haiku Soul really bad. And this is something you don't get to see quite often, do you? But Pod Army Esports, they were really caught napping in the middle of nowhere. And K9 Esports, yes, they're not getting those chickens, Necro, but still, when you look at their games, they're getting that constant flow of 8 to 9 points per game, which in my opinion is still an improvement considering how last week went for them. Even as a matter of fact, Just Shelly, they've also been quite consistent. But really felt like God's Reign should have gotten a little deeper, should have gotten a couple of more finishes, because this circle really formed around them. And to let WinGod have so much room, so much space to breathe, and eventually just to get taken down, I don't know, man. I miss the old God's Reign.
We all indeed do, right? I mean, Godsreen is playing it way too pushed back. They're playing it way too passive, and that's one of the main reasons why we're really seeing Godsreen miss out on a lot of those crucial moments. And generally, we're not even seeing a lot of the poppy moments too from the side of Godsreen. That's been the main concern from me, even in the past fixes, if you remember. Godsreen is one of those teams that packs so much punch. You look at their roster, they've got so much firepower, but still it feels like that firepower is not being used properly by the IGL.
And that kind of is a longing problem. But even for Orangutan, this man, WizGod, he's done everything. 7 finishes and has earned them enough average at least to still stay in the race. And yes, again, Orangutan around that mid-order, looking for a climb around. But yes, nice time for WizGod to get back to his old groove. But a little bit too much on their plates in that fight, especially them wanting to see things through against Carnival, but suddenly were really caught from the sidelines. I think Cincinnati Kids and even K9 really played spoil spot in that fight. But Cyrix finally gets himself on the best companion, and Infinity being that final player, get that last finish inside the game. So yeah, stats and figures all out. But coming back to our discussion about God's Reign. Now, we saw them. They had a really good position, and to be honest, really, I would not have moved away either. But those fights where they are incurring those casualties, that is something that they have to watch out for, especially considering that they have an all stacked up roster. You've got the three best assaulters in the country with one of the biggest mines, and still nothing really is working out the way they intend to. Is it time to maybe change things around a little bit? Is it time where you put Robin in? Because even in the past, when that has happened, when Robin comes into play instead of Destro, you also remember, right? They do walk away with a couple of chickens.
They do, but the tournament that you're speaking of was a complete different format too, and in the final few moments there were not a lot of teams left alive anyway, so to grab chicken dinners in that tournament was much more easier compared to this. So I genuinely think so. Now bringing in Robin, that change might just not work out that well for the team, because of course the IG style is going to be a bit different for Destro, for Robin too, and then the rest of the three assaulters, they really do need to understand what exactly Robin wants to bring on the board. It's not like Robin's going to bring any sort of switch in the pace. Even Robin's going to drive the team in quite a passive manner. We've seen that in the past as well. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर।
वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा। फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
QT, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the broken thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Say never to the bell goes ding.
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, that game of Weekendy was quite a hell let loose, especially for the side of Wingard Esports. They had quite a great compound to play with. So many teams wanted to take a fight against him, but in the final few moments, it was of course Wingard Esports themselves who came through in quite a victorious manner.
Oh, certainly. Wingod Esports, they had it coming the way they were playing in week number 1 also. Wingod Esports, they already have got that cushion to go for the extra aggression or the experiment zone, which we call it sometimes. So Wingod Esports, they had it coming. But I have few complaints from few of the teams, like the players of God's Reign, let's be honest. Even you and Fixes were also talking about it. Seems like that God's Reign, we used to call Destro at one point of time as a trophy magnet, but seems like that Destro is completely missing now. What do you think is happening wrong in the entire team?
For some reason, it feels like the minds are missing. The call-outs just not exactly there. We're not really seeing a proper call-out, systematic call-outs being made from the IGL themselves. We do not see the same God's Reign that we used to see in the past. The confidence, it seems missing. And for some reason, I feel like God's Reign's confidence now should be elevated even more. Yes, they had a decent amount of points from that previous game, but we expected God's Reign to take that chicken dinner, maybe. But with the way things were played from God's Reign, I just think they're playing it a bit too passive. I would love to see God's Reign on that aggressive footing.
Maybe something will change and God's Reign will find that momentum. But I also have certain complaints from the side of Cincinnati Esports because they look completely off. In Sanhok and Weekendy, same mistake happened from their side. They were not aware of their surroundings. They didn't check their back. So same mistake getting repeated from the side of CK as well. Okay, decent performance, I'll say, but these points are not enough to propel themselves in the top 16. Cincinnati Esports, they need a chicken dinner, a high fragging chicken dinner.
At this point, Cincinnati kids definitely do need a big game in their hands to sort of compensate for all the games that happened, even in the week 1 and so far how they've been playing, right? It's just the first game, understandable, but still CK, they completely dropped the ball in the week 1 itself. They need at least a decent game to sort of compensate. Latter half on the board, Team Empire this time around. The consistency dropping down by a bit. You've also got Diesel Esports just getting 3 points, CG2 just getting 3 points. A lot of the teams sort of not able to get the amount of points that we expected them to, but it's completely fine. Overall standings on the screen, it's not going to change anything in the top 5. Actually, Wingod Esports, they make the breach right next to Revenant X Park.
Well, Wingod Esports, if they get one more chicken dinner, if not chicken, a very high fragging game, maybe they can topple over Godlike Esports because the point difference is not that much. Maybe something can happen, like you said, but looking at the mid-pack teams, we have the plus of Team OG, Red Ross. They are in the safe spot at this point because they have got one more game remaining and they can definitely propel themselves. K9 Esports sitting at the 16th spot. K9 is a worry. Yes, the way they are performing today is definitely impressing me, especially Slug and Beast. This duo is impressing me the most because in Sanhok also Slug was able to get 3 finishes in his hands, and in fact it was a complete 1v4 which he did, but the opponent player got a revival. That's why Slug got only 3 finishes. The 4th finish point went to his teammate Beast. But in Weekendy also, I think Slug's contribution along with Beast was way too much.
Yeah, indeed it was. K9 Esports, look, individually, they're doing pretty good. Nothing taken away from that. But as a team, as a well-knit unit, we're still seeing a lot of the struggle, especially from the side of Omega. Omega's always the man who's left out. He's the only player who gets taken down pretty early. And I think so the same course of action happened even in the map of Sanhok, where Omega was the only man taken down early, and then the rest 3 players that were playing right with each other. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with the players, but let's just hope in the future they're able to iron stuff out, and we might just see them as a well-knit unit. K9 Esports, they're doing pretty good. Entered the top 16 in the overall standings. That's exactly what you need. And they're always touching that average, 7 to 8 points per game. K9 Esports is constantly getting that. The same thing can be said even for the likes of OG. WizGod was the only player who had 7 elimination points, and that's the main reason why OG had decent amount of points as well in that previous game.
I think OG and Sanhok also did very well considering the situation in which they were, because a lot of cluster was coming from the eastern side of the map, and that is exactly where OG was. Godston was also there, Phoenix Esports was also there. So I think considering the situation, OG has done pretty decent. But the last game, Erangel, is where OG also needs to step up. If they get a big chicken dinner, if they get a big victory, I think that is going to help their case in the leaderboard. Otherwise, OG, I think they're looking pretty solid at this point.
They indeed are. We've got the schedule on the screen once again, or maybe you can't say it for the one last time, considering the upcoming map is going to be the last game of the day, played on Erangel, and once again it will be Group B and C duking it out against each other. I would love to see some few drastic improvements from Cincinnati Kids. It's one of the veteran lineups, and still they're struggling a bit too much. Would love to see them make that big bounce back. The same thing can be said for a few more names like K9 Esports. Yes, they're doing good in the overall standings, but it's not the K9 Esports we all want to see. We want to see that dominating K9 Esports. No matter who stands against them, they will still bring them down with ease. Even Ico Soul, I would love to see a big step up from them as well.
Yeah, a few mistakes were definitely made from the side of Ico
Yeah.
Soul, especially the fight which happened against the Plus of Phoenix Esports. I think that could have been a very clean fight considering the position where Ico Soul was. The casualties which came from Ico Soul was not needed. Yes, few mistakes were there, but nevertheless, I think in the entire leaderboard, Ico Soul is looking at pretty solid position at this point. So no complaints, but if they continue repeating the same mistakes, maybe they won't look that comfortable.
Maybe they won't, but look, for Ico Soul, for some reason, there's always this semblance that we pretty much know they are going to qualify in the LAN Finals. We've seen Ico Soul so many times in the past, and they always just pull off that one good game that instantly catapults themselves once again back in the race. And for Ico Soul, this might just be the game of Erangel that we're speaking of, as the plane is once again going to hit the skies, and the plane flight path begins all the way from Georgia Pole towards the Sanhok military base.
Well, certainly the flight path this time is heavily tilted towards the western side, which we both wanted to see. So that means we can see an eastern circle. Obviously, the teams who like dropping in toward the side of Milta Power, Lipoka, Kameshki, it's going to be a long journey, but everyone is well averse with every kind of a flight path, so I don't think they're going to face any sort of trouble unless there is a drop clash or vehicle clash happens. But for now, we have the Plus of Team Genesis going all the way toward the side of Zarki, then Phoenix Esports towards the western Georgopol, then K9 Esports towards the side of Siverny. Yes, I do agree with what you said, Neeraj, that K9, they need to amp up their game. But considering the way they started in week number 1, I think K9 has improved drastically.
They did have improved, right? But in week 1 itself, K9 Esports wasn't doing too bad. Yeah, day 1, of course, K9 Esports nowhere to be seen. But then we see a big uplift from K9 Esports on day 2 and day 3. And now on day 1 itself for the week 2, they're doing pretty okay. In game 1, I think so they had 5 points.
Yeah.
In game 2, they had a decent amount of points. I think so they had somewhere around 7 to 8 points. So that's more than enough to once again bring K9 Esports in that top 16 race. But K9 Esports is one of those banners that you really do expect to pop off in all the different margins. I want to see K9 Esports pop off the same level Revenant X-Spark is able to pop off.
You know, I love these two groups when they go up against each other, especially on the map of Erangel, because we always witness a very early fight towards the southern military base. First, we saw God's Rain defeating the Plus of Bot Army Esports. The next time, we saw Bot Army taking that revenge and eliminating God's Rain at the very start of the game. So this time, obviously, they'll go up against each other, but considering both these teams are struggling, I don't know what the outcome will be. Maybe Team Jelly can do a third party and accumulate all the finishes for themselves.
Maybe they can. Myth Official on the screen, a team that was doing so good in the open finals, but then the transition wasn't too good. Team Empire, even they're struggling quite a bit. Off the rip, losing out on that one player. In week 1, Empire was so consistent. Well, you know what? Keep week 1 aside. Even on week 2, game 1 itself, Empire was doing pretty good for themselves. But that transition hasn't been there on game 2 and even game 3. Team Empire starting things off for the handicap. It's quite a bad start. Let's just hope in the future it does not continue.
Let's hope so. Because for Team Empire in week 1 also, it was only day number 2 that went very good. Otherwise, on day number 1, they had only 5 points. Day 3, only 11 points. It was just day number 2 where Empire really popped off. So let's see what's going to happen. But for this particular team, Team CK, they need to step up big time because the lineup is pretty experienced. All the players are veteran. We keep repeating this thing that CK is one of those teams which needs to be in the top 16. I don't know how they're going to rectify all the mistakes. Maybe they'll start showing the signs of a comeback from this particular Erangel itself, or maybe from tomorrow. But the more they delay it, the more difficult it will be for them.
Indeed. Team Empire on the screen, and speaking of them, taking control of this potato hill off the rip, pinning down a few more opponents in the front lines. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is. And that too against OG. 3 players in one single vehicle. Empire, the IGL himself, down and dusted off the rip. And OG, they are sniffing out the tracks of Team Empire. If they do want to go for the chase, this will be an interesting fight. But OG, they do not do so. And looking at the loot factor too of OG, they do not have a lot of loot secured anyways. They've dropped in a pretty awkward spot. It's one of those pit stops that we speak of.
Especially Aru. He has got nothing at all in his hands. At least his teammates have got something. So yes, OG is in a pretty bad spot. They need to find a safe compound for themselves. School apartments are pretty much unoccupied, so OG can definitely head over to that side. But going back to the military base island, we have the players of God's Reign and Bot Army Esports going up against each other so many times. But this time, both the teams are taking their sweet time. Maybe because Bot Army, they are right at the bottom of the leaderboard. But we have a fight brewing up between the players of Ico Soul and Team Empire as Hunter has been knocked out.
The confirmation too follows up instantly. Ico Soul starting things off with a bit of those rips, which is a good thing. Scrappy points here and there. Still, it can give you the confidence that was left out in the previous few games. And Ico Soul's on the way. Maybe wanting to hunt down the players of Team Empire, which are right next to him. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is for Ico Soul. They usually like to move in towards school, but this time around, they've been moving towards quite an interesting spot, which is prison. And I guess they just want to get the elimination points that do lie in prison itself. It's Ace from Team Empire, all by himself in this building. The footsteps are definitely heard. And Manya won't let go of Ace like that.
Of course he won't. We have seen these sort of plays from the side of Ico Soul when they change their drop location, when they go for the hunt. In fact, in the previous SPS, they did the entire exactly same thing. They used to traverse the entire map, especially Ronnie. We have seen these sort of plays from his side in the previous SPS. So Ico Soul is again doing a similar sort of thing. But even the players of OG needs to be a bit careful because, like you said, they don't have enough loot in their hands, and Ico Soul seems like they're literally chasing the players of OG at this point, and OG trying to make a safe escape and scuttle back to the safety. But will that be allowed from the side of Ico Soul?
Ico Soul is chasing anyone down that they see in their line of sight. They've been deprived of points in the first 2 games, and now they want to compensate for the first 2 games itself. Honestly speaking, I'm loving this Ico Soul. And once again, I had a conversation with Fixes too a while ago. I mentioned this. Ico Soul is one of those teams that loves to bring on the experimental phase in the early phase of the tournament. And that's what exactly Ico Soul is doing. Ico Soul is sort of experimenting with the pace of the game. They want to know what exactly is the right pace for their approach in the upcoming LAN Finals that will happen.
Well, Ico Soul is one of those teams that love doing it, like you said. But speaking about OG, well, they have made a safe escape to the city of Milta Power at this point. They'll get enough loot to sustain for the circle. And speaking about the other teams also, Neeraj, we have got the players of Carnival Gaming and Myth Esports also in the close proximity. Then when got Esports is also lurking nearby. If the fight happens, there is chance of a third party also happening. So these 3 teams, Carnival Gaming, Myth, Vingod Esports, they need to be a bit cautious. Especially Myth, because considering the performance which they are showcasing at this point, Myth definitely need those points. They can't engage in an early fight. So maybe Myth can try and go for a little passive approach, I'll say. Even CG, they're not having the best of the time today.
Myth is in the smack center, so that's what they're doing. And Myth is known for their passive approach too. I just think the only thing lacking for Myth is the aggression and also a bit of that knowing and understanding of the lobby, which really comes in by time and experience. So Myth, considering we haven't really seen this team in the T1 circuit for long, the understanding, I assume it's not exactly there on point compared to all the T1 teams. The next zone's going to pop up soon. And looking at the teams in the outskirts, OG, you've got Bot Army Esports, even Just Jelly too towards No Repnoi, taking quite a slow and steady approach. Cincinnati Kids, they can catch the players of Godsreen off guard. I'm not exactly sure what Godsreen wants to pull off here, but they're walking into a spring trap. They once again take the U-turn. They aren't walking in just yet. They went up close and personal to that bridge to bait out a few shots, but they instantly back away once again. Did they spot someone? That's my question.
I think they're aware that Team CK is there right on the other side of the bridge, because every single time Team Cincinnati has went for the bridge camp, even when they were playing under a different banner. This is a age-old rivalry between the players of God's Reign and the entire team of Team CK. But as the circle takes a shift, I think with esports, CG, Carnival Gaming, Windgod, they're going to find themselves in a pretty solid spot. Even the players of Team Ico Soul, who are towards the side of school apartments, they're at a pretty solid spot, because all the teams who will be coming from the eastern side, like the players of Team Revenant, X-Park, Team Empire, Team Ico Soul, can definitely reap the benefit of it and maybe go a little aggressive, try accumulating those finish points. But there are few teams, Neeraj, who like going for a late rotation, just like the players of Team Jelly, Botch Army Esports and Team OG.
Late rotations can sometimes indeed work out. Cincinnati Kids once again spotting out God's Reign, but just don't exactly know what sort of measures they need to take. God's Reign is not moving up that bridge just yet. CG is falling apart as well as Myth. They find the knockout, but the confirmation will be tough to achieve. Cincinnati Kids, somewhere down line, it feels like now they're going to start to give up that hope. Bot Army Esports and God's Reign, a big fight is about to erupt. Bot Army Esports, they've taken down God's Reign twice, and I would love to see this affair happen once again. God's Reign's only taken down Bot Army Esports once so far. If this fight breaks out once again, this will be a fight for the dominance.
Oh, certainly it will be. Even the players of Myth Esports are also locking horns with the players of Carnival Gaming, as they took down one of the player of CG down. But seems like the revive has already been made, and CG, all the 4 players are again back in the game. This is a pretty slow Erangel this time. Maybe it could be the reason that this is the last game of the day and every team wants to end on a good note. That could be the reason. But even God's Reign and Bot Army Esports are in such a close proximity to each other at this point. The next fight could be between these two teams out in the open. Yes, there are few uphill areas, there are few terrains for the hardcover to help the players out, but still, it's an open field. And God's Reign Destro, I think he's aware about the position of Devotee at this point.
God's Reign making all the right moves so far, but they're also wasting too much time down south. All the good spots will be taken inside of the circle, and God's Reign is one of those teams that likes to play from the edge. Devotee from Bot Army Esports, he himself is playing right parallel to Destro. Scary on top. Devotee once again moving back on that hilltop as well. This bridge camp is now starting to irritate the players of Bot Army Esports. They do want to take the right actions, but which one is it going to be? That's even the question the players are wondering. God's Reign finally descended. Considering now they know that there's not going to be anyone camping the bridge anymore, they can easily move up and play for the placement in a better fashion. Go for a better compound instead. And I'm loving the fact that Devotee instead is just scoping out. He's seeing where exactly the players of God's Reign are going to head. And God's Reign are now the one to install that bridge camp.
Oh, they certainly can, but look at the amount of traffic that is coming from the eastern side. We have the players of Revenant, X-Park, K9, Red Ross, Jelly, then OG is also there, Team Empire. So many teams trying to migrate from the eastern side of the map. It's not going to be easy for them at all as Revenant, X-Park, and sort of a kerfuffle to find a good spot for themselves. Maybe they can try locking horns with the players of K9, and these sort of things, if they do continue doing, I think K9 will be the one to pepper few bullets in the direction of Shadow at this point. But finally, I think Revenant X-Park is aware about the position of K9. Finally, Sarang trying to open things up, but it is Ninja Boy who's going to take Sarang down, and the confirmation has already been made.
K9 Esports, a name to be feared indeed. There's a reason why a while ago I drew parallels between these two teams. I know, they're both destined for greatness. Just something separate the players of K9 Esports from Revenant X-Park, and that is the team play. Omega not exactly able to gel up with the team, or maybe you can't say vice versa. But right now, Revenant X-Park, they're down a man. With a 3-man squad taking off against the entirety of K9 Esports, while K9 Esports is slowly and steadily devouring the players of Revenant X-Park. Omega is knocked out for now, but that's going to be the only casualty once again. Shadow wants to move up, go for the finishing blow onto Omega, and he will find that finishing blow as well. And once again, Omega is the casualty. What is going on? In all the 3 games that we've witnessed so far, Omega is the only casualty for K9 Esports. And this is what I'm exactly talking about. Omega is the only player who seems left out from the action.
I agree 100% because it's not just today. I think in week number 1 also, it was Omega who was taken down pretty early in the game from the side of K9. But K9, I think they need to deal with the plus of Team OG as well, as though AKOP has been eliminated. Already a casualty coming for the players of OG. And both these teams are also taking the brunt of the blue, as Beast has been spotted down by Veron. OG, yes, they do have a good compound, but the rotation is going to be a bit of a problem for both these teams at this point. On the other side of the map, we have the players of Aiku Soul also coming from the northern side of the map. And even they have the players of Phoenix Esports. Maybe we can see a next fight happening between Aiku Soul and Phoenix Esports.
Maybe. When got on the screen and all the players once again moving in tandem like a pack. Pochinki's going to be the centric point. Not a big fan of the urban circles, but sometimes even they can bring in a lot of heat. Urban circle means a lot of foes around the same vicinity. You never know if you're going to get struck from. Myth right now in a really good spot towards this church. Spear, Aiden, Oxen, Maxioso. They have been trying their best to prove themselves time and time in the race, but sometimes they do fall short. But now it's going to be the right time to strike. The iron, it seems hot. And Myth, they've got the right angle. CG in the front lines. It's not a team that you should take a fight against, but Myth, they're just poking a bit of that damage against CG, burning through the enemy meds.
Of course, because Myth officials, they're aware that if there is any other team with a good position inside the circle are the players of Team CG. So why not burn their resources? And that is exactly what the players of Myth officials are trying to do at this point. But in the process of doing so, they also need to have the surrounding awareness because if you look at the mini-map, we have the players of Wingod Esports also in the city of Pochinki. So Myth needs to be a little careful from the side of Wingod Esports as well. Then we also have the players of God's Reign who are keeping themselves away from all the traffic towards the southern western side. They do have a good compound to their name. So I think God's Reign can also go for a little passive approach. But Wingod Esports, along with that, it is Team Jelly as well who is committing to the city of Pochinki, Neeraj.
Pot Army Sports, shots taken. Henry. He's there in the back lines. But once again, for Bot Army Esports, moving it. The safety lines is going to be the main key thing they need to pull off. All the players are right next to each other, and they really do want to chime in against Red Ross, a team that's doing pretty good in the overall standings. But Red Ross, they've got no intentions of taking a fight against Bot Army Esports. One of the players from the side of Red Ross is in the compound, and nicely done. Good maneuvers from the opponent. He spinned out his vehicle so that the man in the compound takes the shots against him, and that was an easy knock against Monty. What a big mistake that was from Monty. Overextension in the enemy territory, and Red Ross, they instantly make him pay. That was a good move and a nice call out being made from the teammates.
But the mistake from the side of Bot Army Esports, this is not one of those teams which used to make these sort of mistake in the open finals, but Bot Army Esports, early casualty already towards their side, and Red Ross, now they are on a hunt. The next one could be Henry, as one of the player of Bot Army Esports is already in a sliver of HP, so this fight should go in the favor of Red Ross easily. As with the vehicle, they are trying to lure the players out of the covers, and Beast finds Scary Jot, instantly shuts him down. Vehicle run over, the confirmation has been made, and Bot Army left with only 2 players remaining. Bot Army Esports now engaging their fight with the players of K9 as well, as Devotee takes Ninja down from the moving vehicle. The confirmation has been made, but Bot Army also needs to scuttle back to the safety. They're drawing too much attention towards them.
K9 came to collect a few scraps, but instead they became scraps. Ninja Boy knocked out, confirmed. Red Ross still not leaving the tracks, as Devotee's knocked out now in return. Bot Army Esports, they're being eaten alive, and it's not a great thing. Red Ross, honestly, you really got to give it to the players with the way they've been playing. Communication's been on point. We're not seeing a lot of struggles from Red Ross since the start. Impressive stuff. And now constantly peppering shots even against Henry. He's moving around, hugging the edge lines of the zone. Henry's trying his best to find a good position, good footing in the circle. It will be really tough though. Bot Army Esports' Henry still there in the open fields, as Henry himself knows that his chance for survival, it's pretty thin. Looking at the zone itself, it's shifted up north a bit, away from the city. All the teams in the city, they will be screwed soon. Myth, though, they've got the best possible spot you can ask for. Myth, they need to be super cautious, because they need to defend that spot with their own lives.
Oh, certainly. Beast out in the open has been knocked out by Aru of Team OG. Slug is there for the rescue mission, but K9, yes, they have got good amount of finishes, but they also need to respect the circle, as Slug is carrying Beast on his vehicle. Trying to move inside the circle, find a safe area to go for the revival onto the fallen comrade. K9 left with only 2 players, the dynamic duo which I was talking about, Slug and Beast. Today they are looking in the form. They just need to find a good area to go for the revival and a good compound to hold on to. In the process of all this, we have the players of Diesel Esports also getting few shots here and there. Yes, they do have a good compound to the name on the edge of the circle towards the southern side, but they need to be careful from the side of CK. Even CK not having the best of the time. Diesel Esports, they are also struggling, Neeraj, because if you remember the previous 2 games, Diesel Esports, even they didn't have the best outcome.
They didn't. I mean, looking at the compound Diesel Esports has, it feels like they're really adjusting. They're compromising. Diesel Esports, they're not looking too proactive, considering they should look proactive, actually. But still, they need to make the most out of the worst now. The next zone, it's once again going to pull back towards the city of Pochinki. All the teams that were playing on the edge lines will now be attracted towards the centric part. And it feels like Myth officials, they're going to be the center of attraction soon. Maxioso and the boys, they need to watch out. Genix FM, even Genesis moving up, quite close. Phoenix Esports 2 in the back. Aiku Soul 2 in the outskirts, playing in tandem. CG, they're getting picked off as well in return. And CG, at least they're trying their best to fight back. Hector and Zyphers, last 2 remaining players. How much can be done by these 2 guys? That's my question. Zyrex too is trying his best to keep his team intact. Neo is the casualty, and he's slowly and steadily ticking to his death. CG, they need to get Neo back up, and they will do so without any problems. But the amount of limelight that CG has gathered upon themselves, if the zone moves away from CG, they're done for.
If the zone moves away from the city of Pochinki, I think Team Jelly will be in a lot of problem, because if you look at the minimap, Team Jelly is just right in the center of Pochinki, surrounded by so many teams at this point. Yes, CG will also have some trouble. Even the plus of Wingod Esports, they lost on to Infinity. But for now, Yash, I think he has got his eyes locked onto the plus of Team Diesel Esports. But you also have Bot Army Esports, Henry going up against the plus of Team Red Ross. 2 finishes already secured, but Henry can't waiting for Lucifer, the last player of Red Ross, with the DBS in his hands. Let's see if he can deal with Lucifer at this point, because bot army, they are not having the best of the time, and the Molotov being tossed towards the side of Lucifer, but no connection whatsoever. This time Henry trying with a grenade as Lucifer jumps onto the other building and dodges the grenade. On the other side, we have the plus of Iku Soul and Phoenix also locking horns with each other as Nakul deals with Venom and gets a confirmation point as well. But Henry is so stubborn on taking this fight against Lucifer.
Indeed is. Army Esports with just 2 finished points so far. Even they've been deprived of those points. Zyrex in the elimination feed. CG doing pretty okay. As I mentioned a while ago, Myth is now going to be the center of attraction. Every single player from Myth, they have now gathered it up in that church. Spears looking for the back lines while the rest 3 looking to take care of the front. Genesis looking at that spread of Shiro and Fragger. Not a big fan of it. Let's see for how long they can maintain that distance and maintain that silence. Team Empires are out in the back. Predator and Ace on the trail. Just Jelly taking a fight against Phoenix as Altu falls down. And now Fury's going to be the only player in that nearby vicinity. Sam is the one to get that confirmation. Jelly himself has 3 elimination points so far. Just Jelly's doing really good. And just like that, the entirety of Phoenix Esports, they collapse. And that's going to clear up a lot of that breathing room, especially for the players of Just Jelly. Look at Iku Soul taking a fight against Myth. As the first man of Iku Soul falls down, make that 2. The same thing can be said even for the side of Myth. The trade's starting to happen back and forth. And God's Reign, they take the advantage as they put the nail in the coffin for Myth and just rack up a few scrappy points. But Iku Soul is still in there, in that church. Utilities raining down. As now the last man of Iku Soul is trying his best to play for the survival, but he will be denied.
God's Reign, the opportunistic one, strikes at the right moment and eliminated the entirety of Team Iku Soul. And now God's Reign, they have been rewarded with 6 finishes and a good position. They have the control of the Pochinki Church. Ninja Jot taking a lot of shots, down to 10 HP, needs to patch himself up. They need to deal with the plus of Carnival Gaming, as Carnival Gaming could be the next threat for the plus of God's Reign at this point. Even Genesis, they are pretty much stuck in a small compound. We have the plus of Team Empire as well, as Vingod Sahil deals with one of the player of CG, leaving Zyrex all by himself. CG down to just 1 single player. But look at the circle, it is still in the city of Pochinki, heavily favoring the players of Team Just Jelly. They have got the numbers, they have got the compounds, everything is working for Team Jelly at this point.
And indeed is. 4 players right next to each other in those compounds. The only real concern is going to be Genesis and Team Empire. As soon as they wipe out both the teams, Team Jelly's going to have a lot of that free moving area. God's Reign in the prime spot, in the best possible spot you can ask for. And if God's Reign messes things up even once, it's done. A few knockouts now starting to happen. Wingod Esports in a bit of trouble. CG's Zyrex is the only player standing for CG. Wingod taking a few more shots against the foes in the front. It will be tough to snatch away the spot from GDR, but the only thing the teams can wait for in the city is wait for the next zone shift to happen. Just Jelly, 2 of the players, they've already moved in the circle. They've got that house in contention, which is a great thing.
I love the position of Jelly as well. He can try keeping enemies at bay. For now, we have the plus of Team Empire as Ace trying to lob those grenades toward the side of Genesis, but getting few shots on himself as well. Genesis right on the face. Kyola Mouse grenade takes down Fragger. And in a minute, Genesis, they have been eliminated from the lobby as Sam lost 1 more grenade. Ace also goes with the Molotov, and Team Just Jelly rewarded with good finish points. But GDR, like you said, they are in the prime spot at this point. Thank God they have good control of the squad house. At this point, they have got the numbers 3 players already in the lobby, but Delta needs to be careful from Ace as Ace has been knocked out and the confirmation has been made. Ace, that was a rookie mistake. A hasty mad dash towards the circle resulted in an early demise for Ace, but look at that grenade. Kiolama knocked out, other players eliminated, leaving Jelly all by himself.
Just Jelly within a burst. The team collapses. Wingod Esports, the only team who can give a tough fight to the players of God's Reign, but unfortunately, the zone not exactly favoring them. Even the zone shifts out in the open, in no man's land, Wingod Esports, they need to toss out so many smokes to the point where they're going to have that breathing room to play with. But God's Reign is going to spam those smokes and make sure that Wingod will face some sort of casualty while doing so. God's Reign slow and steady approach finally works out as they get blessed by the gods of BGMI. But still being the opportunistic ones, grabbing that right time to third party towards Church was also a good call being made by the IGL. Wingod Esports, 3 players left standing. Wall of Death is going to start a tick soon, and it's going to do a lot of damage. Beautiful nade from Delta, and that's going to find the perfect spot. Sahil knocked out. Even Yesh is going to follow that same terrain. It's going to be the dominant effect that we speak of. Jelly's just playing to secure that second spot in the game. That's all he's doing. LeBron is taking too much damage from the blue, and LeBron himself is playing to secure that second spot. Will LeBron be able to do so? 4 more nades. And here we go. 3 first nades now left in the court of LeBron. But the nade from GDR will do its deed as LeBron gets taken down by the play zone. And now Jelly's going to be the last surviving player. But Jelly himself knows securing the chicken dinner is impossible. So it will be God's Reign to get this chicken dinner in the last game.
Of course, we was asking for this GDR, the aggressive GDR. Finally, in the last Erangel, they are delivering that sort of performance. With a barrage of grenades, they eliminated the entire team of Wingod Esports. Then they eliminated 3 players of Team Jelly as well. The utility usage of GDR has always been on point. And this time again, they showcase the same stuff. But looks like the play zone has knocked on one of the player of GDR, and Jelly wanted to strike on to one player. But even it was Predator of Team Empire who was going for the mid strat. It was not just Team Jelly, it was Predator also. So Jelly coming on the 3rd spot, and seems like Predator will be on the 2nd spot. And the winner chicken dinner goes for the players of GDR. That is God's Reign.
Even Empire's had quite a solid day today, right? Game 1, yeah. Empire had 11 points. Game 2, not a lot of points. But in Game 3, Empire had 7 points to rack up. Solid stuff from Empire. And of course, GDR finally recovering from all the bad stuff that happened to them throughout this entire day. And this is what you love to see from a team like God's Reign too, right? A big game in their court. And they finally do get it. But I wouldn't exactly call this the aggressive God's Reign that we all were looking for. I wouldn't see God's Reign go forth the aggressive phase off the rip as soon as the game starts. Even God's Reign now, they were not too aggressive. They were blessed by the circle right on top of the church. And that's the main reason why God's Reign was looking so confident, because all they needed to do was just wait it out. And that's what they exactly did.
It was not the circle benefiting them. I think they took that advantage the moment they eliminated the entire team of Team Ico Soul. They took that advantage in their favor. Had Ico Soul had enough time to patch themselves up, maybe it would have been a fair fight against GDR, and Ico Soul could have been on the top. Anything could have happened. So that fight against Ico Soul was so important. The control of the church was important. I think Ico Soul, Myth, and GDR, they all realized it. Ultimately, it was GDR who had that control and the chicken dinner as well.
Yeah, I mean, GDR were able to strike down 2 players of Ico Soul who were super hurt, did not have a lot of HP to fight off against the players of God's Reign. And of course, that third-party call, I mentioned this during the cast itself, it was the perfect call being made from the IGL. But still, God's Reign, I would love to see them go for the early game action off the rip, just like how Red Ross and Team Empire were duking it out against each other, just like the way Ico Soul was taking a fight, just like the way K9 Esports as well chimed in the early game action. And honestly speaking, the highlight of the game has to be K9 Esports wiping out Revenant X-Spark.
I think we'll witness that GDR in week number 3. Once GDR is in top 5, they have a secure spot in the leaderboard. I think we can see GDR going all aggressive and all YOLO, and you'll be very happy to see that. But CK, their misery is still continuing. Team Jelly, once again, a good performance coming from their side. For a second, I thought Jelly has secured the second spot, but no, it was a third spot. In the previous one also, Jelly came on the second spot. So a good performance from their side. But Team Earth officials, they had the entire control of the church. And Ico Soul literally annihilated, dismantled the entire team of Myth.
They indeed did. And then God's Reign from the top, all they needed to do was just rain down terror against the opponents that were there in contention. In the final few moments, God's Reign knew they've got the main zone advantage. They moved on forward, played a bit proactive, got the zone control in their hands, and isolated the players of WinGod Esports and pretty much choked them behind the blue. Nades were tossed into perfection. They did their damage, and that's how the players of God's Reign secured the chicken dinner. We thought Jelly could have been the one to secure that second spot, but unfortunately, that second spot was snatched away by Team Empire's player who was there in the back lines going for that Met strat too. So as I mentioned, today's day as well has been pretty decent for Team Empire, but Cincinnati Kids still on the struggling side of things. And for some reason, I do not know what's going to be ending the misery for Cincinnati Kids, but let's just hope that in the future, Cincinnati Kids can definitely recover. There's still 2 more days to go for this entire week.
I think Cincinnati, they need to start stepping up from tomorrow's first game itself. Because if tomorrow also goes the same way as today, I think the last day won't be enough for CK to stage a comeback. And week number 3, you can't just count on that particular week for those 9 games to come back and to stage a comeback, be in the top 16. But looking at the MVP is going to be Delta of GDR with 10 finishes of his own.
Oh my god.
That's a lot.
Yeah, mega performance from Delta himself. 10 finishes. And I think so those are the most amount of eliminations that we've seen so far in the ESPN by a solo player. So, yeah, by an individual player, 10 finishes. That's a lot of elimination points racked up. 77% finish contribution, too. So God's Reign definitely did have a big performance in that previous game. You move on towards the stars of the match. It's also going to be Yash from WinGod Esports, delivering that consistency. You've also got Justin being the finisher, getting 2 finishes on his name.
Oh, yes. Justin with 2 finishes. The entire team of GDR was looking, I think, pretty solid. Delta was the guy who was lobbing those grenades, especially onto the team of WinGod Esports. He was doing the majority of the heavy lifting. So maybe we can say that GDR is again back in the action. But I said the same thing when they got a chicken dinner previous week. But after that, the same down, let's say the dip came in their performance. But I hope this time the consistency continues for the next week also.
But let's be honest, GDR's doing just enough to keep themselves in the race, right? They're always getting that one big game, and then later on you see that big dip in the performance from GDR. But it's also giving them the average points they need per game, right? 7 to 8 points per game. That's all we ask for. And GDR is getting that average established. As long as GDR is getting that average, they can easily move on towards the challenge finals. It's not even a question. Soon enough, we're also going to have a look at the entire overall standings and understand how the picture's looking like in the overall standings so far. But still a few struggling names. They are on the struggling side of things. Myth as well can be counted in there.
Yeah, Myth Esports, they are really struggling. Those 4v4 fights are also not looking that convincing for the players of Myth Esports. Seems like we are witnessing an entirely different Myth as compared to the Open Finals. But having a look at the match ranking, we have GDR on the top with 23 points. Team Just Jelly on the second spot with total of 12 points. WinGod Esports on third with total of 11 points.
Exactly. Latter half of the board is on the screen at Phoenix Esports 2. A bit of that problematic start. Diesel Esports as well, just getting 1 point. Revenant Spark, it's completely fine. Revenant Spark, they're ruling the charts right now. So just 1 point from this game is completely okay. But OG, they get 0 points. Cincinnati Kids, considering they were already struggling, they only get 2 points as well. That's even a big problem. CG2 just getting 2 points. Even Genesis only getting 2 points. Yeah, the latter half of the board, a lot of struggling names.
Of course, OG is not that big of a concern because they had a decent run in week number 1. So I think OG can recover. But CK with only 2 points, I think that's a major concern for them. Looking at the overall ranking, we have the players of Godlike right on the top with 113 points. VXT on second spot with 107 points, not too far behind. And only 2 points deficit, we have WinGod on the third spot.
We indeed do. I mean, Wingard Esports, 105 points secured. Today's day was big for Wingard. Reckoning Esports 2 getting 99 points. They're there in the top 5. Just Jelly as well on the 5th spot, getting 94 points acquired. Revenate Spark 94 as well. A bit of that tie with Just Jelly. GT2 doing pretty okay. Today's day for GT wasn't the best, but we know it's GT we're speaking of. They can easily make a bounce back in the overall standings. And speaking of the bounce back, speaking of the catapults, look at GDR. 81 points on the 9th spot.
Well, of course, GDR on the 9, they are feeling confident once they come in top 5. I think we can see a completely aggressive GDR. While Fangs, I think they have also rectified all the mistakes because they are in a comfortable spot in the top 16. But still, we have few teams like Vasista on the 23rd spot with only 52 points, RGC, which was Team Bunny in the Open Finals, on the 24th spot with only 52 points, 4 Miracle also with just 60 points. So these are the few big names. And look at Aiko Soul. They are on the 19th spot with 67 points. Aiko Soul is one of those teams which should be in the top 5.
Indeed. I mean, Aiko Soul is definitely struggling, fine, but I genuinely think so. It's Aiko Soul we're speaking of, and without any problems, Aiko Soul's going to make the comeback in the overall standings. It's not a problem. The real problems really do lie over here on the last page. Cincinnati Kids, 8-bit, veteran lineup, still not able to play. Genesis, they've been there in the pro circuit for such a long time, but we've never seen Genesis even once make it to a grand final of a tournament. You've got Myth 2 over there on 27 with only 41 points, and Bot Army Esports with 39 points. What a big dip in the performance, even from the side of Bot Army Esports.
Yeah, placement points are a major problem. The fights are still there. They do get those 2-3 finishes in every single game, but placement points, the survival is a major problem for Bot Army Esports. More than that, I think the rotation is a big problem because every single time we see that Bot Army Esports, individual players gets picked off, and by the time they move inside the circle, it's only 2 or 3 players remaining. Mostly it's 2 players remaining or 1 single player. But speaking about Team Genesis, this time, Neeraj, I agree. Genesis, they had a good spot inside the circle. They were coming all the way from the northern side. They had a good compound.
Indeed.
And suddenly, Genesis, they just fall apart. I don't know why.
I really would love to say that Genesis is lacking the experience, but considering the banner's been there in the pro circuit for such a long time, I wouldn't exactly say it's the experience either. I'm not sure what's going on with Genesis, but looking at it on paper, it definitely does feel like Genesis are making the rookie mistakes, and because of that, it does feel like they're lacking with all of that experience that is supposed to be. But you know what, Shadow? We've also got an interview lined up with Trey Scott from Wild Fangs, because today Wild Fangs was doing so good, it feels like Trey Scott and the boys are doing really good. Trey Scott, how's the New Year been so far for you, my friend?
It was good till now. How are you guys?
We're doing pretty good too, Trey Scott. And honestly, look, in week 1, Wild Fangs was struggling a lot, but then in week 2 now, at least on the day 1, you guys are doing pretty good. You were popping off. What exactly was the change in week 1 and week 2?
We were not playing coordinatedly. Now we started with nice energy. We're just improving day by day.
Okay.
And I think everyone just wants to know, Trace God, about one particular map, that Sanhok game, where you had the circle advantage, you had the compound. What sort of calls were made in that situation?
The zone took a hardship over there. We were confused. CG also slammed on us.
Makes a lot of sense. It does feel like Wild Fangs, whenever they've got the circle advantage, Wild Fangs sort of does choke those moments. So what exactly is happening? Because you guys have the circle right on top of you. You have the compound to play as well. It's not happened once, actually. Even once in the map of Sanhok, the same thing happened. You guys had the circle to play with, but then Wingard Esports, just those 2 players came in and wiped you guys.
Yeah.
And then even in
Today
this game, Miramar, the same
had,
thing happened. Yeah.
Today also we had 2 circles. We throwed both of them.
Yep.
There could have
Yeah.
more points. Yeah. We have to work on
So
it.
what exactly happened there, though?
Miscoordination, nothing else.
Okay, miscommunication, understandable. So if you would love to change a few things about your team, what would that be?
Currently, to nothing. Only we have to improve our coordination and communication skills.
Okay, Shadow, you got any questions?
Yeah, Trace God, we noticed in all those 4v4 fights, it's you who is doing the majority of the heavy lifting. What's really happening with the other teammates, especially Sev?
It's not like that, yeah. Seth plays on the back, so he doesn't come in front. I play on the front, that's why.
Okay, It's understandable, Trey Scott. I mean, look, you guys are doing really good in the overall standings, and would love to see you keep up that consistency too. But
Yeah.
Trey Scott, I mean, look, it is understandable you guys are having those communication issues, but what do you think needs to be improved exactly when it comes to the communication? Do you think the call-outs during the fights need to be improved? Do you
Only
think
short
call-outs
calls,
during the
nothing else.
rotations? Oh, just the short calls. Fine, makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
And which team you think is going to give you a tough competition in the challenge finals? Because I believe that you guys are going to qualify for sure.
Yeah, how can I tell now? After the finals only I can say, na, which teams get qualified.
Okay, well, you know what, Trey Scott? It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the desk. I've just got one last question lined up. It's going to be a fun question. I'm pretty sure New Year was around the corner. Did you guys have a lot of fun on New Year? What did you guys do exactly? How did you guys celebrate
Yeah,
New Year?
we guys went out. Everyone went out. Yeah.
Okay. Went out, had some dinner, right? Some party as well. Had a lot of fun.
Ah,
But Trey Scott,
yes,
thank you
yes.
so much. Trey
Thank you,
Scott,
thank
thank
you.
you so much for joining in for the interview. Really means a lot, and I hope the best for you and your team.
Thank you guys. Bye bye.
Well, that was Trey Scott from Wild Fangs, a man of few words, did not really have a lot to say about it, but he clearly mentioned this, that the shot calls, they need to be improved during the fights and even the entire game in general.
I think Wild Fangs, they'll recover. The short callings, they have went for with the entire roster shuffle and an entire roster change. I think the way they have rectified all the mistakes after week number 1, I think they're looking pretty solid and they'll continue to improvise with the coming days. But looking at the finish leader, we have got S Power at the top with 30 finishes, followed by WizGod with 24 points.
Ooh, I mean, Trey Scott is one of those players, of course, we just had a talk with. And even today, Trey Scott was the only one contributing so much to the team fights. We clearly saw that. 23 eliminations acquired. Then you've also got Admino from Godlike getting 23 finishes himself. Admino is on a different level. As an individual, Admino every single time secures those knockouts for Godlike and gives that window of opportunity for Godlike to press upon and get those eliminations secured. I'm not exactly sure how Admino is so good, but he's insane.
Oh, certainly he is under the supervision of Punk. Punk himself is so aggressive. If your Igel is so aggressive, ultimately the teammates are also going to be a little aggressive, and that is exactly why Admino is able to take those 4v4 fights and go a little aggressive, find those opening frags. The entire team of Hero Extreme Godlike, if you look at it, I think all the players are having good amount of finishes in their hands.
Even S Power's doing pretty good for himself,
Yeah.
right? Especially with how things were looking like for S Power in general, especially in that game of Miramar. We thought that it's pretty dicey for VXT to survive. They took a fight against the players of Wild Fangs, which they had the circle to play with, but still somehow VXT was the one to come out on top. Later on, another team came through with the third party, and still S Power was able to dish out so much damage and sort of keep his team in the advantage spot for a bit.
But Neeraj, you always ask me questions. This time I'm going to ask you a question. Today, there was one particular team which impressed me the most, and that was Revenant X-Pac. Which team impressed you the most in today's game?
Honestly, it's a tough question because we did not really see so many big plays, but I would say K9 Esports. It's been a big up in the performance, just like Wild Fangs. I would love to say Wild Fangs too. K9 Esports and Wild Fangs, they were doing pretty good so far, and I would love to see them play the same way in the future as well. It's just the day 1 of the week too. We've still got day 2 and day 3 to go, so in those 2 days, anything can happen. We might see even a better performance from these two teams, or we might see something worse happen.
6 more games for this particular week for every team remains. So definitely the entire leaderboard, I'll say, is still very volatile. Anyone can come in the top 16. And speaking of K9, I love the way Slug and Beast were playing today. The entire duo, the dynamic duo, I like to call them. Every single time, be the map of Sanhok or Weekendy, I think Slug and Beast, their contribution was so much. But Omega, he needs to rectify the mistake. I don't know for what reason he's getting picked off very early in the game, but that needs to be changed.
It feels like as a viewer that Omega is not able to keep up with the pace of his rest of his teammates. That's what it feels like. Even though he's the man in the driving seat, still he's the one to get knocked out first. And that's a big major concern. Why is that happening in the first place? It feels like Omega is playing all by himself, and then the rest 3 guys, they're playing it together. But let's just hope that these issues will be ironed out tomorrow itself on the week 2, day 2. Because right now the day 1 comes to an end. We'll see you guys tomorrow itself. That's it from me and Shadow.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the back of the thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow,
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas, so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be